All right, guys, we are live. What's going on? James here, and we are back for day number 2 of the 2022 NFL Draft that starts in about, 51 minutes? So, yeah, that's pretty exciting. What's going on, guys? I was setting up. I was also trying to get something to eat because this is going to be another very long live stream. So, yeah, man. Very excited to be here for day number 2. Hopefully you guys are excited to be here as well. And ready to talk about some more people joining the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Noella, when James is ready, he's probably setting up. That is accurate. John, hello. Got another John in here saying, hope they don't get Trey McBride with their first pick. I mean, it's gonna be, he's on the big board for a reason. That he might very legitimately be the guy that is selected with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers first, second round pick. Now, here's actually some information that came out earlier today that we can talk about now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have been getting calls regarding their 33rd overall selection, but right now, as of the start of this live stream, the indication has been from Adam Schefter, from Ian Rappaport, that the Buccaneers are going to stay put and make a pick unless they are blown away by an offer. What would that be? Well, if you offered a second and a third, I think that is definitely something that would be a very enticing offer. You know, if you just throw in a second, say, well, you can drop back in the second round and you get a third round pick out of that as well. That would be interesting. I see where a Bucs reporter said with the first pick they were going for is Breece Hall. No, I don't believe they will draft Breece Hall. I think the 3 names that are going to be linked to the Buccaneers here are going to be Logan Hall, Trey McBride, and David Ojabo. Would be the 3 names. Do I see this rain outside? It's not raining outside for me. It looks like it might start raining here soon, but no rain yet. Actually, a little bit of rain. I hope they don't take Hall. I agree with Charlie, no more trading. I don't know if they'll make another trade. It's possible, but I don't think it's going to happen. Absolutely pouring near the stadium. Well, my apologies. Stay dry. Stay dry. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull this up here. We're going to have to get the draft pulled up. Let me get the other remote so we can get the draft pulled up here, folks. It would help if we could see, right? It would help if we could actually see. Actually, I just had the news on, and yeah, they've got some rain. They've got some rain. All right. James definitely getting drafted with this pick. I hope so. They better draft me. They're going to know what I'm about. I can contribute right away to a team, you know? Malik Willis can learn from Brady. Hey, that'd be fun, but I don't think it's going to happen. Christian Watson, Alec Pierce, and many more weapons are still available. Why not Hall? Just because he hasn't been a name that's been linked to the Bucs necessarily. They did just re-sign Leonard Fournette on a 3-year deal. They still have Giovani Bernard, who they re-signed. They still have Keshawn Vaughn, who's still on his rookie deal. So I just don't think it's going to necessarily be in the cards right now. I don't think that's going to be something that they heavily consider. But you never know. You never know. Throwing this out there, Malik from Liberty is our new QB, and people are going to say it. That's the one indication as to, hey, maybe the Bucs trade down, because guess what? There is Malik Willis right there. You take Malik Willis with that first pick, and if you get some offers for a team that wants to take Malik Willis with that first round with that first pick in the second round, words are hard, and that would be enticing. What are teams willing to give up if they think Malik Willis could be their guy? Seattle? I don't know. Maybe Detroit. It's a possibility. There's a couple of teams out there who could possibly pull the trigger on a trade. Maybe give the Buccaneers a lot of value there. So we'll see. Isaiah Spiller, pick 60. I don't know. I can see the Bucs trading up in the second round. I really could. Pay attention to that, too. I think the Buccaneers are going to have some level of movement in the second round. Be it moving down or moving up, we will have to wait and see. But if you guys are ready for the second and third rounds of the draft tonight, go ahead and hit the like button, man. We've got 19 likes in here, folks. Let's get it up to at least 25. 25 would be a good number, you know? Let's get it up to 25, get the ball rolling. That would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Do we have multiple picks in the second? We do. We have the first pick in the second round, and we also have one of the last picks in the second round, pick number 60 right now. Evan, just me tonight? Yes, it is. So actually, for anybody watching this, my colleague from BucsNation.com, also the co-host of the Cannon Fire podcast, Evan Wanish is going to be joining me at about 6:45. We'll also have Logan back for any of the Ohio State players that are selected in round number 2. And it should be a lot of fun. Which round do I find... Wait. Which round do I think Jason Light drafts the best in? You know, that is a interesting question because you could make an argument for round 1. He's had so many good first-round draft picks. He's had a lot of good second-round draft picks. He's had some good third-round draft picks, you know, some not so good, but mainly good. But I think you got to say round 2. I think round 2 has been a very good... Nakobe Dean, by the way, you know, a lot of people have been saying, hey, is somebody going to trade up for Nakobe Dean? Is somebody going to trade up for Malik Willis? I don't know. If the Buccaneers are blown away by an offer, maybe they do trade out of that pick. But, you know, Jason Light, I think he drafts probably towards the best in terms of the second round. I'm showing 33 like James. LOL. There you go, William. There you go. Logan Hall seems like a reach at 33. I don't know about that. I think that would be reasonably that'd be understandable value in my opinion. I'd rather have McBride, Brees, Watson, or Booth. I would not be mad if they drafted Logan Hall with the 33rd overall pick. I'm calling it and you can book it. Brees, we'll see. Hey, I'm going to say this right now. No spoilers. Don't do it. Do not spoil draft picks in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just not going to read the chat because I don't want to see spoilers, folks. I do not want to. Also, I believe Simeon Rice is saying one of the Buccaneers draft picks this year. It is, I believe he's saying their third round pick, something along those lines, so that's exciting. Nakobe Dean or Malik would be fire here, same with Booth. Again, in the case of Nakobe Dean, it's possible, we'll see. In the case of Malik Willis, that's not happening. In the case of Booth, maybe, but again, I point to Logan Hall, I point to Trey McBride, and I point to Travis Jones. Those are the main guys that I see. Brees Hall, I just don't see it. You know, you signed Logan Leonard. You signed Leonard Fournette on a 3-year deal. You have Giovani Bernard. You have Keshawn Vaughn. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'd like to have David Ajabo. He is a beast. That's the fourth name. Yes, David Ajabo is on there on the big board as well. That is the fourth name that you might see. But David Ajabo is not going to be playing this upcoming season. So what do you do with that? There's a lot to think about here. There's a lot to think about. The Bucs also have another second round pick towards the end of round 2, pick number 60. So it's going to be interesting, man. It is going to be interesting. I can't wait to see what the team does. I really can't wait. I think it's going to be very fun. I think it's going to be a very fun, very good second round. And yeah, man, really, really can't wait. Really can't wait. Let me see here. Hold on one moment. I'm trying to get trying to get everything set up here on my end for our eventual Zoom calls we will be doing. But it is difficult. Let's see. Apparently that's not working either. Zoom doesn't want to work with me today. Zoom doesn't want to work with me. Ajabo at 60? I don't think Ajabo would be there at 60. I really don't. Booth, Gordon, Taylor Britt with 33. Cam Taylor Britt, I don't know about taking him at 33. That'd be a reach in my opinion. That'd be a bit of a reach. When's the draft? The draft is at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, folks. 7 p.m. is whenever we're firing off. James, what's up, Darius? How you doing? I'm ready and tuned in. Just got home from work. Ready? Go Bucs. Shout out to MrBucsNation. Hey, Willie's here in the chat. Jacob's here in the chat. Hey, Jacob. Let's freaking go. Shout out to Jacob. Heck yeah, my man. We got Jacob McConnell in the chat. Let's freaking go. Kyler Gordon is our guy. I don't think, again, I must say it again. You look at the names that I have here on the big board. Logan Hall, Trey McBride, David Ajabo, Travis Jones. Those gotta be the 4 guys, man. Why did I go live so early? Logan, we gotta build up to it, man. We gotta build up to it. You know, you have to. You have to. Got to make sure everybody gets in here. Everybody gets ready. Nicholas is here. We're getting everybody in here. Bucs to get Logan Hall. Again, Allen, you know, that's going to be a name that I think is going to be heavily considered there. I definitely think that Logan Hall is going to be a name that you got to sit there and not assume, but definitely heavily think that that's going to be Logan Hall. Strong name. There you go. What a name. Sky Moore, right? I don't know if he's going to get picked there at 33. He maybe, if he's available at 60, the Buccaneers may consider it. How did you think our division did in round 1? The Saints, I thought, had a made sense type of round 1. A lot of people did not like the Falcons' pick of Drake London. Myself, personally, I would have taken Garrett Wilson. I think he's a better wide receiver, but I think Drake London's still a very solid wide receiver. I think he'll be very good. I really do. And then in the case of the Panthers, who did they end up taking? They took an offensive tackle, right? I was a little surprised. You know, this is just me. Again, I'm not a draft expert. I'm surprised they didn't take a quarterback. I thought that they might have gone like Malik Willis, for example. But they didn't. Maybe they take him in round number 2. They pick very early in round number 2. That may be a legitimate possibility for them there. James, take Malik Willis off the big board. John, I'm not doing that yet. I'm not doing it until he's gone because I like the memes, and I will not take him off the big board. I'm not doing it. Where does Carolina pick next? They don't pick for a while. That's right, because they don't have any mid-round picks because of the Sam Darnold trade. Speaking of trades, A.J. Brown was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles from the Tennessee Titans. What the heck was that? That was insane. It's going to be interesting tonight. What free agents do we need to sign still, in your opinion? I would say Gronk is up there if he wants to come back. And Ndamukong Suh, that's another thing as well. I don't think Richard Sherman comes back. Kadarius Toney with 33. I don't know if I would do that either. The momentum seems to have died down because when Brady unretired, we had the most momentum possibly ever. Now it just seems to have died down. I don't know about that. I think momentum's still pretty high. I think a lot of people still assume, and rightfully so, that this is a Super Bowl contending team. So, I don't know about that. I think momentum's still riding pretty good. And, you know, it'll get better. The Buccaneers will add some more draft picks here. They'll be able to make some more selections. It'll be a good time. What's the chances of OBJ in Tampa? I would say like 1%. 1. I mean, he ain't coming to Tampa, I think. But again, yeah, A.J. Brown traded to the Eagles. And what was one of the more surprising moves of the night, right? I mean, that was pretty insane. Richard Sherman was a waste of money. I mean, they didn't pay him a ton, thankfully. But, Sherman was injuries, hurt a lot of different guys. Julio Jones, again, at this point, whenever you signed Russell Gage, I don't think getting Julio Jones is going to be an option either. I do not believe so. Dean should be the pick. Maybe Nakobe Dean. I don't know. It's going to be something that's going to be... Maybe a team will trade up for Nakobe Dean. That would be something to pay attention to again. If the Bucs trade back again, I think people are going to actually lose their minds. I think they're actually going to go crazy. I mean, man, oh man. Zion Johnson is gone, yes. He's not on the big board anymore, is he? No, that's good. Yeah, Zion Johnson got drafted. He did. Who was he drafted by, folks? Does anybody remember? Somebody drafted Zion Johnson yesterday. Let me see if I can Google it. Let me see. Zion Johnson is a member of the Los Angeles Chargers. That was a good draft for them. They had a very good draft. Do I think Godwin comes back 100%? You're hopeful he does, for sure. You are definitely hopeful. Do I believe the rumors that Baker might be coming to the Bucs if the Browns just release him? I would buy that a little bit. I wouldn't say it's super guaranteed, but I think that it would definitely be a possibility. Yes. How mad would Falcons fans be if Julio Jones signed with the Bucs for cheap and won a Super Bowl ring? I mean, they'd be pretty mad. I'd feel pretty good. Noella, you are correct, James. John says Chargers. Godwin is already back. Didn't we sign him to a 3-year deal? Nicholas, I believe he meant in terms of returning from injury. You know, will he come back 100%? Who would have ever thought we would see our Bucs trading back out of round 1? Life is good. The first time it's ever happened in the Jason Light era. First time ever it's ever happened, folks, where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers traded out of round number 1. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, in my opinion. Zion Johnson did go to the Chargers. Yeah, man. It's going to be really cool to see what the Buccaneers do now with a little bit of extra ammo. Nicholas is only half here. Hey, that's all good, man. That's all good. If you guys are enjoying so far, hey, hit the like button, man. We're gearing up, getting ready. The draft is about a half hour away. In 20 minutes, we're going to be having Evan Wanish, one of my colleagues from BucsNation.com. And we are also, he's also the co-host of the Can of Fire podcast. He's going to be on for a little bit tonight to talk about some of these Buccaneers picks that are going to be made. I knew Jason wouldn't let me down. That trade back is what I've been screaming for. You know, Darius, it made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense when you think about it. A trade back was something that I think was on everybody's minds one way or another, even if it was really far in the back of your mind. It's something that had always been considered, and this was the year. If there was ever a year for them to trade back, in not a big way, because the Buccaneers have traded back before. People forget the Vita Vea draft. They traded back, and they still got Vita Vea, who they would have taken at number 7. Very similar situation here. Obviously, different circumstances at different spots in the draft, but again, you know, this isn't the first time Jason Light's traded back in the first round of a draft, but this is the first time that he has traded out of the first round, which is significant and interesting. We trust Jason, but if he trades back in the draft again, he's pushing it. You know what? I would agree with that, John. I do think that would be pushing it a little bit. To a certain degree, it all depends on what they get. You know, because if they only have to move back a few spots and they get a 3rd rounder as well, that's a pretty good trade back. Then you've got so much ammo to move around in this draft. It would be a really cool thing. Kyle Trask behind Brady can possibly be the next Brady. I don't think anybody's going to ever be the next Brady, but you hope that Kyle Trask can be a solid quarterback for the team. Nakobe Dean. A lot of people want Nakobe Dean, man. A lot of people want Nakobe Dean. The Bucs are smart when it comes to drafting and have always been known for the best draft picks. Who's your favorite draft picks the Bucs made in the past year? Or in the past? Mine are Sapp, Lynch, Brooks, Evans. Well, you got to put Rondé Barber in there, too. Leroy Selman, if you want to go all the way back. There's been a lot of great picks. Godwin and Tristan. Was the best thing because of it being a middle-heavy draft, from what I hear at least? You know what, JT? It's a good question. And we even heard Bruce Arians talk about this when I spoke with him just a few days ago, where he said rounds 3 to 5, there's a lot of good players who are being projected in rounds 3 to 5. So, what does that mean? Do the Buccaneers trade back again at the top of the 2nd round? Maybe they go and pick up another 3rd round pick if somebody offers it. Somebody who wants a Nakobe Dean. Somebody who wants a Malik Willis. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's going to happen because I still think they'll make a pick there. But I'm saying, you know, hey, if a team really wants Malik Willis or if a team really wants Nakobe Dean, I think the Bucs would be willing to listen. How worried am I about how Brady will perform at age 45? Not too worried. Not too worried, because we've seen him compete time and time again and defy expectations. Will there be a little bit of a drop-off? Yeah, I think it's possible. but I don't think it's still going to be a situation where Drew Brees and Peyton Manning, these guys were completely done and you could tell. I just don't see that right now. Could that change? I don't know. Yeah, I suppose it could. But right now, it just doesn't seem like a very likely thing. Best running back for the Bucs? Well, if you're saying on the roster, it's Leonard Fournette. If you're saying what's the best running back option, there's plenty of them. A single running back hasn't been taken yet in this draft. So there's plenty of talent. There is plenty of talent still available at that running back position. Maybe the Buccaneers do take one. They talked to like 14 running backs at the NFL Combine. So we shall see. If the Bucs would want a linebacker, they would have taken Lloyd at 27. They also would have taken Nakobe Dean at 27. I just don't think that they're going to take Dean there. Unless they, thought that they could trade back and still get him, which at that point, that's a bold trade back. We'll see. If we trade back another third and a fifth, I would say if they trade back, maybe they trade back in the second, and then they still somehow get a third. Again, guys want quarterbacks, guys want linebackers, teams can get desperate. So we'll see. That would be the offer that I think the Buccaneers would say, okay, we're going to trade back. If they moved back in the second round and got a third round pick out of that situation, then I could see them trading back. But aside from that, I don't know. James, I think Travis Jones makes it at 60 and go for cornerback in the third. I don't know. They might take Travis Jones at pick 33. We don't know. The Bucs also may trade up in the second round. That's a possibility as well. We as Bucs fans are lucky we have Brady come here, and we can say the go to football. Brady's Man in the Arena showed me how good he is helping the Patriots and now the Bucs. Yeah, I'm actually on episode 3 of Man in the Arena. It's pretty good. It is a pretty good series, man. I've enjoyed it so far. The Bucs have had all day to figure out what they want to do and who they want. I think they will make the best decision. I do agree with that. We see Lamar Jackson on Twitter saying WTF. For those of you who don't know, Hollywood Brown was traded from the Baltimore Ravens to the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals gave up the 23rd overall pick to acquire Hollywood Brown, Marquise Brown, and a third-round pick. I mean, that's not a good trade for Arizona, in my opinion. Not a good trade. Good for Baltimore. I know it makes Lamar Jackson upset. That's not great, but they got some very good value. They really did. Man, oh man. What about the Houston Texans? I don't think Houston trades up for Malik Willis. They could trade up for Nakobe Dean. If you're saying they might trade up for Nakobe Dean, then that's a possibility. That was such a dumb trade by Arizona. I just don't see the logic in it. You could have gotten a wide receiver. Well, maybe you couldn't have gotten a wide receiver at 23, but I don't know, man. I just don't think that Marquise Brown and a third are worth a first rounder, in my opinion. What are the picks as of now? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers hold the 33rd overall pick and the 60th overall pick in round number 2. Then in round number 3, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers hold pick, if I can see it, hold on one moment. I will pull up their draft selection in a moment. They hold selection number 91. Arizona did lose Christian Kirk in free agency, but I mean, and they did pick up Marquise Brown's 5th-year option. But man, oh man, it's a weird trade in my opinion. What do I think the Bucs record will be next year? I think that they could have a very similar record to what they had this previous year, 13-4. I think that's a very strong possibility. If Brady does retire after this season, I'd be happy for him for what he's done for us. I do wish, though, that the cream-sickle jerseys were in this year to see him in it instead of next season. Yeah, it is what it is, man. It's unfortunate. Timing's just a little bit off. Got to get my phone plugged in so it doesn't die on me. There you go. There you go. Yes, they have pick 91. So right now, as it stands, the Buccaneers have pick 33, pick 60, and pick 91 to make tonight. Very exciting stuff. We have day 3 tomorrow. The Buccaneers have a 4th, they have a 6th-round pick, and 2 7ths. Sorry, they have 2 4th-round picks. And a 6th-round pick and 2 7ths. Yeah. because they have the number 1 overall pick in the 4th round, which is pick 100, I think. 101. They have pick 133, and they still have pick 248 and 261, which leads me to believe the Bucs might trade up in round number 2, because that 4th rounder is essentially a 3rd rounder. And I think you could very easily trade that pick to move up. In the 2nd round, maybe if you say draft Logan Hall with pick 33, maybe you want to draft Trey McBride later on in the 2nd round as well. You trade up with that. Could be something that they do. So we'll wait and see. Maybe they end up trading, I don't know. Or is Houston Texans going to pick? Well, the draft hasn't started yet. The draft actually doesn't start for another 26 minutes. I would say Rams, let's see. Rams L, Browns L, Chiefs revenge game L, Packers L. We'll see. I agree with most of that, except the Browns. I don't know if they would lose. They're going to lose to the Saints twice, because they just don't beat the Saints. They never do. They never do, and I have no reason to believe it why they ever would at this point, because they just don't do it. But we'll see, man. Let's see. We will get the Rams back. The Rams will be super arrogant this year. What do you think of my Eagles draft? Hello, Alexis. How you doing? The Eagles, they got A.J. Brown. That's good. I mean, that's worth a first-round pick, in my opinion. The Cardinals should have done what the Eagles did and given that first-round pick. Again, I think it already happened at that point. But Eagles had a good first round. I was impressed with what they were doing. I was very impressed with what they were doing. Malik Willis tweets out, OMG, what happened to Willis Malik? Still super... yeah, okay, so he's a little upset he didn't get drafted in the first round. Was Malik Willis ever guaranteed? Was he ever told that he was going to get drafted in the first round? That's something. I disagree with the Saints because their coaching staff is messed up and players leaving. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm a Bucs fan. There you go. Let's see. What do I think about drafting so-and-so in the 3rd? We'll see what they do in the 3rd. Honestly, what they do in the 2nd is going to... They might not even have a 3rd round pick after the 2nd round, folks. We don't know. They're trying to trade up. So what if we draft Hall with the 1st pick and our 2nd round pick, McBride and Winfrey there? What would I do? If we draft Hall with the 1st pick in round 2, they're taking McBride later. They would probably have to trade up for McBride, I would guess. Jordan Davis was a very good pick, Alexis. They got A.J. Brown and Jordan Davis. That's a very good round 1. Very good. They got their number 1 wide receiver, star wide receiver to pair up with Devonta Smith. Good Lord. Jalen Hurts better ball out. And they continue their trend of drafting very solid defensive linemen. Fletcher Cox is there. I believe Brandon Graham is still there. Now you get to work Jordan Davis into the mix, arguably the top defensive line prospect in this draft. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Do they have an NFL comp for McBride? I can check for you. In my opinion, let's see. There's a lot of people that trade McBride comps too, because he just does a lot of different types of stuff for you. The comp that NFL.com has for Trey McBride, folks, if it'll show up. Do you think we're in need of a running back 2, future running back 1? Not right now, given the deal that they gave to Fournette. Austin Hooper is the comp for Trey McBride, which I think is a fair comp to make. I really do. He plays a lot like Austin Hooper. Now, Austin Hooper has not done great with the Falcons, but to be honest, I don't think that that's fully his fault. I also think that, there's some other tight ends out there. There's a tight end who plays for the Falcons. He used to play for the Hayden Hurst. Hayden Hurst would also be another good comparison for Trey McBride. I forgot the Chargers. Chargers, Titans, Bengals, Vikings picks. In regards to what? Last night? Let's see. I probably did. I did. Thank you. I forgot Cincinnati's. Let me see here. Jacksonville picked. Kansas City picked. Yeah, I will get these picks in a moment. What about, let's see, Ron Hall is a good comp. Everyone, let's put our money together, get James a more comfortable chair. Love you, bro. We need you nicely. Hey, thanks, Darius. I appreciate that, man. I just bought this chair, though. I can't get rid of it now. I just bought this chair. There's no way I'm getting rid of this chair, man. Let's see if I can pull up a tracker here. Let's see. Seen some text messages. Man, oh man. Yeah, let me see if I can pull up who the draft picks were. James buys uncomfortable chairs for sport. I test myself, man. I do it to test myself. I need to see. I need to be able to be locked in. You know, I can't get too comfy, y'all. I'd be falling asleep in the freaking live stream. We don't need that. We don't need that at all. In about 5 minutes here, by the way, we will have Evan Wanish, my colleague over at BucsNation.com, as well as the co-host of the Cannon Fire podcast, will be on. Let's take a look here. So Trent McDuffie went to Kansas City at pick 21. Very good. Quay Walker went to Green Bay. Buffalo took Kaiir Elam. That looks all good. Cowboys took Smith. Baltimore took Linderbaum. The Jets took Johnson. Jacksonville took Lloyd in a trade with the Bucs. The Packers took Wyatt. New England took Cole Strange. Kansas City took Karlaftis. Cincinnati took Hill. And then Minnesota took Lewis Cine. Oh, whoops. There we go. Now we're all set with the first round. I don't think I missed anything. I will check in a moment. Let me see here. Somebody said I missed the Chargers pick. I did miss the Chargers pick. Okay. Zion Johnson. There we go. Now I know for sure I didn't miss anything. Am I going to be live the whole draft tonight? Yes, I am, Jacob. I will be live the whole draft tonight. If you're working, my man, you want to pop in and out of the live stream, be my guest. Tell everybody at Publix I said hello if they are there. If you're just hanging out tonight too, man, hey, you can just pop right in, man. Get some snacks, man. We're going to be here a while. Nakobe Dean's comp is Jesse Tuggle. There you go. What if the Bucs trade down for more picks? They can get more back up. James, what do you think Bucs need the most? I wouldn't be mad if they traded down again. If they got, but it would have to be a situation where they get another second round pick and then they get a third round pick as well. That would be the only situation. That'd be the only situation where trading down again makes sense to me. That'd be the only situation. Anything besides that, and it doesn't, it don't make sense to me. If you get a second and a third in a trade down because if somebody wants Dean or somebody wants Malik Willis, then that would make sense. Aside from that, doesn't make sense to me, man. Doesn't make sense to me. But you never know. You never know. We'll see. Which former Bucs player would I love to interview? Ronnie Barber would be such a fun person to interview, personally. I think that'd be awesome. I think that'd be absolutely awesome. Let's see if we can get Evan Wanish in here. I'm going to send him another invite over Zoom. Hopefully I won't miss tonight like I did last night. Go Bucs. Hello, Jeremy. Welcome. Nice to have people in here. Just checking, supporting our local Bucs live drafts. There you go. A lot of people live. It's always tough to get traffic for the draft because everybody's live for the draft. Do you know what picks the Pats have in the second and third round? They have pick 85 in the third round is what I'm seeing. They also have another third round pick a little bit later on. And then after that, I'm not sure. But we'll just be talking about those picks as they come up. Where's Kyle? Kyle's at work. Trevor's at work. So we're riding solo in person. I am going to be having, again, guests over Zoom that we'll be talking to throughout the night. Very excited for that. And yeah, we're soon to be getting content out for everybody. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. We have plenty of content coming out here. But man, oh man, folks, we are getting started here in about 17 minutes is when we're getting started. Very exciting. Hopefully you guys are ready. I, for one, am ready to go. Going to be a very, very exciting second round. Buccaneers have a lot of different ways that they can go, and I think it's all going to be very interesting. Let me see now if my Zoom... yeah, Zoom's still not wanting to work for me. Well, in terms of having two cameras. Zoom doesn't want me to have a two-camera setup, unfortunately. I think is what we're figuring out here. Man, oh man. Yeah, apparently not. Apparently it is not meant to be. Who would I want the Bucs to choose for the 33rd overall pick? Well, I originally had mocked them getting Perrion Winfrey with their first-round pick. That's probably wrong now. But I would not be mad at Logan Hall. I would not be mad at a lot of guys. Logan Hall, again, I don't know if I necessarily want anybody specifically, but I think that I would be happy with a good amount of guys, which is fine with me. Which is fine with me. But let's see here. Glad to be here from Kansas. There you go. Man, oh man. What's my favorite Bucs uniform? I love the creamsicle, man. The creamsicle's good stuff. It really is good stuff. There. Ooh. Wait a minute, folks. There we go. I finally got my two-camera setup working. You'll love to see it. What a beautiful thing. What a beautiful, beautiful thing. Hold on. I gotta pull the curtain back. There we go. There we go. Now it's gonna be perfected. To be honest, I think the worst pick last night was the Pats. I was shocked. Let me read the rest of this comment. There was a lot better linemen out than Cole Strange. That pick didn't make sense to me. Skylar, I had Cole Strange going to the Bucs in round number 2 at the very end of the draft. The Patriots took him in the very end of the second round. The Patriots took him, and that was a reach in a lot of people's minds. But the Patriots took him in round number 1. And that's one of those picks, right, where you are like, what? What did they just do? And you're confused and you don't know what the heck's going on. But it's something that the Patriots do. It's just what they do sometimes, man. It was the latest thing. Lol, Coach McVay laughed at the Pats pick. Possibly. Possibly. But man, we are now waiting on Evan Wanish to hop in here. He should be getting to rock and roll here in just a little bit. Man, oh man. Very excited for this draft. Hopefully you guys are excited as well. Should be a lot of fun. Let me go ahead and move some of this around. There we go. Yeah, it looks good enough. It looks good enough. I see the James, you might want to block the picture above Brady because of the reflection. I think it's fine. I think. Maybe? Should I block it? I don't have anything to block it with this year. Maybe I will. Hold on. Maybe I will. Let's see. How's that work? Alright. That's about as good as we're going to get. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll figure it out. Give me a minute. We're gonna figure this bad boy out. The Pats pick is reminiscent of the Giants picking their QB. Well, there you go. There you go. Logan Hall, Booth, or trade back. I wouldn't even say it's Booth. I would say it's either Logan Hall, Trey McBride, Travis Jones, or a trade back. That's what I would say. That is what I would say. But we'll see, man. I've been wrong about these things before. Typically, I'm wrong most of the time. So, you know, we'll see what they end up doing. Okay. I'm going to call that good. I'm going to call that good. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. We workshopped it. We figured it out together. Yeah, it's true. Nicholas, smart man. We ain't trying to get stuff out here. We ain't trying to get taken down out here. We can't have that. Okay, let's see. What is everyone drinking in the chat? Just popped a Miller Lite. I'm drinking Pepsi, thank you very much. Because, you know, who knows? Maybe Bill saw something in Strange that others did not. Probably higher on his draft board. Yeah, I mean, I believe that's what he said in his post-draft press conference. That's what the Patriots do, man. That's what the Patriots do. Would hate to see you get taken down. Yeah, don't remind me. Don't you remind me of that. My man, in your honest opinion, who would you consider our main competition in the NFC? Being that every basically left for the AFC. It's the Rams. I mean, it's the Rams. They're for sure going to be up there. The 49ers, I think, will be up there. You put the Cardinals up there. The Cowboys? Packers? I still say you put the Packers up there. Those would be the teams. Those would be the teams that I say are... those would be the teams. James, you still reporting at? I can't remember. Tampa Bay Lightning, was it? I'm not sure what you mean, JT. Like, reporting? I don't know. What's up, everyone? What's up, Adam? Good to see you, my man. Hey, it's only 11:50 for you tonight now. That's not bad. Just kidding. You're probably going to be dead tired by the end of this. We're wide open to get Tariq Woolen. I don't think they'll get him. I don't think they will. Let's see here. It is 6:50 now, so we should be getting Evan Wanish in here very soon. It should be pretty much right now, actually. Let me go ahead and send out another invite to our good friend of the show, my colleague himself. We'll see if we can get him in here. Apparently we won't, because Zoom might just crash on me, folks. Zoom might just crash on me. Here we go. All right, we got the invite sent out. We will see if it ends up working. Man, oh man. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. We are going to get to the draft soon. In about 9 minutes, folks. 9 minutes is when this draft starts. So the second round of the NFL draft, second round, where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick at the top of the draft, is coming up very shortly. Very shortly. This should be good. This should be very, very good. I'm very excited to see what this team does. Will they trade back? Will they keep their pick? There's a lot of different ways they could take this one. A lot of different ways. So we'll see what they end up doing here. 9 minutes left until we select a kick. Yeah, right. They ain't taking a kicker, folks. After last night as well, real tired. Yeah, Adam. Brother, you gotta get some sleep. Evan must be thrilled with Davis and Brown. We have the next pick. If Jason wants him, we will have him. Yeah. Who's my favorite on my list right now? You know, I think everybody I feel relatively similar about, which is like I'll be happy if they select him, you know? I have very similar thoughts about all those guys. Let me see real quick. Let me see. Hold on, folks. We're going to get Evan Wanish in here. Don't you worry. ESPN said Tampa turned down a trade for the 33rd overall pick. That is interesting. That is interesting. We will see. All right, hold on one second, guys. We are going to get Evan Wanish here in just a moment. Let's see. Hold on. Here we go. All right. Joining me in just a moment. It'd probably help if I get my earbuds in so I can hear him. Otherwise, he'll just be talking to nothing. All right. Let's go ahead and get this going. Let's see here. Hold on. All right. we're just going to have, we're not going to do anything special with the second round picks because we'd be here all night trying to type and update everything that's going to be going on with that. But joining me now from the, oh God, there we go. I think we got it. Did we get it? There we are. Joining me, my colleague from BucsNation.com, as well as the co-host of the Cannon Fire podcast. It is Evan Wanish. Evan, how you doing, man? We're here.
Your mic's muted.
My mic is muted? Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. Everybody else can hear me, Evan, just not you. So joining me from the Cannon Fire podcast, co-host, and my colleague from BucsNation.com, it's Evan Wanish. Evan, how you doing, man? We're here again for yet another year of the NFL draft. I don't think Kyle Trask is going to be taken.
I don't think so. Never put it past him. But James, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. Very happy to be here for yet another one. Adam says I can hear you both. We just couldn't hear each other. That was the problem. That was the problem. But Evan, we've got 5 minutes. Now, I want to talk about something that the chat just said, because they said that ESPN reported that the Bucs turned down a trade for pick number 33. What have you been hearing about that?
Yeah. Josina Anderson came out and said that they rejected an offer to trade down for now. Obviously, all it takes is one more phone call, right? All it takes is one team to up an offer. So until they make the pick, we won't know. You never know with these things until they actually make the pick and hand in that card. It could always be traded. So it seems like it's leaning towards they're sitting pat, which I feel like was always the more likely scenario. But yes, they have already rejected one offer. Not sure what it was or what team it was, but they have rejected an offer. So they've been receiving interest, but so far no takers.
And like you said, it makes sense, but the one trade down scenario I could see where they may say, hey, let's do it, was something we talked about yesterday, was, hey, if a team says, look, we want Nakobe Dean, we want Malik Willis, Bucs, you can move back, we'll give you our second rounder and we'll give you a third rounder. The Bucs would have to say, yeah, let's go.
A lot of it depends on how far you're moving back also. Because like you still want to make sure you get one of your guys, whether that's Logan Hall, Travis Jones, Trey McBride. You want to make sure you get one of your guys. So if you're moving from 33 to 44, are you sure that one of those guys is going to be there? Then is it worth it? If you're potentially missing out on one of your guys, and they've already had to weigh that. They weighed that last night where, is it worth it to move down and potentially miss out on Devontae Wyatt, Lewis Cine, Daxton Hill, all three guys that they cannot draft anymore, which were all three were available at 27. So you have to balance that value versus your board. And I think right now they've already done that once. And I think they're doing that again right now. So, yes, that would be an ideal scenario, right? If you could trade down, get another pick, and still get a Logan Hall, Travis Jones, or Trey McBride, but not sure how realistic that is.
And let's talk about that real quick. As we're, again, just a couple of minutes away here from the start of the second round, a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, but there was a very vocal amount of people who were upset at the fact that the Bucs did not get Devontae Wyatt or Lewis Cine or some player like that, mainly Devontae Wyatt, and decided to trade down anyway. What are your thoughts and opinions on that? I know we talked about it yesterday, but for everybody watching here at home.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to it. It's all about the value, and our rankings and our preferences don't mean much, right? Because we're not the ones making the calls. So if the Bucs have their board there and they felt like there was enough value to move down and still get one of these guys, and don't get me wrong, the way the board fell was another reason that they traded down. If, let's say, Devontae Wyatt, Lewis Cine, Daxton Hill, let's say all those guys went before 27, and maybe like Logan Hall and Trey McBride were kind of like the only two guys they were considering, maybe they don't move down, right? Because then you're really risking not getting any of them. There were so many guys on their board that were still available that they decided to trade down. I joked around, and I think I'm partially right, that more people were more annoyed that they stayed up till 11:30 for nothing for the Bucs to not pick than they were that they actually traded the pick. I understand there's a lot of frustration with Devontae Wyatt, especially going right after that. But just because somebody is mocked to the Bucs frequently does not mean that the team has the same amount of interest and they're definitely going to draft. Carmen Vitale came out and said they had a second round grade on Devontae Wyatt. So if he was available tonight, maybe he was the pick. If Lewis Cine was available, maybe he was the pick. We don't know how their board exactly shook out, but they clearly, with all the players that were available, they thought this was a risk that they could take and they would still be able to get somebody else on their board.
Yeah, I don't think that the Bucs are going to do what the Cowboys did yesterday, where they had their freaking draft ranking sheet, and who was it? Jerry Jones was like, "Guys, no, look at what we did. You see?" And then I believe it was Stephen Jones was like, "Stop it, don't do that. Like they're crazy." But again, like you said, we're not going to know. I think the report that came out from Carmen Vitale, like you said, over the Draft Network, the Bucs had a second round grade was pretty telling. And from what me and you talked about was just because fans and people want a team to draft somebody because it's a name they recognize, they went to a big school, things along those lines, does not mean that a team values those people as highly. And I think we saw that very clearly last night. The Bucs could have easily taken Devontae Wyatt. Heck, Evan, me and you had thought, like, hey, if Devontae Wyatt's there, I mean, he very well might be the guy. But it was not to be. Because it's a situation, again, like we said, where, hey, the Bucs did not have him as highly ranked as a lot of people thought they would have. And that is what that is. That's their decision to make. And, I think, Evan, you know this, being a guy in Philly. Trust the process, folks.
Yes, I know very well.
Jason Light, somebody asked me earlier, Evan, like, what round do you think Jason Light is the best at drafting in? Rounds 2 and round 3. He's really good at drafting in the second and third rounds. For the most part, right?
Carlton, unfortunately, some of his bigger misses, unfortunately, have been on day 2, but some of his bigger hits have been on day 2 as well.
Right. And, also you could say round 1 in there as well. But for round 2, look, and there's a lot of negatives. MJ Stewart, Roberto Aguayo, there's some other names that could be thrown in there as well. But
Noah Spence is not one of them, by the way. He's not a bust.
He is Noah Spence is not a bust.
He was a good draft pick. I'd make it again.
We're just waiting. But again,
Carlton. It is 7:00, by the way. So
it is 7:00. So we are going to get started with the draft, by the way, here in round number 2. But Jason Light, this is, I think, some areas where he excels in the draft. Antoine Winfield Jr. was a second round draft pick. People forget about that. Carlton Davis.
So was Keshawn Vaughn was a third round draft pick. So.
Well, hey, Carlton Davis, Jamel Dean, Sean Murphy Bunting,
Mike
Edwards, Chris Godwin. Yeah. The
Ali Marpet, Alex Kappa,
Donovan
Smith. Yeah.
There's a lot of names that Jason Light has had good success in drafting that are still on this team today that have been second and third round draft picks. He just got more ammo towards that. Evan, you gave me I thought you kind of jolted up like you were going to report something for a moment there.
I do not have anything yet. I do not have anything. I'm not going to be spoiling nothing, but I don't have anything.
That's another thing. Shad, don't do it. Just if you're thinking about it, don't do it. Because then I just won't read chat, and then I'll just have Evan read chat.
The tough thing about picking first is that, like, this might come out very quickly, like well before. Well before they actually make the pick, because it's different every year. But it could have came out like an hour ago. Oh, the Bucs are picking Logan Hall, and I'm like, oh, okay, kind of like right. Like everybody knew the Jaguars were taking Trevor Lawrence last year. Like you didn't need to, everybody spoiled that.
Right. Tampa Born, what's up? Go Bucs. James, congrats on the B interview. You did great, bro. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Hey. I'm not going to say that, some other things are in the works, but I'm just saying, hey, maybe stay tuned. I don't know. We might be trying to work on some stuff. I don't know. And the Bucs select Breece Hall, first pick of the second round. Evan, do you think they take
might be the wrong Hall?
Right.
Yeah, they might take a Hall, but
right, it's Logan Hall, not Breece Hall, man. But that was something that we were talking about earlier, the idea of taking a running back. To me, Evan, and me and you have talked about this at length, I think it's either Logan Hall, I think it's either Trey McBride, or Travis Jones, or Ajabo.
Ajabo would be a wild card.
Those
Ajabo would be the more realistic ones. I would say are Logan Hall, Travis Jones, or Trey McBride. I'm leaning more towards Logan Hall or Travis Jones for this spot though.
I would be leaning more towards Logan Hall as well. We're on a commercial break real quick here. While we are, Evan, I'm going to have you read the chat for a moment because I do have to take a quick bathroom break. So just 1 second, folks.
So what do we got here? G Vegas, happy to see you in the chat. You're a longtime CFP listener. If you guys haven't subscribed to the Cannon Fire podcast, please go ahead, check out the Cannon Fire podcast. Me and Rhett Matthew do, I think, a pretty good job. We'll have our draft recap probably on Monday, so stay tuned for that. And if you guys haven't subscribed yet, please leave us a subscription, like, comments, or all greatly appreciated. So, wanted Elam. I mean, yeah. Here's the thing about a corner in that spot. I haven't heard about any type of connection to any of the top corners. So a lot of people are hoping for Andrew Booth tonight. I don't think Andrew Booth is very realistic. A lot of people are hoping for maybe a Kyler Gordon. I haven't heard many connections to that. Do you think getting a running back somewhere in the draft? I do think they add a running back at some point. I'm not sure if it's tonight, but I think at some point, especially with the extra picks that they've added now, I think that only increases the value that they could add it back at some point here. Charles, appreciate you subbing to CFP. I appreciate the kind words. Vegas, what's up, man? Jeremy, no problem. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words, guys. Yep. So, but I think, what do you think? The Pats pick, yeah, Cole Strange. That was something. That was a surprise. I liked Cole Strange. I didn't love him, but I don't understand it. Let's see. What's up, man? Best Bucs pod. I appreciate it. Really appreciate it. You think they're targeting Cam Taylor Britt later tonight if it's not Booth right now? They could. Cam Taylor Britt would be somebody I would have my eye on. Probably at 60. Maybe if you didn't pick him at 60, maybe you could trade up in the third round using 91, package one of those fourths that you have. It increases their options, right? This trade last night increased their options for what they could do today and a lot of the opportunities that they would have for today. So I think a trade like that, getting more ammo, could mean it's likely that there could be some more movement.
You mean in regards to trading up in the second round? I joined late in this conversation, but
yes, there was some talk about I believe it was about Cam Taylor Britt, and I said that maybe not.
Evan, maybe not. I don't mean to alarm you. There's a guy being dragged to the ceiling at this draft in a straitjacket. It's Chris Angel.
It's Cringe Angel, yeah.
It's cringe. It's Cringe Angel.
Cringe Angel.
Kansas Spitty.
The Grinch Angel.
Oh, he's spinning. Oh my God. I saw him live one time in Las Vegas.
Did you? You were in Vegas before?
I was very young. Look at him. He's in the jeans. He's in the spinning. This is a moment. This is a draft moment. That's Mind Freak. Look at this. Oh, he's out of the straitjacket. He did it. He did it. Look at that. My mind's freaking out right now. Look at that. He did. I'm surprised he didn't just throw up from spinning that much. Good Lord. Look at that. What a show. What a way to start off round 2. Hey, Chris Angel. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hey, what do you think of the Cole Strange pick, by the way?
Yeah, there was a question about that in the chat. I obviously, it's something. It's something I don't understand. So the Patriots' logic is trading away Shaq Mason for a 5th round pick and replacing Shaq Mason with a 1st round pick. It didn't make a ton of sense to me. I would have understood it if like a Zion Johnson or Kenyon Green was there. Then sure, that makes a little bit more sense. But to go completely off the board like that, somebody who had a pretty good chance, I think, to be there at 54, which is their next pick, it didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Chris Angel's in Raiders gear, and he was screaming at the camera for a moment, but now he's gone. Darrelle Revis is out there, former Buck. Is that Peele from Key and Peele as well? What is this? I'm so confused. Logan says, what am I watching? This is Vegas, man. This is what they do, I suppose. Somebody's got a sombrero on back there. Evan, this is the play-by-play, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I want Sue back. I want to know what's going on here. Tony Gonzalez is out there. There's a random Chargers fan up there. Man, oh man. By the way, Tampa Bay is on the clock. After all of that,
the Buccaneers are on the clock.
Tampa Bay is on the clock, by the way. So we will see what the heck they do. Is that... I can never remember which one is which. Is that Key or Peele? I can't remember. Keegan-Michael Key or Jordan Peele.
I didn't see it.
I cannot remember. Right?
Oh, I think that's a Keegan-Michael Key.
Okay. So it's Key then. So, but again, the Bucs are on the clock. 6.5 minutes now. They had all night to think about it. I'm just joking. Honestly, hey, do you think I don't think they wait for a trade down, but I think they may just kind of take a little bit of time here in case somebody calls.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't.
Why not?
It wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, because I mean, if they already know, they're like, okay, well, hey, we'll give it a few minutes. We'll see what happens. Ian Rappaport's saying, want to jump in. Let's see. I don't know what Ian Rappaport's saying here. They are going to make a pick, a big shift. They have a good pick. Okay. Well, we'll see. I don't want any spoilers from the NFL Network. I don't want anything in the chat, folks. If you think somebody might be drafted, clarify that. Don't just say John Mulaney and then don't, and then they pick John Mulaney. There's the Bucs draft room, by the way. All the scouts are in there. Bruce Arians is in there. Jason Light's in there. Bruce Arians, by the way, current senior assistant to the general manager, senior football consultant. Todd Bowles, I think, is in between Jason Light and Bruce Arians, but it's a little hard to tell. Evan, I think both of our official predictions here fall in line, right? Are we thinking Logan Hall?
I think so.
Logan says, I'm thinking Marvin Gardens. You shut up, Logan. You shut up right now. The pick is in? I don't think the pick's in. No, I see no confirmation that the pick is in, actually. But we got 5 minutes left here that they are on the clock. We'll see what they do. Man, oh man. Will some team come in and say, hey, maybe a Seattle that says we really want Malik Willis, please?
So some people talk about getting 40 and 41. That's not realistic.
I doubt it. Seattle would be insane to do that. I mean, hell, Tampa should...
unless the Bucs were giving them like 60 as well, like then it might make some sense. But
yeah.
But there's no way the Bucs would get 40, 41 and be able to keep 60.
No, I don't believe so. So we'll see. 4 minutes left. Evan, you have no confirmation of a pick in as well, right?
I have no confirmation right now.
Okay. If there is something, well, you already know. You already know. But man, oh man, look at all the Bucs fans there in Vegas. Would you ever make a trip to a draft like that, Evan?
Probably not. I don't know. It's
a lot of work.
It feels. I would rather sit at home and watch it. Like
I think I would too. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. Deontay Harris, Deontay Harris is back with the Saints. Cool for them. Man, oh man. 3.5 minutes left on the clock now. They're letting it tick down, Evan.
Yeah, maybe fielding some offers, maybe.
Jason Light's on the phone. He's on the phone.
He's either on the phone with a team or with a player.
Yeah, he is on the phone right now. Todd Bowles is sitting there. Bruce Arians is sitting there. They're smiling. I think
if they hand the phone to Todd Bowles or Bruce Arians, that means they made a pick. So
yeah, we're gonna see it here in a second. Everybody's smiling and laughing. Oh well, I guess nobody. Todd Bowles doesn't really laugh, but Jason Light's sitting there, and they cut away from it. 3 minutes left. I think they've made a... I'm going to assume that they've possibly made a pick here. Let's see. That man's got a creamsicle suit jacket on. Folks, I'm not looking at the chat, by the way. I'm not doing it because I don't even want to know. Evan, what's the chat saying right now?
I'm not checking the chat right now. I'm trying to get confirmation on that.
Got it. 2.5 minutes, by the way, here. Top guys, Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis, Breece Hall, Boye Mafe. Booth Jr.,
Ken,
Walker.
I hope they pick him just so you can keep saying his name like that.
Right, and the pick is in. Tampa Bay has made a
Okay,
selection.
so they have not traded it.
They have not traded it. They've officially made a pick. We're going to see who that selection is here in a moment. Let's rock and roll, Evan. It's me and you right now. First pick has been made. The Bucs did not trade down again. Nobody traded up for Malik Willis. Minnesota might trade out of their pick. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, the rumors that Minnesota might be looking at corner, though.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
There was some rumors that a team that maybe wanted like an Andrew Booth or a Kyler Gordon might have to get in front of Minnesota at 34. So that's why it would like come back to the Bucs too. Like, wasn't just teams interested in Malik Willis calling, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You also got to think about Nakobe Dean as well and some of the other prospects that are available up there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have the pick. So
okay, well, Evan has the pick. I do not know the pick. Chat, I'm sure you guys know the pick, but we're going to wait on it. I'm not going to know because you guys are going to get my genuine reactions because that's what we do here in these live streams. So here we go. Who's coming to the podium? Is it, do they don't do, was it Simeon Rice announcing the third round pick, correct?
Yes.
So who's announcing the second round pick? Goodell?
I don't remember.
I guess we'll see in a moment. The Buccaneers, they could go defensive lineman here. They could go
tight end
here.
Corner. Linebacker. Nakobe Dean, maybe.
There's a lot of different ways they could go. There really is. So we'll see. You know, again, Evan, me and you talked about this. Immediate need. Nothing that's essentially there, but definitely positions of, hey, you could use an extra guy. That's what they did last year with Joe Tryon. Here comes the man who will announce the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selection. Very pumped about this. Let's rock and roll, Evan. Let's rock and roll. Here we go. That's Simeon Rice. That is Simeon Rice. Oh.
Oh, maybe they changed that. It was supposed to do the third round.
Maybe they did. So with the 33rd overall pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Logan Hall, defensive lineman out of Houston, Evan. They have done it. They have selected Logan Hall. He is their second round draft pick.
He is their first draft pick, by the way.
That is true.
First draft pick of the 2022 class.
He is their first pick, and he is the of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers draft class, the first pick of the second round. Evan, I'm going to toss this to you real quick to chat because I have to go make a video real quick. So I'm going to go do that, Evan. I'm going to let you read the chat real quick. The chat is blowing up, by the way. Good Lord Almighty. And, Evan, I will talk to you in a moment where I will be giving my thoughts again on this pick. But, Evan, I'm going to toss it to you. I'm going to toss it in the chat. Give me one moment.
Yes, obviously Logan Hall, he brings a lot of positional versatility, I think. And I think that's something that, the Bucs valued, obviously. They want their defensive linemen actually move around a lot. Like they're not in one spot. And, with Ndamukong Suh technically being a free agent, even though I think he's gonna come back, Logan Hall will likely be a rotational piece at the start, but I think he has starter potential. He obviously he is a bit more. I would think of him as Will Golston with a higher ceiling and more of a pass rush like ability. He's more of a pass rusher than Golston. I think like the physical traits are very similar to Will Golston, but in terms of what the actual player is, I think you're looking at a mix of run and pass rush, but I think he's a better pass rusher than Golston, and really a better pass rusher than a lot of people give him credit for. Had 6.5 sacks last season at Houston. So this is the Bucs' first pick of the 2022 NFL draft. They are scheduled to pick next at number 60 overall, barring a trade up or anything, barring anything like that. They're scheduled to pick at 60, so it'll be a little bit of a wait, but we'll see what happens. What do you guys think of the Logan Hall pick? I think a lot of people kind of by now expected it. I think it was a lot of buzz even last night. I think this is a player who the Bucs would have been completely comfortable picking at 27. I think that I think they would have been fine picking at 27. I'm not sure if they would have. Not sure who was higher on their board. If a guy like Devontae Wyatt or Lewis Seen was higher on their board, no clue. But they're able to trade down here, and I think that was an ideal scenario for the Bucs, being able to still get a guy in Logan Hall that they liked while also acquiring more picks because they needed more middle round picks. And Jason Light has gone on record as saying that, this draft, and I've even noticed this as well, this draft isn't very top heavy. They're for Jacksonville. There wasn't a clear cut number one pick. This draft isn't very top heavy, but the depth is very impressive at a lot of positions. So I think getting those mid round picks while also getting your guy that you could have probably picked at 27, like you might have good chance you picked them at 27. I think that's a fair deal for the Bucs, and I think that was an ideal scenario for them coming into this draft. Okay. Oh, the Packers moved up, huh? Okay. I just looked down my phone. Christian Watson to the Packers. Okay. I thought I thought the Packers could get Christian Watson. I thought maybe they would have gone with the Georgia route again. Maybe. The Georgia route, get George Pickens. Maybe I thought, they picked Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt. So I figured maybe George Pickens was an option for them there. But there's a lot of receivers that are here. Sky Moore is still available. Like I mentioned, George Pickens, Alec Pierce, from Cincinnati is also available. So there's a few wide receivers that I think could go tonight. I think Sky Moore would probably be the next one. The rumor on Pickens is that there's some off-field issues. Let's see. DPP is not coming back. I would personally doubt it. Wouldn't surprise me to see the Bucs add a pass rusher at outside linebacker at some point in this draft. Let's see. All right. So a lot of people, it seems like Logan Hall is obviously some people like it, some people no Sue. To me, no, this doesn't seem like Dominican Sue. Doesn't seem like that means he's gone. I think he's gonna come back. But hello, James.
I am back. So
hello.
Evan, your thoughts on the pick? I know you just told all of chat, but now I want you to tell me.
Yeah, obviously, Hall, he has a lot of positional versatility. As I said, he can rush the passer a little bit more. And I think that's what they were looking for from the interior. Bruce Arians had said that at the combine in the interview that you got, with Bruce Arians at the combine when he spoke to the media about getting quicker, getting more explosive in the interior, not just on the outside. So I think a guy like Logan Hall, while I think that he is a rotational player in year one, like I just don't see him as a full-time starter in year one. I think eventually, he could give you that little bit of pass rush burst that you've been looking for in the middle of your defense there.
Yeah, I think that whenever you look at Hall, it's a very Joe Tryon type pick, right? Where it's going to be a guy who's going to be a rotational type guy right off the bat, with the possibility of Sue coming back, with the possibility of all these different types of things. I think that Hall will be a rotational guy, like you said, which is a fine role for him, right? And Evan, this is the guy that they probably would have taken at 27 anyway. So they were able to get a 4th round pick, get a 6th round pick, and still be able to get the guy that they wanted, presumably. Again, we don't know super at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. Roger McCreary, by the way, is the pick for the Titans from Auburn. That was somebody a lot of Bucs fans also wanted as well.
Yeah, the Titans straight up with the Giants, and the Packers straight up with the Vikings. So
really,
the Packers selected Christian Watson.
Christian Watson, wide receiver.
Yes.
Okay, so they did end up getting a wide receiver to replace Devontae Adams in the form of Christian Watson, and now Roger McCreary has gone from Auburn. So those were also two players that a lot of people wanted the Buccaneers to take. But again, Evan, this pick makes sense to me, right? It does. It's somebody that was already connected to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a lot through this process. And overall, I think it's a fine selection. I really do. And some people are going to say, "Oh, James is always so optimistic." But again, look, it's just something that was expected, and it makes a lot of sense here whenever you look at, hey, Will Golston's on a 1-year deal, and Ndamukong Suh's on a 1-year deal. They aren't getting any old or any younger, Evan. In fact, they are getting older. So you're gonna need a young guy to come in there eventually to be able to step up and be a starter next to Vita Vea for the next handful of years. That's a guy that they got there in Logan Hall. So, Evan, let me ask you this. Do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers possibly trade up now in this
I think that's what you got to be on the lookout for. Obviously, not I don't think anytime soon. I think once you get in the 40 range, mid 40s, late 40s, I think that might be the spot. So we'll see. It'll be interesting because I know they really love Trey McBride. He's high on their board. He's another player that I think they did take some consideration to picking here. So I think Trey McBride could definitely make a lot of sense, and we'll have to wait and see. I don't think it's anytime soon, but always a chance that they package. With like I talked about it earlier, with the trade down, you've now given yourselves many options.
Yeah, that's the best thing that they're going to have here is flexibility. Right, that's the best thing that they're going to have here is flexibility with what they are going to be able to do here in the remainder of these rounds, round 2, round 3, and I think that's a good spot to be in for a team that doesn't have a ton of dire needs like what we've been talking about. Right, they just shored up a very big depth piece here with Logan Hall. They did. They're going to have a strong defensive line depth now to look at and have at their disposal now. We'll see if they can get something done here for the tight end position possibly later on with Trey McBride. This is why I don't use my number pad, Evan, because it messes up the live stream. We're still good. We're back. We're good. Nothing's wrong. But man, oh man. What's the chat saying, Evan? Let me know what the chat's saying while I'm working on something real quick.
Let's see. Let's see. Hello, Emily. Emily says, "Great to see you dressed, James." So I guess she likes seeing you in a polo. I think she heard the story about on CFP when we had to convince you to do the show with a shirt on. God forbid.
Oh yeah.
But
well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, and I mean, G Vegas. I think you're right. Having Logan Hall, in the second round is much better than in the first. I'm still very meh on Hall as a prospect all around. I probably personally wouldn't have made that pick, but it's whatever, because I understand the thought process behind it. It's Travis Jones, defensive tackle from UConn, would have been someone who didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay.
Just wouldn't make a lot of sense. He's a nose tackle. He's not as versatile. That's one where I would have ripped the pick. Trey McBride to me would have made even more sense than Travis Jones in that spot, just because I just don't see the need for a guy like Travis Jones. I think he's a solid player. It's just I don't see the need for him. And I think a guy like Logan Hall, like I said, the versatility he provides and the inside pass rush that he could provide that Ndamukong Suh and Will Golston really don't provide. Ndamukong Suh, especially now that he's getting older, will probably provide that less and less. So, and I mean, we are assuming that Suh will be back. I think Suh will be back. I would expect him back. So we'll have to wait and see. And, I do think that the Logan Hall pick is solid, but I do feel that there was some better choices available, but it fills a need. If you went with a corner, how much is that corner going to play in 2022? You're talking about a bench player. And we'll have to wait and see what happens with the rest of this draft. They could pick a corner at 60. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see, man. Oh, by the way, the New York Jets have selected Breece Hall out of Iowa State. So what does this mean for who was their running back last year, Evan? He was a rookie running back.
Carter from North Carolina.
Michael Carter. Yeah, I wonder what that means for Michael Carter. I assume he's not the starter now. Breece Hall, seemingly the top running back in this draft. he is now not really an option moving forward. Well, not really, or Michael Carter is seemingly not their top option moving forward, is what I was trying to get out there. Words are hard, Evan. Words are hard. Houston's up 8. Still no Malik Willis. Still no Nakobe Dean, correct?
And Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis, Andrew Booth, Kyler Gordon, all 4 still on the board.
A lot of different stuff
Mickens
here.
Also on the board. Sky Moore is on the board. Desmond Ritter is on the board. So still a lot of talent. Obviously, we had our first running back off the board there. Isaiah Spiller still available. The Bucs have been connected to Spiller a little bit. Don't think they're going to take a running back at 60. I think the 3rd round could be more likely, even though I think the beginning of the 4th round tomorrow might be that sweet spot for a running back for them if they were to pick one. But we'll see.
Man, we talked about this earlier with Leonard Fournette on that 3-year deal. Keshawn Vaughn's got a couple years left. They brought back Giovani Bernard. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say they're not going to take a running back in this draft.
I think they are.
Me and you, yes, I agree. I think that it's a possibility. And I'm saying I don't think they're not going to take a running back because, Jesus, man, me and you were talking about it when I was in Indy. They met with so many running backs, Evan.
Well, they also had top 30 visits, which to me, that's even a bigger indication than meeting at the combine. Because top 30 visits, you're limited to 30. So You're choosing 30 players. You got to choose 30 specific players that you are interested in. And I mean, James Cook, Dameon Pierce, Breece Hall, Isaiah Spiller, Rachaad White, all of these guys took a trip down to Tampa. So
Jalen Petre out of Baylor goes to Houston, by the way. That was Jonathan Joseph who announced the pick. Remember him? I liked him. He was good.
He's a fine player, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Hey,
kind of like an underrated corner, I think.
Now they don't get McAfee to announce these picks. That's messed up.
McAfee's doing his own thing.
Indy's picks,
Yeah, McAfee's doing his own thing.
He honestly is too good for this nowadays. But Justin, hey, we got Justin McConnell in the chat. Shout out to the McConnell brothers, man. These guys, co-workers of mine for many years, Evan. Couple of great guys. You'd love them.
So Bucs head coach Todd Bowles says that the team had offers at 33, but Hall was the only player left at the top of the board at 33, and they didn't want to risk losing out on him. So again, it's fair. That thing that I talked about, value, right? What is the value here versus how we have our board lined up versus the trade offer? Is the trade offer much more valuable? Because if it's not, then you stay pat and you pick your guy. If the trade offer wasn't valuable last night, they would have stayed at 27 and picked their guy.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%, man. So, yeah, it seems like Logan Hall was that could be, Todd Bowles just saying that. Hey, the Atlanta Falcons have traded up?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, no, the Falcons have pick number 38.
I thought they always had pick number. Well, I know what their pick is, but I thought they always had 38.
I believe they had traded for pick 38.
Okay.
Is this where we finally see Malik Willis go, Evan? Because I don't know. Look, I talked to Rise Up Rundown Logan, Falcons fan, yesterday on the live stream. He did not like the Drake London pick. He did not like it at all whenever I had spoken with him. And that was a general consensus of Falcons fans. In my opinion, Drake London's a good wide receiver. I think it's a start for trying to rebuild a lot of what they lost. If you get a guy like Malik Willis here, especially with him dropping to you, well, I guess they did trade up, possibly. But actually, Evan, can you look into that to see if they did trade up? But
yeah.
Hey, getting a quarterback wide receiver combo after you lose Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, and Calvin Ridley, that's not bad in my opinion. This smells like a quarterback for the Dirty Birds, says Adam. Opinions? Weren't we bottom 10 in pass defense? Nick, one thing you've also got to consider is the Bucs were playing their sixth.
Okay, yeah, you're right. The Falcons did trade up. So
what did they give up in that trade?
They gave up pick 43 and 114 to go from 43 to 38. So
that's a sizable trade up. No. I mean, it's not like an earth-shaking trade or anything, but obviously they wanted.
Well, I mean, the Vikings got a really good value. For 34, the Vikings got 53 and 59. So obviously, you're moving down almost 20 spots, but you were able to get a value.
Right. Frank, thank you for the $5 super chat saying BA said they were looking for more speed in the defensive line instead of a run stopper. Yeah, I think they've definitely...
It fits. They don't have much trouble stopping a run.
Yeah, and I think they definitely got a guy who's gonna offer a lot for them, I really do. I think that Logan Hall is going to be a strong rotational guy, defensive end. Going to offer you something a little bit different than what you're getting with Sue and Will Golston. And add a little bit of juice there to that defensive line, which I think is good, man. I think it's good. We'll see what the Buccaneers do here in the remainder of this second round. Yeah, shout out to Frank for the super chat. Very, very appreciative of that. Let's see. Jamel Dean's one of their best pass-up. Yeah, again, to go back to the cornerback thing, Evan. Again, folks, you got to remember, the Bucs were down bad. 6th, 7th corners, their 8th corner. Those were
they had to sign Richard Sherman off the street.
And then he got hurt, you know? So it's just, they were hurt. They were banged up. It is what it is. Hey, James, are you able to update your scroll at the bottom for the second round? Logins, I'd love to, man. But, brother, we'd be here a long time. A long time. There's a lot of trades that happen in the second round. I like just having the first round there because it shows kind of the big players that people have gotten. And then it would be very hard for me to update it to round 3 after that point. So I'm going to keep it at round 1. We're obviously announcing the picks and everything. If anybody has any questions as to what pick we're on or who picked where, we can obviously just talk about that in the chat and whatnot. The Falcons do have the 38th overall pick right now, by the way. As of right now, 22 picks away from the Bucs pick. Is that correct, Evan?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so we'll see. The Falcons, they've got people, they've got a lot of people up there. We'll see what they end up doing. I get it, bro. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Jardani, what's going on?
The Bears pick has also been made.
Got it. So the Falcons, Goodell is up there. Let's see. Okay, we're still not getting anything yet. But, again, secondary thing, look. People have been saying the Buccaneers need secondary. They need secondary. Their cornerbacks aren't good. Their cornerbacks got hurt last year. And that's the bottom line. We have seen those guys be good cornerbacks when they are healthy. Carlton Davis is a good cornerback when he is healthy. Jamel Dean can be a solid corner when he is healthy. Same thing with Sean Murphy-Bunting, Evan. It's a big thing of injuries. That was a big thing last year, and I think people overlook that and say, well, they're just not good. It's not necessarily the case. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree. I think with Sean Murphy-Bunting, it's a little bit different. I think he even struggled when he was healthy and on the field, but Jamel Dean and Carlton Davis, especially Carlton Davis, obviously have both shown that they can compete in the NFL. So, I mean, the thought process behind picking a corner would have been more of a future thing, if anything, because Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean are both free agents next year. Are you going to be able to pay both? Who knows? If you can't, you can let one or both of them walk, and then you would have another corner there waiting. So that would have been the reasoning behind the corner.
Yeah, and, I think that's something you can get done in round 3, or maybe round 4 if you want to. Arnold Ebiketie, I think, out of Penn State, is the selection for the Atlanta Falcons. Good edge rusher, and Evan, when we talked to Bruce Arians about this, we had mentioned that, hey, Bruce Arians had said that this is a good edge class. This is a good group of guys in rounds 3 to 5. You assume you could throw the second round in there as well as guys who can build up and give you some talent, and we're seeing some of that now. So we'll see. 4 sacks in 2020, led Temple. I don't know if he played after that. Seattle's going to have an interesting couple of picks here coming up. You said Chicago's pick is already in. I do see somebody asking, how's Logan? I'm going to text him right now. Logan from Rise Up, Run Down. Let's see. We'll see how he's doing in a minute. But man, oh man. Evan, what are your thoughts? What have your thoughts been on the NFC South selection so far with the Panthers, the Falcons, and the Saints?
Yeah, I thought the Panthers made out pretty well. Getting Icky, arguably the best offensive tackle in the class, right? He's a big need for them as well. So I think that's one where you got to look and see that, that's where a need also fits best player available. And that's the perfect case scenario. That is the draft absolutely working in your favor. Obviously, the Saints, a little bit of a surprise that they trade up for Chris Olave. My mock draft had them selecting Olave, but staying at 19 to do it. So I'm a little bit surprised that they did that, but I like Olave as a prospect. Trevor Penning, I also had to them in my mock. So that wasn't a huge surprise to me. The Falcons, though, this is a solid pick, but Drake London, I'm just not a huge fan, especially with Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and Jameson Williams also on the board. Drake London being the first wide receiver off the board just didn't really make a lot of sense to me. But they've been tortured by Mike Evans for how many years in the NFC South, so I guess they wanted their own version of it.
Well, they did figure, they said, hey, man, if we can't have Mike Evans, we'll get the new Mike Evans, and then feel good about that, But like you said, I agree with a lot of what you said there in regards to being able to, they got some good wide receivers. They got all good offensive pieces. The NFC South did. They have to compete with the Bucs and what they're going to be doing on offense. You're seeing that. It's going to be shootout type situations between these NFC South games. Again, we know that they don't beat the Saints, but with these other teams, with Drake London, with the Panthers getting a tackle, does this mean that they're going to really roll out Sam Darnold for another year?
Maybe. I mean, they could. Oh no, they don't have a second round pick. That's right. I mean,
that was my reaction earlier. I was like, they could get Malik Willis in the second round. No, they can't. They don't have a second round pick.
I mean, you still hear a lot of the Baker Mayfield stuff. Jimmy Garoppolo is still available. I think people have forgotten about him. So I'm not sure if Sam Darnold is 100% going to be the guy. I think we'll have to wait and see. By the end of the weekend, I think we might have a good indication because maybe Jimmy Garoppolo or Baker Mayfield's a guy that's moved either later tonight or tomorrow.
We did get a text from Logan from Rise Up, Rise Down saying, I think he'll fit right in. Maybe could take a while to develop. It's a much-needed draft pick at a position of need, and I'm not expecting a ton from him in year one, but year two he could break out. Well, there you go.
And I mean, Atlanta's in a rebuild, so that doesn't,
they're figuring some
things out. I'm curious to see the team that picks a Ajabo, because you're essentially picking a red shirt.
Yes, essentially. Now, Chicago's pick is in. We'll see who they select in a moment. I feel like this round is taking longer than the first round, Evan.
As far as picks go, I think it's actually quicker, but the fact is the NFL had that whole Chris Angel thing, and then it had the one, like a lot of like the celebrity guests that were picking it, and they had that whole thing with all the players and everything. So I feel like the theatrics kind of make it drawn out a little bit. I'm gonna head out here in a few picks, and then I'll be back before the Bucs pick in the second round, unless of course they trade up, in which I will hurry back here. But
just sprint back in. I'm gonna check my phone. I have 30 missed text messages. James, let me in.
Right.
You'll be sending the GIF of that one
Eric Andre.
Yeah,
Eric Andre.
Right. Oh my goodness! Watch Chiefs pick a Ajabo. I mean, again, like Evan said, it's a red shirting thing.
Yeah, but the Chiefs are another team. They're looking to win now. So, like, are they willing to take that risk?
Mm-hmm. Holy crap! There's Matt Forte. Remember him?
Fantasy god for like 2 years.
He really was, wasn't he? Let's see. I'm surprised Booth is falling this far down. There goes Kyler Gordon, by the way, a cornerback out of Washington, who is not named Booth. So
there's some thoughts on Booth with a lot of his medicals. A lot of people, he's dealt with injuries at Clemson. A lot of people are a little bit weary of the medicals with Andrew Booth. I think that's the reason for him sliding here.
Yeah, and again, I'm not crazy, right? Nakobe Dean has not been selected yet.
No, Nakobe Dean has not been selected. That's another player where some of the injuries have been a concern. He elected to not, I forget the injury he had, but he elected to not get surgery on it. He elected to rehab it instead. So that's some of the concern. And also he's an undersized linebacker. So I think that's why the Bucs didn't select him. That's one of the reasons. He is a little bit undersized. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
Let me ask you this. Seattle has two. Do you know one of Seattle's picks yet?
I do not.
Okay. They have 2 picks. They just lost Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, it feels like this could be a spot for Willis.
Imagine they go Nakobe Dean and Malik Willis here.
Imagine they go Nakobe Dean and not Malik Willis.
That'd be something.
I just don't know where Malik Willis would sit. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the question I wanted to pose to you.
Sure.
Since we're sitting here, and the last time I was sitting in this chair, you were sitting in yours, and we were live streaming on a weekend in April.
Mm-hmm.
The Bucs picked Kyle Trask.
They did pick Kyle Trask.
What if they didn't?
If they did not pick Kyle Trask,
would you have considered Malik Willis at 33?
Yes.
I would have considered it. I don't know if I would have done it.
I don't know if I would have. I would have considered it though. Yeah, if they wouldn't have picked Kyle Trask, I think you would have at least thought about it. You know?
Yeah, because I like Malik Willis better than Kyle Trask, but that's just me personally. But like, and like, I understand like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Malik Willis with Tampa, that makes sense. Like, no, like it doesn't matter what I think. It's what the Bucs think, and the Bucs had Kyle Trask graded higher than all the other quarterbacks in this draft class. So it doesn't matter what I think. I like Malik Willis better, but it doesn't matter. So they were never picking Malik Willis.
No. Which he's still on my big board because he's still available, but so is Nakobe Dean. So, but yeah, Kyler,
Kyler.
Yeah, Kyler Gordon out of Washington. He was somebody that I know. Oh, he's doing some dancing here. He's participating in ballet. Okay. They come up with the weirdest videos sometimes, man. They really do. Like, I get it. They're trying to say he has good balance and he's a good athlete and everything, but...
I will stay for these 2 Seattle picks.
Okay. Vegas says the Seahawks pick is in, but don't you do it. Don't you do it. Man, oh man, Evan. At this point, there's 20 picks until the... I don't know. We'll see. I think if the Bucs trade up, it'd have to be in like what, 10 picks from now.
Like I said, I think you're getting there. You're getting in the mid 40s, mid 40s, high 40s, low 50s. I think if it gets to like 55, 56, I think they'll just sit.
Yeah.
Jason Light has notoriously been known to move around on day 2 though. So if they're not moving up in round 2, I would expect some type of move in round 3. Maybe you pick a 91. You package 106 and 133 to move up back into the 3rd round to get another 3rd round pick. Maybe, who knows?
That's a possibility. We'll see. Seattle's picks in. Ian Rappaport's sitting here talking. He's having a conversation. Evan, I don't think I asked you about this, but what the heck do you think about A.J. Brown getting traded to the Eagles?
Yeah, obviously, I think there was a lot of smoke around. He was one of the receivers that there was a ton of smoke around. So, I think it's a fair deal for both sides. I think if Tennessee wasn't going to be able to re-sign him, getting the 18th overall pick and drafting Treylon Burks is a solid replacement for him. So, and for Philly, obviously you get a guy to pair with Devonta Smith, and I think that's most important there. He's young enough, especially with Jalen Hurts, you need to give him as many opportunities as you can. I think they do that. So.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of eggs into the Hurts basket right now, right? There's a cutout of a dog in Seattle's war room. I don't know why. I think they're in it for the memes. I see the cutout of the dog. I don't know what they were planning to do with that. But they did trade.
I have the Seahawks pick, and it's a Seahawks pick. It is a Seahawks.
It is a Seahawks pick. That probably means it is a offensive guard or something.
No, they drafted Charles Cross last night, so they wouldn't go offensive.
Oh, Boye Mafe out of Minnesota is the selection at pick.
Definitely a Seahawks pick.
That's a Seahawks pick. 4-3 defense, 6'3", 261, 4.5, 40-yard dash. Yeah, that's a good pick. Like, will he fit the defense though? I mean, I think you could say yeah, right?
Yeah.
Fit a 4-3 defense, put him out there at defensive end. But not a bad pick for Seattle there.
He was a player that I liked. I wrote about him on BucsNation.com. I did a draft profile on him. He was actually my last one. He was somebody that I liked, and I mean, solid value for Seattle here. It's a pick that they normally make.
Yeah, they like getting edge defenders, man. They like getting edge defenders. Now with Seattle's second pick, Evan, I assume it's not in. Is this where we see a quarterback type situation? What are we? It's halfway through the second round now? Almost halfway through?
Almost.
And still no Malik Willis, man.
Still no Malik Willis.
That's something. That is something. To me, Boye is better suited for 34 LOB. Oh, 3-4 outside linebacker, says Willie.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I think I don't think it's as big of a deal. I think when you're talking about whether your hand's in the dirt, I think it matters more on the interior than anything. Like Will Golston. Will Golston is better as an interior rusher, an interior, a 3-4 interior defensive lineman than he is a 4-3 defensive end. I think that matters more than when you're talking about 3-4 outside linebacker or 4-3 defensive end. Like Jason Pierre-Paul did that. He went from a 4-3 defensive end to being a 3-4 outside linebacker, and he still had success. So
right. Seahawks next pick is in, by the way, pick number 41. Goodell's out here. He looks not disheveled, but his hair looks a little messy. Kenneth Walker the third, running back out of Michigan State, is the pick, Evan.
Yeah, so Malik Willis' slide continues.
Hold on. They have Chris Carson. They have Rashad Penny. Am I correct in saying he did re-sign?
I think, yes.
And now they have Kenneth Walker the third. What is... This is another Seattle pick, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Wow.
It's what they do.
He is an American.
So now, in terms of the Bucs, another running back off the board. Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall now both off the board. So their options are dwindling for a second-round running back, I think. I think Isaiah Spiller would probably be the last option if you were going to go a running back in the second round.
They're showing the pieces of the puzzle of the Seahawks offense. They're showing Drew Lock, Kenneth Walker, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Noah Fant. Did they forget that Chris Carson's on the team? Did they forget Rashad Penny's on the team? Rashad Penny's former first-round running back.
Yeah, I don't know.
What are we talking about here? That is surprising, in my opinion. That's the most surprising pick of the second round so far, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I think you could even justify, okay, Boye Mafe, that's good value there. But Kenneth Walker the third, good running back, right? Good running back. Some people had him as one of the, maybe not the best running back, but probably, second, third best running back?
Something like that, yeah. I wasn't the biggest Walker fan, but I thought he was okay, yeah.
But where's the need here?
Seattle, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it is. So what does Indy do now? You have Indy, Giants, Cleveland, Baltimore.
Would they be a dark horse to take Willis? I mean, Matt Ryan is not locked into a long-term contract. It's not like...
I would think they'd rather take a guy like Desmond Ridder. If Desmond Ridder goes before Malik Willis, what is going on with Malik Willis at that point? Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, I mean, even once Atlanta, Seattle, there's not many other teams. I don't know.
Whoever does get him, probably going to be getting good value, right?
Yeah, I mean... If he's there at 60, then I'd be like, God darn it, why'd you pick Trask last year?
Right, just breaks.
You should have picked Malik Willis at 60.
Yeah, they wouldn't get him still, but you'd be wondering, man,
yeah,
what the heck? Somebody said Vegas said they better not get McBride. Who wants to tell him? Who wants
the Seahawks or the Bucs?
I think he's.
I'm not sure who he's talking about.
I think Vegas. Are you talking about the Bucs or Seattle?
Or is he talking about the Colts?
Oh, that's true. You know, they could take a guy like Trey McBride. He'd be a good fit in that Colts offense. Evan, after this pick, I'm gonna let you go, man. Okay.
All right. I'll be like I said. I'll be back.
Yep. Evan,
just a brief intermission for me, I guess. Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. The Vikings have traded up, so I believe that the Colts traded back
with the Vikings.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the details of that trade?
I do not yet. Just that the Vikings are on the clock. So maybe this is Malik Willis. Maybe the Minnesota. It was rumored that they could be looking at a quarterback. Maybe this is a corner. Is this where Andrew Booth comes off the board? This could be a multitude of things.
I would say corner more than quarterback because they do have Kellen Mond, who they did draft.
Last year. They did. They do. They invested. Obviously, it was an early third, but they invested a third-round pick into him. And they just re-signed Kirk Cousins, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, Minnesota wants to trade up for somebody. They have a few needs, right? They do. They have a few needs there that they could look into. Evan, do you want to stay for this pick now that it's been traded, or would you like to head out now and we can see in a bit?
I will stay for this pick.
Okay.
All right.
We're going to keep Evan around for this selection here.
Yeah. So Logan Hall says he looks up to Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner's NFL guys with similar body types and skill sets that he watches and patterns his game after. He ends up with like either one of those guys. The Bucs are just hit a home run. So
yeah,
if he ends up like either one of those guys,
that's a very good value. That's a very good value if one of those guys ends up. Minnesota's pick is in, by the way. They did trade up, as Evan said, with the Indianapolis Colts. So we'll see what that selection is in a moment. Vikings have been trade crazy this year. They have been.
Okay, Josina Anderson said that she heard that Tampa liked Kenneth Walker as well. So obviously Kenneth Walker not an option anymore, but the Bucs did like him.
Yeah, so we'll see what they do here at the end of the second round. Vikings have acquired the 42nd overall pick from the Colts. There's Peter Schrager sitting there on NFL Network talking some stuff out. Let's see what happens, man. Let's see what Minnesota does here. I think you're onto something here with saying this might be where Booth comes off the board.
Maybe Jaquan. No, they just drafted Lewisine. I was going to say Jaquan Brisker, but
so Minnesota gets the 42nd pick and the 122nd pick. Indianapolis gets the 53rd pick 77, and pick 192. That's a good trade.
That's strong value. That's strong value.
So who would Minnesota trade that strongly up for?
Quarterback.
It might, you know what, Evan? It might be Malik Willis. It might be. We'll see. You don't know the pick yet, do you?
I do know the pick now.
Okay. So we'll see. They could go a member of the secondary. They could go a quarterback. They could go a lot of different routes. They could go
I might be onto something here.
You might be onto something.
I don't know.
We'll see. We shall see.
I do know, but at the same time, I don't know.
You do know. That is a very let's talk about that. That's a good trade back for the Colts. That's good value.
Yeah, it's good value. It's a good value. Being able to pick up. I mean, you're picking up what did they say? 53, 80, and what?
I don't have it on my screen right now. Nakobe Dean's still there. Malik Willis, Booth Jr., Travis Jones is still there. Harris is there. Matt Corral's still there. There's some names there, man. There's some names there.
Okay, 53, 77, and 192.
Okay, that's a good trade
back.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good deal. You're moving back 9 spots where you pick up a mid-third. So
yeah. Here comes the Minnesota Vikings selection now. I don't know who that man is, but he has a nice suit on. So that's good for him. Very dapper. We'll see who this pick is. This is former Vikings running back, fullback Ed Marinaro, I guess. All right, let's see. With the 42nd overall pick in round number 2, the Minnesota Vikings have selected... Let's see. Okay, he's monologuing a little bit. This is something. You know, hey. It is what it is. He said when he played in the Super Bowl. I don't think he won the Super Bowl, though. All right. Well, he ain't looking at that card like he's ready to read it. This man's still monologuing. This man's having a whole... He had a speech written. He had a speech written out here. The Giants, Cleveland, Baltimore, and Detroit are after this, Evan. We'll see what they end up doing in the next hour. Because apparently this man's going to be talking for the rest of his life. Let's see. That man is drinking liquids out of a Viking horn. That's awesome. All right. Let's see. Man still... Okay. All righty, buddy. I'm going to have to start ushering him off the stage, Evan.
They know that I'm getting ready to leave. They're like, don't leave.
They're going to get Chris Angel out here to announce the pick. I wonder if they would do. Would they let Chris Angel announce the pick? Who knows? They're still going. He's still going. We're in about minute 30. Oh, they're showing a cheese head. He ain't looking at the card. He's hitting that podium, but I ain't looking at the card, buddy. Man, oh man, this is the most drawn out draft moment of the night so far. He was drafted 50 years ago by the Vikings, he said. Well, that's
Giants have already made their pick. It's like, come on.
Yeah, man, he's still up there. He's still up there. I don't see that card getting read. They legit They told her. They told him. They told him to read the pick. This man was monologuing too long. He looked back and said, "What are you talking about? What is happening?" Read the pick, you maniac.
He was about to say something else.
Okay, the Minnesota Vikings have selected Andrew Booth Jr., cornerback out of Clemson. Finally. Well, Evan, you were right. They did make a strong trade up for Booth. That was something they needed, a member of the secondary. This is the second member of the secondary that they have gotten now. With Lewis Cine in round 1, Andrew Booth in round 2. That's a good couple of members of your secondary, Evan. You got to agree with that.
That's a good. Yeah, they re-signed. They re-signed Patrick Peterson, added Andrew Booth and Lewis Cine. So a couple good hours for the Vikings there.
Any momentum that pick just had though was murdered by that monologue. Good. They had an assistant come up and say, just read the pick. Just read the pick. And he was like, "What? What do you mean read the pick?" Insane, Evan. Giants pick is in. What do we think here, Evan? I know you already know the pick, but I think that
I'm thinking, I don't know. You got a quarterback, you got a young quarterback, you got an offensive lineman to protect them. Maybe you get a weapon here.
Look, Nakobe Dean though at linebacker.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
The Giants are one of those teams that have a lot of different types of holes and needs right now, so they could go a lot of different directions.
Right.
Let's see. The guy I never heard of won't be announcing the pick next year. Yeah, I think that's accurate, Willie. This man knew. He's like, "How much time I got?" "Well, you got 15 minutes. I got an hour.
Oh, and also, real quick, I'm heading out right after I say this. The reason Simeon Rice might have announced that pick, I still think he's scheduled to announce the 3rd round pick, not the 2nd. But the Bucs weren't projected to have 2 second-round picks.
Okay. Wandale Robinson out of
yep.
Kentucky, by the way. Evan, before we leave real quick, by the way, I do want to say this and ask this of you. Whenever you look, they just took a wide receiver in the 2nd round. New York did.
Yes.
What happens to Kadarius Toney?
Yeah, it's really it's interesting because Wandale was it Robinson?
Yes.
Is very similar to Kadarius Toney as like a player. Very similar skill sets of what they can do. So that's interesting. There was obviously rumors that they were shopping Toney and they kind of shut them down and he reported to camp, but I think that might spell the end for Kadarius Toney. I'd keep an eye on him maybe tomorrow being traded for a day 3 pick.
To the Bucs. I couldn't agree more. All right, Evan.
Never said that.
Evan, thank you so much for being on, man. I will see you in a little bit whenever the Buccaneers make their next selection. Might be sooner rather than later, depending on what the heck they do in regards to trading up and everything along those lines. So,
if the Bucs stay at 60, I will probably hop on 4 or 5 picks before the Bucs select.
Okay, right on. So we will see you in a little bit, and right on, man, right on, Evan. We will see you soon. Okay.
All right,
see ya. All right, guys, we are back here with the solo cam right now. We went back to the Minnesota Vikings pick where that man was monologuing until the ends of the earth. I'm not going to drop it because what the heck was that? But man, oh man, this is going to be interesting. Giants, they pick Wandale Robinson out of Kentucky. When will Kadarius Toney get traded? That's going to be a big question. Cleveland, Baltimore, Detroit, Washington. I don't see Tampa on the little bar yet, but we are getting there. We will have to wait and see, folks. Cleveland's one of those teams where... Oh, no, Cleveland's actually traded the pick to the Houston Texans, as a matter of fact. No, so Justin says Brown's getting either Pickens. Hey, Pickens was already selected, Justin. Cleveland trades the pick to the Houston Texans, and the pick is in. Wow, okay, we'll see what Cleveland gets in return from Houston. Houston already picking up Derek Stingley Jr. and Kenyon Green in the 1st round. So they had a very solid 1st round of this draft. And they also have already picked up Jalen Petre, safety out of Baylor, with their 1st 2nd round pick. Now they're going to have another one 7 picks later. We'll see what they do. Justin, sorry, man. I'm sorry to break it. Who wants to tell him? Sorry to tell you, man. Cleveland will not be making a selection yet. It looks like they're not even on the board anymore. Like on way back, going all the way back to Minnesota's pick, they're not there right now. When Pickens got picked, I was running the front. Pickens got picked at number 20 last night by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Pickens is a Pittsburgh Steeler. You know who's still on the board? Malik Willis. That's insane. Boye Mafe is off the board, by the way. So we've got to put somebody else on there. Who do you guys want to see on the board? Let me know your thoughts and opinions on that. I'm thinking Isaiah Spiller. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. I'll see in a moment. Yeah, we're going to put Isaiah Spiller on the board because I think that'd just be a good guy to put on there. Who else would we put on the board, folks? I think that Christian Watson is no longer available, right? Willie, who else should we put on the board, man? I'm going to ask you. Oh, the wide receiver Pickens, not Pickett. Yes, okay, Justin, I gotcha. No, yeah, Pickens, I don't believe has been selected yet. Spiller would be the best pick right now. Christopher, I'm late to the party. Who did our Bucs pick so far? I missed it. They picked Logan Hall, defensive lineman, out of Houston with their first pick at the top of round number 2. Houston's pick is in, by the way. Folks, who do we put on our big board now? We have Malik Willis, Perrion Winfrey, who's still available, Isaiah Spiller, Dylan Parham. Was he selected? I think Dylan Parham might still be available. Logan Hall's also got to come off the board. So we got to put a couple of new names on there. Christian Watson, Logan Hall are coming off the board. Let's see. We will put Christian Harris on there. Logan Hall's coming off because he was drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So we need another name to put on the board. Let me know what you guys think. Cam Taylor-Britt would be on the big board. I will put Cam Taylor-Britt on the board. I will put him on there. Texans pick is in, by the way. We'll see what they get here in a moment. I don't think they're going to let anybody read picks anymore after that Minnesota Vikings guy. I think he ruined it for all of them. What did you win? I don't know. John Mechie III out of Alabama goes to Houston, by the way. They get another quick wide receiver. Very cool. He did have an ACL injury, though. That's huge. Kane, I'm not doing that. You mean person. Oh, you predicted Logan Hall yesterday? What do you win? You win a good job from me, and that's the best prize you could ever get. That's the best prize you could ever get. Baltimore's up next. Baltimore's had themselves an interesting draft so far. They got the 23rd overall pick for Hollywood Brown, and they've danced around a little bit for some of their picks. Overall, I think it's been an interesting draft for them so far. I really do think that. Who do I think the Bucs will pick next? You know, I tell you what. Trey McBride's still on that board. There's a lot of options. Davis Mills, Marlon Mack, Brandon Cooks, Nico Collins, John Mechie III is what they've got going on right now for the Houston Texans. It may not be the most amazing draft board, it may not be the most amazing offense, but it's a start, right? It's a start. Nakobe Dean's still on that board. David Ajabo is still on that board, by the way. Man, oh man. Like, absolutely crazy that there's still so much talent left. Nakobe Dean, Bernard Rainman, Malik Willis, George Pickens out of Georgia. That's who Justin was alluding to earlier. Matt Corral, Daniel Falele, Jaquan Brisker, David Ajabo, Sam Howell, Darian Kennard, Sky Moore, Trey McBride, Majai Sanders, Rasheed Walker. There's a lot of different talented guys right now, man. I think Nakobe Dean's being the top. Nakobe Dean's got to be up the top. Is this where he finally goes? We don't know. Got to be a tight end, right, Major? I think that you have very much got to consider that here. Eventually at pick 60. I finally see the Buccaneers pick. I finally see their pick. That's good. They're 15 picks away from their selection right now. Cornerbacks and wide receivers are the theme of this year's draft. I would say offensive and defensive linemen are also a big theme. I think they will pick McBride. If McBride is there, we'll see. I hope he is. I hope he is. McBride, I think, is a very talented tight end. He's a very talented player. I hope he is the selection that Tampa Bay ends up making there at pick 60. But I would also be fine if they picked up somebody else. You know? I'd be fine. Gotta get the old phone charger, folks. It's that time of the night where phones are dying, and it's a lot. It's a lot. But we got phone chargers in here. We're living life. We're doing good. Ravens pick is in. Yes, it is. We will see who they select here in a moment. Will they select... Will the Kobe Dean's fall finally end? That's gonna be a question. Will Malik Willis's fall finally end? That's gonna be another question. This will make 2 years in a row Bucs did not get better in the draft. I would disagree with that, Ricky. No wonder Brady wants out. Still, he dealt with it on Patriots. Now Bucs. Hall is not overpowering NFL linemen, and that's all he has. You said he's not over. His strength is all he has. I would say that Hall has a lot of speed to his game. So, I don't know. Hall and edge rusher last year, nothing special. Again, man, I'm just going to have to disagree with you on those. I'm just going to have to politely disagree with you on those. Ravens pick is in. I want to see Trey McBride get picked next too. Maybe Ravens get Sky or Pickens. They could get Sky or Pickens here. That's a distinct possibility. We'll see. Their pick's in. Detroit's pick is up now. Let's see what the Ravens do. All right. Matt Stover, former Ravens kicker, Super Bowl champion with Baltimore. The Baltimore Ravens have selected somebody. David Ajabo is who they selected. Baltimore has selected David Ajabo. He is off the board for everybody. You know what? If there was ever a team that could select David Ajabo and overall, be able to let him sit and develop, it would be the Ravens. I'm going to put Darian Kennard on the big board now, just because we are not running out of players per se, but I do like getting an offensive lineman in there. Offensive guard is paramount. Well, that's why we put Darian Kennard out there. I really hope we get McBride. Why not getting cornerbacks? GR cornerbacks struggled a lot last year. Again, it goes back to that idea of they were hurt last year. That's a very big thing you need to remember whenever you think about the Buccaneers cornerbacks and how they performed last year, is that they were very much hurt last year. That's something you got to remember. McBride, please fall to us. The Bucs are in range. They're in range. We'll see if they move up, possibly. We will see. Let's see. David Ajabo out of Michigan going to Baltimore. Detroit's pick is in. Serviceable players are not a team getting better. Our competition are adding game changers. Again, Ricky, you got to look at the other moves that the teams have made in the offseason. They brought back a lot of their own, a lot of solid players. Again, you can't give everybody starting snaps. Joe Tryon was getting starting snaps last year due to injuries, also as a rotational player as well. And whenever you say significantly better, whenever you're picking at the end of the draft, it's tough to pick guys that are going to be day one starters or going to be top tier guys in the draft, because they're all getting picked in the top 10, 15 picks. That's what happens. So it is what it is, man. Again, I'm just going to have to disagree with you on that one. But the Lions pick is in. We do have Key here from Key and Peele, who will be announcing this pick. Ajabo must improve against the run, but he will knock out your quarterback. I do believe that. Keegan-Michael Key is here. Jameer Saylor, Abraham Lucas. Rams didn't have playmakers. They lost Woods, Von Miller. Packers lost Adams. I'm doing good, student. How you doing? And the Lions have selected Josh Paschal, defensive end out of Kentucky. We now go to Washington's pick. And I know I've been saying this time and time again here, but will Malik Willis finally drop or finally get selected? to Washington? Is this what happens here? I'm kind of scared to see who my Pats pick up coming up last night. Kind of worry me now. Go for the Bucs. Not playing. Brady since I was 7. There you go, Skylar. Yeah, New England's picks coming up soon as well. We'll see who they end up selecting. Key should have read a funny name, right? He should have. That would have been great, right? Right along with the skit. Man, oh man. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here, folks. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. What's going on, Edie? How you doing? Solid players don't win championships. You're either getting better or worse. That is not... Yeah, and they have gotten better. Getting depth means that you're getting better. Gaining on teams or falling behind. Again, getting depth means you're getting better. Again, getting depth means you are getting better. My Pats need a cornerback. James, we want to thank you for all your awesome work. We appreciate you. Of course, thank you, Noella. Greatly appreciated. Washington's pick is in. Is this where we finally see... Is this where we finally see Malik Willis fall? Again, Ricky, hey. No worries, man. No worries, big dog. We're just going to disagree on that one. But I appreciate that's what it's all about, man. Giving thoughts and opinions on what's going on with the team. That's why I love doing this. I love talking about stuff. Linemen are not very appealing picks, but picks that must be made. I agree with that. Edie, did they pick anything? Yes, the Buccaneers did pick defensive lineman out of Houston, Logan Hall, with their first of 2 second-round draft picks. So we shall see what they do now. They are technically up there. They're on the little timer on the bottom, so we'll see if it means anything. Washington's picks in, though. I'm going to be interested to see what they do. Again, Malik Willis just falling and falling and falling and falling. No major. The Buccaneers do not have Richard Sherman right now. He's slated as a free agent. Maybe they bring him back. Maybe they don't. Maybe he retires. Those are all possibilities, in my opinion. So we shall see. But yeah, the fall of Edie, what are we getting? In Logan Hall, I think you're getting a solid defensive lineman. A guy who can give you a little bit of run, a lot of speed and athleticism. A little bit of, some pass rushing ability as well. I think he's a better pass rusher than Will Golston. And a little bit like Ndamukong, a little bit of a better pass rusher, or as good, a similar pass rusher to what Ndamukong Suh is able to do as well. I think they cut Sherman. No, Sherman's contract just ran out. But again, I like Logan Hall's pick. I think it's a solid pick. It's a guy that could start right away. If they don't re-sign Ndamukong Suh, if he does, gonna figure to be a strong rotational guy, much like what Tryon was for the team last year. So overall, it was a good pick for a team that doesn't have a lot of starting caliber needs, you know? Sherman should join the coaching staff. Hey, I love Coach Sherm. Coach Sherm would be so great. But again, Kane has a good point here. He has no interest in coaching. I'm not going to overreact to the draft picks. Too many variables in this game to make predictions at this point. Gotta let things play out. It's a fair point to make. Washington is here. Did you guys see the report that apparently the Jets offered pick 10 on some other selection for Debo in a second-round pick, and the 49ers said no? Bold thing for the 49ers to say that, man. Bold thing to say. Hall gets played next to Vita Vea and Shaq coming off the edge. I think it'll be a great second-level help with Levante David and White. I think Logan Hall is better than Wyatt, faster, to be honest. I really look forward to Tryon playing this year. Absolutely, Edie. Shout out to the frat bro, Richard Sherman. Hey, there you go, Willie. There you go. Washington's pick is in. We'll see what they do here in round number 2. There's Peter Schrager hanging out. Very cool. So much talent left on this board, folks. I mean, just taking a look at the big board here, there's a lot of good players. There's a lot of good players. So we will see. We will see what Washington does here. Is this where Nakobe Dean finally gets picked? Is this where Malik Willis finally gets picked? I think the Bucs are going to sign back Suh and JPP if our D-line would be nice, unstoppable, I feel like. I think Suh is a strong possibility to bring back. I don't know with JPP. He would have to take a significant pay cut, I think. I think he would. But you never know. We'll see. Maybe they do like JPP for his leadership. But I don't think he'd be the starter if you brought him back. Sue, I think he would still be the starter. But I think it'd be time for Joe Tryon to go and be the starter. There's Santana Moss, by the way. What do I think the Bucs need the most? There's Fedarian Mathis, by the way, out of Alabama, is the Washington Commanders selection. I almost said the Washington football team. Let's see. I will join this channel in the start of the season because me and my husband believe in you, James. Thank you, Noella. I greatly appreciate that. What do I think the Bucs need the most? Honestly, in terms of dire need, not much. But if I had to pick two of the biggest needs, left guard, somebody to compete at left guard, and probably a tight end at this point. Which, you look over there at the big board, you've got Dylan Parham still there, you've got Trey McBride still there, you've got Darian Kennard still there, you have good options. Perrion Winfrey's still available, by the way. Whoops, I blew that pick. My bad. I never said I was a draft expert, by the way. What about trading up to get that big? Since I don't know about that, John. I don't think they'd trade up for a wide receiver. Now we are in range though for the Buccaneers to possibly trade up. Late 40s here. You could see some type of move get done. Possibly. We'll see. Cole says interior offensive line. Chicago Bears now have the pick. Were they originally slated to have the pick? I do not remember. No, they were traded the pick from the Los Angeles Chargers. That was whenever the Khalil Mack trade was done, correct? I believe that's what it was. I believe this is the trade that they got for Khalil Mack. But again, no, I don't think that the Bucs trade up for a wide receiver. We should have drafted a Jabo, Pickens, write it down for our future discussion. Ricky, if you're talking about immediate impact, Ajabo's not playing this year. He tore his Achilles. Pickens would be the fourth wide receiver because you got to remember they have Evans, they have Godwin, they have Gage. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And then you look at Agbania, I believe is the player you were talking about. You know, he'd be in a similar situation to Logan Hall right now. That's just kind of how I see it. So I don't know. Well, will Trey McBride drop to the Bucs? I don't know. There's a lot of teams they got to get past, man. I think that New Orleans could possibly pick Trey McBride. No, well, could they? Maybe. Maybe they could. There's some teams that could take Trey McBride and it would make a lot of sense for them. It would make a lot of sense for them. So we'll see, man. We will see. I love Mathis. He's an absolute beast with 10.5 sacks. His tape is so impressive. Nasty D tackle in the trenches. Yes, sir. And he is now gone to the... If my thing wants to work, he is now gone to the Washington Commanders. So, hey, you know what? They're having a good draft overall. I did see you talk about that, by the way. Oh my gosh, it's Sean Evans. It's the host of Hot Ones. He's reading a pick for the NFL draft. Oh my goodness. That's awesome. That's so awesome. Jaquan Brisker goes to the Chicago Bears. What a cool moment for a YouTuber to be announcing a pick for an NFL team. How cool is that? That is awesome. That is awesome. Packers could, well, no, they have Robert Tonyan. They don't really need McBride that much. Mathis next to Chase Young and Montez Sweat, that's going to be insane. That is going to be insane. Hey, I feel you, Ricky. I feel you, Ricky. Why didn't he bring some wings? He should have eaten a hot wing and then announced the pick. That would have been amazing. Bucs is stuck on wide receiver. They got Godwin, Mike, Gage, Miller, Johnson. Yeah, they have a lot of people. Travis Jones is still on the board. I don't think they take another defensive lineman. They don't need to. But look at the talent over here, man. Sky Moore, Cam Taylor-Britt, Christian Harris. So many people. So many people available. You know? There's a lot of good talent. Malik Willis is still there. New Orleans picks next. Running back? It's possible. But I would think that, honestly, if Trey McBride's there, I think he's the pick. That's what I would say. Jaquan Brisker's gone, by the way. Do I think the Saints get Willis? John? It's a possibility, man. Ian says we need to get James announcing a pick next year. I would be so happy if I could announce a pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'd have so much joy in my life. It would be, oh man, be the best moment imaginable. Hands down. Hands down the best moment. One of the top moments of my life, man. That'd be a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing. Let's see. Estimate return of Godwin. Great idea. James needs to make a pick next year. Right? I wish. Saints are still on the clock, though. They have 3 minutes left on their selection. We'll see what they end up doing. I would have a huge monologue. I'd just, you know what? When I was a fan of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and I saw, I would start going on such a huge monologue. I'd be the guy. I'd be the guy from the Minnesota pick who goes out there and says, hey, man, you got to hurry up the pick. Come on, let's go. And he got Rookie of the Year. Who got Rookie of the Year? Saints got Malik Willis in my franchise in Madden 22. I don't think Malik Willis would start over Jameis Winston if they did pick him. I don't think he would start over Jameis Winston. I could sing the sea shanty. That'd be funny. My nephew was the one who picked Devin White in 2019. Oh, man, Kane, that's awesome, dude. That is awesome. I'm sorry to hear that, but that is awesome. Yeah, what a dream come true moment, man, for him. That is so cool. Just read the... Right, I got to make a shout out, Mr. Relevant last year, Grant Stewart. He did well last year. I'm a big fan of Grant Stewart. I like him a lot. Friend of the channel, obviously. Willis needs to sit for a while and learn. Willis is not ready to start right now. He played for Liberty. I hope the same pick, Willis, that would... I'm not too sure what that comment means, Stefan. But, yeah, Malik Willis keeps on dropping. Hey, how about freaking the linebacker still dropping? Freaking Nakobe Dean still dropping. What is going on with that? There's so much. CBS has Trey McBride, Kirby Joseph, and Majai Sanders as some of the top needs for the Saints. I'd be very upset. I'd be very upset if they did take Trey McBride here. That would definitely change up what the Bucs would do a lot, I think. I mean, a lot. So we'll see. A minute left here for the Saints. They're debating something. They're waiting on something. Should the Bucs draft a quarterback? I don't think they should. I don't think they should. I don't think they will. Somebody is on the phone here. Handshakes are being made. Looks like the Saints pick is in. We will see what they are doing. Yep. Dennis Allen is talking to somebody now. It looks like they've gotten the pick in. Nakobe Dean must have some red flags. Well, a lot of things that's scaring teams are the injuries. That's been a big thing that's been scaring teams. Yes, Kana, Godwin's return is scheduled for November, I believe. I don't think the Bucs are going O-line because of the draft pick last year. Offensive guard from... yes, they did pick up Robert Hainsey. Think they'll go running back or linebacker. Bucs might go with a linebacker. We'll see. We shall see. Saints picks in now, which means we're about 10 picks away from the Bucs pick. We're getting there. We are certainly getting there. If Nakobe Dean is there at pick 60, you got to scoop him up at that point, I believe. Michael Thomas did not play in 2021 due to his ankle injury. That is accurate. They did take a wide receiver and an offensive tackle in the first round. The Saints did. Now they have their second round pick. Who will they select here? Who's the most improved team this offseason for you? That's a tough question to answer because a lot of teams have done a lot of good work. The Broncos, possibly. They're definitely up there. The Bills have done a lot of good work. The Raiders have done a lot of good work. Man, oh man. It's definitely a team in the AFC because those teams have been going crazy. Maybe the Raiders. Maybe the Raiders. So we'll see. We'll see who's going to announce the Saints pick here in just a moment. Got 95 people still in here, by the way. Thank you guys so much for that. Still around 100 people. Hope you guys have been enjoying the live stream. If you are new, go ahead and subscribe. And if you are enjoying, hey, hit the like button, man. That'd be greatly appreciated, too. Cam Jordan's here to announce the Saints pick. Do not like Cam Jordan. Don't like him. Bucs could go linebacker with their third pick. They could. They could. Between the Jets, Chargers, and Bengals, I would say the Raiders are up there, man. I would say the Raiders are up there. And the Saints go cornerback. Alontae Taylor out of Tennessee. Trey McBride has not been selected. Neither has anybody that was on CBS's fits. Interesting. So the Saints go a cornerback here. They're still looking to bolster that defense. Alontae Taylor definitely fits with what the Saints like to have in terms of hard-hitting members of the secondary. He's going to fit right into that mix for sure. Jericho, thank you for the $2 super chat. Not going to read it, but greatly appreciated of that. Thank you for the $2, sir. Let's see. But our second pick will be offensive guard. Heard Kamara was to announce the pick with the Saints, but the team banned him from Vegas. It's possible. I mean, the guy has had trouble already. Man, oh man. Hello, Thomas's Uber passenger. Good on Thomas's Uber passenger. Thomas is a great Uber. Thomas is a great Uber. Can't go wrong with that guy. Is Brate signed? Yes, Brate is signed to the team. He is. Kansas City's up on the board with the 50th overall pick in the second round. We're 10 picks away, folks. 10 picks away from the Buccaneers selection. No trade up as of yet. No trade up as of yet. Trey at pick 60. If he falls to pick 60, I think the Bucs are screaming to get him on the team. That's what I think. Man, oh man. What a crazy draft this has been so far. Folks, we're almost to the third round and Malik Willis is still there. And Nakobe Dean is still there as well. This has been a very interesting quarterback draft. This has been a very interesting quarterback draft so far. Only one quarterback selected. It's only been Kenny Pickett. It's only been Kenny Pickett. What does Kansas City do here? Do they take Sky Moore? They could use another receiver. They could use another receiver. They just traded. I'm an Uber driver forcing my passengers to listen to you. Hey, thanks, Thomas. Appreciate that. So went on 100. Good to see you. Actually, New England has traded up with the Kansas City Chiefs now. New England has made a trade. They've got 2 minutes left on the clock. What's New England want to do here? We shall see. They picked Cole Strange in round number 1, which was the weirdest pick out of the entirety of the first round, possibly in the entire draft. Cole Strange out of Chattanooga. And we'll see what they do here. But man, oh man, yeah, only one quarterback selected so far. I thought Kansas City might take a wide receiver. Now does New England take a wide receiver? Do they look into possibly taking Sky Moore here? I would say that 20 cornerbacks, wide receivers have been taken so far in the first 50 picks. I don't believe that the Patriots would take Trey McBride. That wouldn't make sense. They've got Jonnu Smith. They've got Hunter Henry. I don't think they get McBride. Nakobe Dean's still there. Malik Willis, Travis Jones, C. Harris, Matt Corral, Raymond, Benito, Moore, Howell, Ritter. A lot of different guys. I think we're going to see a run of quarterbacks in the third. I think we're going to see a run of quarterbacks in the third. There has to be a run at this point of QBs. If Malik Willis fell all the way to the Bucs at pick 60, they would have a pretty, I'd assume you'd have a pretty nice trade down, but I don't know. Finished top 10 scoring offense and defense in 2021. I'd say Patriots pick an SEC defensive player here. So the Chiefs move back 4 picks and get a 5th round pick, 158 in the process. That's a fair trade back for the Chiefs. The Bucs could select a defensive back in the 4th and a wide receiver in the 5th. I don't think they'd get a wide receiver in the 5th. I think whenever you look at it, they've got so much wide receiver depth. Defensive back in the 4th does make a good amount of sense. So we'll see with that. But man, oh man. Pat's probably taking Harris. Maybe. Maybe they will. Baker Mayfield is probably at home punching the air. Poor guy is just a bargaining chip now. Do you think the lack of movement with Jimmy Garoppolo and Baker Mayfield is making teams not want to take a quarterback here, Ian? That's a legitimate question. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that these quarterbacks are not getting taken because teams still think about the possibility of getting Jimmy Garoppolo or Baker Mayfield? Wide receiver might be the only position we don't need. Well, quarterback. They don't need a quarterback, that's for sure. Seahawks got a steal taking Kenneth Walker in the 2nd round. I don't know. See, Nick, you say that, but they've got Chris Carson. They've got Rashad Penny. They don't need Kenneth Walker necessarily. Unless they plan on trading one of those guys, Kenneth Walker might not be playing a lot. Ian says that's what I think. Strong possibility, man. Strong possibility. Patriots pick is in. There's some rainfall starting outside. We're finally starting to get some of that rain. Darn didn't make a big splash. We need to roll on another wide receiver. We'll see. We will see. Here comes the Patriots pick. Going to be announced by this young man here in the jersey. It's a nice jersey. Make a wish recipient. Lawrence Guy, Patriots defensive tackle. Like Lawrence Guy, he's good. Rather trade for Baker? I would rather trade for Baker Mayfield at this point than would you rather have Baker Mayfield or Malik Willis? It's a good question. That's a good question. I think, honestly, that if I had to rank them, I'd have to say I'd take Baker Mayfield, then probably Malik Willis, then probably Jimmy Garoppolo, then the remainder of the quarterbacks in this draft. That's probably what I would do if I had to guess. I feel like maybe the media hyped up this quarterback. Hyped up this quarterback class. It was never a very good one, and I'm guessing the GMs feel they don't need to reach on any. Yeah, that was something that media hyped up a lot. Remember we were talking about Malik Willis going in pick 6 or pick 9 or pick 10? That didn't happen. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. New England Patriots are going to select Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver out of Baylor. Man, oh man. So the Patriots do get a wide receiver, 6'2", 181 pounds, 4.28 40-yard dash. Man is an athletic specimen. That's a good pick for the Patriots there. They needed a wide receiver. Does N'Keal Harry get traded for a bag of chips this draft? We'll see. Stay tuned. But Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver out of Baylor, is the pick for the Patriots. They got some speed. Cole says no way. Was this surprising for Patriots fans? It makes sense to me. They needed a wide receiver. They got a wide receiver. They finally got a wide receiver, right? In some people's minds. Man, oh man. He's fast. He's very fast. Tyquan Thornton is his name, wide receiver out of Baylor. Devontae Parker and Thornton, that seems to be their 2 guys right now. We are 10 picks away from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selection. We've been going for 2.5 hours now. I'm not crazy. This draft has been going slower than round 1. I think considerably slower. Let's see. Yeah, John, I agree. He's a big wide receiver who's an absolute blazer. Pickens, I thought Patriots would take Pickens. So there you go. The Eagles pick is in, by the way. We'll see what they end up doing. Think Jaguars drafted horrible again. I like Trayvon Walker. Think he's a fine pick. I would trade a copy of that man in prison for N'Keal Harry. There you go, Ian. There you go. Belichick always misses on wideouts. We'll see. Pat's picking players to help Mac Jones feels weird. Just use them on defensive players. Yeah. He almost had the record for the Combine. He did, but, you know, they messed it up a lot at the Combine. Eagles have been having a fantastic draft, by the way. Jordan Davis and technically A.J. Brown. Let's see. Yeah, Patriots got themselves a fast wide receiver. That much is sure. For sure. Man, oh man. Lost the Buccaneers in the wild card in 2021. Did the Eagles. We'll see what they do here. We're nearing the end of round number 3, folks. There is not many picks left. Really not. 64 picks. There's, what, 13 picks left? There's 13 picks left for Malik Willis and Nakobe to get drafted. Nakobe Dean and Malik Willis to get drafted. Bernard Raymond is still there as well. There's a lot of talent. I'm just happy so much talent will be left at 60. Yeah, Trey McBride's still on that board. Do the Buccaneers somehow get somebody at pick 60 that we aren't expecting, trade up in the 3rd round, and take another very talented player? Should we trade up, bro? John, that's a good question. I don't know. At this point, I don't think they need to. You're 9 picks away. I don't think you need to trade up. I really don't think you need to. I think they're content with staying at 60. I don't think they need to, but we'll see. If they don't think Trey McBride's going to be there, then they might trade up. He's too fast. He runs the routes too quickly, and I need more progression in my routes. Find me a guy who runs a 480, Bill Belichick, probably. Right? Ian, what was that from? That was from like a TikTok or something, right? If I remember correctly. I feel like the Giants and Jets have had the best draft. I love the Giants and Jets draft so far this year. It has been great. It has been a great draft for them. Maybe even considering trading up because we can't keep everybody because salary cap, right? No, actually, the draft picks aren't going to cost as much as everybody thinks they're going to cost. I think it's actually very easy to pay for these draft picks and still have cap space left over. Draft picks do not cost a lot in today's NFL. Yeah, it was TikTok. That's right, Ian. What about running back James Cook, 3rd rounder? That's a possibility. He was linked to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a lot. So were a lot of other running backs. Isaiah Spiller, who's on the big board, has been linked to the Bucs. We'll see. Eagles pick is in. We'll see what they end up doing here. They have made a selection, so they will pick somebody. Well, if they want their guy, got to go get him. We need to win now. And I think the Buccaneers are going to be able to do that. I think they will. 159.7 rushing yards per game in 2021, led the NFL. Good for the Eagles there. Let's see who they end up picking up. Here comes an entire team of people. Well, there you go. Let's see what happens. I believe that's Kerry. Is that Kerry Lloyd? Is that who they said? I'm not sure. I actually love the Lions pick getting Jameson Williams. That's true. That is Kerry Lloyd. There you go. I actually love the Lions pick getting Jameson Williams, number 12, depending on what his health status is. Apparently, he's going to be ready to go. Cam Jurgens out of Nebraska, center, goes to the Eagles, a potential future starter after Jason Kelce retires. They get a big offensive lineman there. That's interesting because Jurgens was not an incredibly... He was the 150th ranked prospect according to CBS. And now Pittsburgh's on the clock. Their needs are offensive line, cornerback, defensive line, wide receiver. So there you go. Let's see what happens. Pittsburgh, their fits are apparently Bernard Raymond, George Pickens, wide receiver out of Georgia, and Daniel Falele. Steelers pick is in, by the way. They made that pick very quickly. Very, very quickly that pick was made. So we'll see who Pittsburgh ends up picking. Edie, we have a very nice pick number 199. I mean, the Bucs picking a tight end. Oh, I mean, the Bucs picking a tight end in the 60th pick. It's a possibility. Guard's a possibility. They have a lot of good options. There's Chase Claypool, by the way. Isaiah Spiller would be the best pick for immediate impact. I just don't know. I don't know how much he'd be playing behind Leonard Fournette, though. That's something you got to consider. Jurgen's learning from Kelsey will help his career. Absolutely. Absolutely. Here's the Pittsburgh Steelers selections. Chase Claypool, second-round pick in 2020. And the Steelers have picked up George Pickens, wide receiver out of Georgia, to Justin McConnell, if he is still watching this live stream right now. George Pickens does not go to Cleveland. He goes to the division rival. They get Kenny Pickett. They get George Pickens. So there you go. Pickens goes to Pittsburgh. It makes sense. Pickens is a good wide receiver. Lot of good ability. Look at him run block there on the far end of the field. He's going to give you a lot of good stuff, Pickens is. Well-rounded wide receiver. He joins an offense of Kenny Pickett, Najee Harris, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and George Pickens. That's a good wide receiver room. That is a good wide receiver room. Pickett to Pickens, nice, right? That's going to be a tongue twister. I'm saying McBride at 60, and hopefully Parham drops us in the third round. I'm calling a great day, too. Colts, pick number 53 is in. We are very close to Tampa Bay's selection. 7 picks away. Let's see. Steelers always get good wide receivers, but never sign them to a second contract. I like when teams draft younger talent that can develop over the years together. Steelers got a quarterback and a wide receiver. Yes, they did. Here is the Colts selection. Announcing the Colts selection is that Catanzaro? Or no, that's Anthony Costanzo, former Colts tackle, 22nd overall pick, 2011 NFL draft. And the Colts have selected Alec Pierce, wide receiver from Cincinnati. There you go. His comparison is Chase Claypool. We just talked about that guy. A run of wide receivers, 6'3", 211 pounds. Faster than quick. Wow catches is what Alex Pierce makes. And now we've got a run of wide receivers. Kansas City's up next. Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo. We're getting very close to the Buccaneers pick. John says my guy just went to the Colts. No footage of Alec Pierce right now for some strange reason. Alec Pierce was not on our board, though. There's a lot of people still on our board. Folks, from what I am seeing right here, it looks like, again, I don't mean to talk about this a ton, and I won't talk about it much after this until he gets selected. Malik Willis might not even get taken in the second round. That is a wild thing to think about. How to get those wide receivers since you're in front of KC? That's true. That's true, Vegas. Kansas City would have easily taken a wide receiver, possibly. Well, they would have easily taken a wide receiver had they had the pick, I think. They need to get somebody to replace Tyreek Hill. They have to. Who's available for them? Sky Moore? Isn't he still available? Sky Moore might be the pick for them. Sky Moore is still available. Sky Moore could very easily be their pick here. And that would not be a surprising thing at all. So again, a couple of wide receivers taken here. A run of wide receivers has occurred. We will be getting Evan Wanish back in here in a little bit to talk about the next pick that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will make. Kansas City Chiefs pick is in, which means we're officially 5 picks away from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selection at the end of the second round. No trade up right now. As of right now, no trade up. That's very interesting. That is very interesting. The Chiefs got Trent McDuffie in round 1, George Karlaftis in round 1 as well. I don't believe they've made a round 2 selection yet. They have not. Sky Moore is there. I think you got to get a wide receiver. I mean, almost everyone got their QB of the future. Yeah, it sucks to have a guy like Malik Willis, where unfortunately it's just not working out. Yeah, had to get one of those wide receivers since you're in front of Kansas City. Kansas City still might very well get the guy that they want, though. Chiefs going Sky Moore. We'll see. That's my guess. My guess is that they're going to go Sky Moore. We'll see if we are right here on that guess. John says it's going to be Moore. I would be shocked if it wasn't a guy like Moore. I would be shocked. We're getting another ad for Dalmaros here. There you go. Man, oh man. Again, folks, whenever we look at the talent that's still available, Nakobe Dean, Bernard Raymond, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Daniel Falele, Sam Howell, Darian Kennard, Sky Moore, Trey McBride, Majai Sanders, Rasheed Walker, Kirby Joseph. A lot of good talent still on that board. If Bills don't take Malik Willis, I think Falcons will. Falcons are the last team. I don't think Buffalo would take Malik Willis. They don't need him. They don't need him. Do we pick... If Nakobe Dean's available at pick 60, I think you heavily consider that. So we'll see. Second round, pick 54. Kansas City on the clock. Added Justin Reed. Add Ronald Jones. They've added some talent. They apparently didn't add anybody else after that. Again, anybody in the chat, don't spoil picks. Don't do it. It's not worth it. They lost Tyreek Hill. They lost Jaron Reed. That is true. They lost some big-name guys. They lost Demarcus Robinson. They lost Anthony Hitchens. It's a lot of different talent that they lost. We're waiting for the broadcast to come up, though. We'll see what it is in a moment. Man, oh man. Let's see. Kansas City's pick is in. Tony Gonzalez is going to be announcing the pick. We'll see who this pick is in a moment. Tony Gonzalez, former Kansas City Chiefs tight end, Pro Football Hall of Fame. Sky Moore is the selection out of Western Michigan. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Man, oh man. All right, Sky Moore is off the board. And now we go to the Arizona Cardinals. What are they going to do? They could go a lot of different directions here. We will wait and see. I'm going to be adding... Who should I add to this? I'm going to add... I don't want to add Daniel Falele here. I'm trying to think of who else we could add. Could add a running back. Could very easily add a running back. Let me see. I'm looking at the list now. We're going to add Sean Ryan, I suppose, to the list here. Cardinals pick is in. They made that selection very quickly. Tony G's selling Amazon like a beast. There you go. Arizona's picks in. They picked very quickly. We'll see who they end up selecting here. A lot of different routes. A lot of different routes that Arizona could go here. They need a lot of different types of stuff now on this team. We'll see what they end up doing. Here comes the pick. They're getting a selfie in for good measure. With the 55th overall pick in the second round, the Arizona Cardinals are going to select. This is Arenas Williams, by the way, announcing the pick. And Trey McBride is off the board. Tight end from Colorado State, arguably the guy that everybody thought the Buccaneers would take, myself included, Trey McBride is gone. Wow. Look at that. So, hey, pick was spoiled in the chat. Cool. But now we move on. What do the Buccaneers do now? Trey McBride is gone. There's a lot of options still available. There's still a lot of options available. We're going to get Evan Wanish back in here, by the way, my colleague from BucsNation.com, as well as the co-host of the Cannon Fire podcast. So let's see. McBride has gone, and that's huge. That's huge. We'll see what the Buccaneers do now. I thought that was going to be the slam dunk pick, but it is not the case. Now we got to see what the Buccaneers will do now. Trey McBride is out as their pick. We're going to get Evan Wanish back in here right now. Hold on just a moment. Oop. If it'll let me switch over, it's not even letting me switch over. Hold on just a moment, folks. We're going to switch over here to Zoom. Oh, it's because I turned off my number lock. There we go. We've got Evan back in the mix now. Evan.
Hello.
Trey McBride was just selected. He will not be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, when you texted me ready to hop back on, I texted you, yep, Bucs fans aren't going to be too happy. So I saw the pick, and yeah, I mean, it's I don't know if they could have traded up. I don't know if they tried to trade up. Obviously, at 5 or 6 spots. So yeah, you're right. Trey McBride will not be. I doubt they go tight end in the second round at this point. It feels like it was McBride or nothing there for tight end in the second round. Maybe in the third round they'd look for it. Maybe early in the fourth round they look for it. Who knows? The 60th pick now gets a lot more intriguing to me. There's some options here.
Depending on who the Cowboys select, there's a few picks, right? And Nakobe Dean's still on that board. That's huge. Malik Willis is still on that board.
See, the Nakobe Dean, the tough thing about it is
the injury history.
Yeah, he's fallen because the injuries are clearly serious.
Sam Williams to Dallas, by the way, edge defender out of Ole Miss. Tampa Bay has traded up.
Okay. All right, they traded up.
Tampa Bay has traded up now with the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
And it looks like Buffalo's moving back a couple of picks.
Twitter does not have this at all.
So Tampa Bay has traded up with Buffalo. We're gonna wait to see if the pick is in. Evan, what do you think they're trading up for now?
I don't know.
They're jumping Atlanta and they're jumping Minnesota. Two teams that might need a quarterback. Just I'm memeing. It's fine. We're fine. Could you imagine?
Twitter is nothing on this.
They did miss on McBride, but Evan, what do you think's available here? Bucs have to.
There's obviously Nakobe Dean is available. There's not many corners available. Safeties are kind of all picked out. Maybe you go with Cook from Cincinnati. He could be a corner option. Cam Britt Taylor, maybe we talked about earlier. He's kind of a corner safety hybrid. He could be an option. It'll be interesting to see here.
Yeah, they're trading up for somebody they're big fans of. So we'll see what they do. Also, it's going to be interesting to see what they give up. Evan, once you got the trade details, I'd love to hear them so we can make a note of them. So we can talk about that. But, yeah, the Bucs are trading up for somebody that they did not want to lose out on. And we'll see who that person ends up being.
Is it possibly Texas A&M's Isaiah Spiller? Maybe, who knows?
That's possible. That is possible. The trade is done. Evan, once you got those trade details, just go ahead and say them, and I will write them down. Let's see. I'm not reading the chat. I'm not reading the chat. Somebody said go get Travis.
Okay, so the Bucs traded 60 and 180. So they traded the 60th pick and 180. So that is the top of the 6th round.
Which is what they got from the Jacksonville trade.
Correct.
Earlier.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, man. I don't know what you trade up for here, especially if you're passing teams like Atlanta and Buffalo.
Yeah, I have the.
Or sorry, Atlanta and Minnesota. Evan does have. You do have the pick.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we will talk about this in a moment.
I came on just at the right time. Jeez.
Say again.
You
did come on the right time. Yeah, we talked about it. You were going to come in 4 to 5 picks before. I'm not reading the chat, by the way, because we've had too many spoilers, and we're not doing that. We're just not going to do that. So let's see. A lot of different players available on defense and on offense. Some concerns for certain things. Understandably so. But we'll see. Here we go. Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in. Pick number 57 now, Evan. So they did trade up. We talked about this. Jason Light likes moving around.
To do this.
Yeah, he likes moving around. And they still have their 3rd round pick, correct?
Yes, they still have 91, and they still have the top of the 4th round. They still have both 4th. They gave up the 6th.
And they could trade up.
They could trade up again, yeah.
That's a strong, trade up at the top of the 3rd, say, hey, we call it a day. Could you imagine they give up their 4th and 2 7ths and just say, you know what? We're good.
Yes, obviously they still have 2 4ths, 2 7ths, just no 6 now.
Yes, correct. They could package 2 of those 4ths to move up and just say, hey, we'll make 2 3rd round selections and then we'll see you guys in the 7th. Here comes the Bucs pick. Is it Simeon Rice? I assume it's Simeon Rice again. Here we go. The Buccaneers pick is in. Oh, it's Titus O'Neil. It's Titus O'Neil.
I forgot he was announcing their 2nd round.
Oh, he did the ho, ho, ho. He did it. Look at Titus O'Neil. Look at the suit. My man. They should get Big E to announce a pick. Here we go. Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected... Oh, it's also Titus O'Neil's birthday. Happy birthday to Titus O'Neil. That's cool. Luke Gadicki? Is that how you say his last name?
It might be Godeek or Godicki.
Luke Godeek. Tackle out of Central Michigan. Okay.
Yeah, he's more of a guard.
He's more of a guard.
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
He's a guard who can fill in at center as well.
Okay. So we're gonna say guard out of Central Michigan. Evan, you know the deal. This is I will say this. I know this is the pick that not a lot of people expected.
Yeah, I mean it's a guard though. It's an interior offensive lineman, so I think it
is a guard. It's going to be somebody who's going to compete for that starting spot with Aaron Stinney and with Robert Hainsey. So Evan, I'm going to turn it over to you in the chat. The chat's talking about it now. People are saying, well, they are saying we needed O-line. Okay, you know what? While I'm gone, I'm going to put up a poll. Do you like the Luke Godeecki pick? Logan says the Bucs. Hey, Bucs have been solid about lineman picks from less prestigious schools. LOL. That's true. That is true.
Okay. Pronunciation, according to Greg Allman, real quick before you do your video, is Gadecki.
Gadecki.
Gadecki, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, Luke Gadecki.
Gadecki. But no, it says it's like key at the end. Like it's definitely key.
Luke Gadecki.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Gadecki. I don't know.
Luke Gadecki.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. Evan, I'm going to leave it to you in the chat real quick. You can give your thoughts and opinions on this pick, and I will be back momentarily, okay?
All
right, see you in a second.
So obviously, yeah, Luke Goodecki, I think, is the pick. So I mean, obviously they needed depth there along the offensive line. They needed an interior guy more specifically. He's listed as a tackle, but he's going to play guard a lot. Sorry about that, guys. So let me check out the chat here. Stack in the trenches, backup. So yeah, Goodecki, while he was listed as a tackle there, he's going to play guard. He's a guard. He's going to play guard or center. So I think right here, they must have liked him enough, obviously, to trade up for him. Why not draft Dean? Here's the thing, Nakobe Dean, there's a reason he's still on the board, guys. His injuries are a real problem. Clearly, his injuries are a real problem, and that's clearly holding him back here. If he was healthy, I think he'd be off the board. So I'm not really sure. But like I said, clearly there's a reason. There's a reason, Dean. There's a reason that Andrew Booth was still on the board. Like there's reasons for this. Yeah, it is interesting that they felt they had to trade up, but you gave up a sixth. Okay, you gave a sixth round pick. I mean, it's a 6th-round pick you didn't even have before. You got it from Jacksonville. So they still have their third. They still have their 2 fourths. You can make another move. So really, I mean, yeah, trading up, but it's not. To me, it's not a huge risk. Like if you like the guy enough, move up and make sure you get him. And besides, like the people that say, "Oh, you didn't have to trade up," but we don't have the intel that those teams have, right? Sometimes your intel's wrong, sometimes your intel's right. Though the Bucs had intel that there was another team that was going to trade up for Tristan Wirfs with the 49ers. They were right, so the Bucs made that move and offered the 4th-round pick to move up one spot. Could have used that 6th to move up in the next round. They still have 2 fourths and a third. If you want to move over the next round, you can package one of those fourths. That 6 was not getting you much higher in the 3rd round. It's only 3 spots. It's not the end of the world, guys. Yes, we do have the intel. He's going to be a 4th-round pick. I would love to see your intel, please. Where are you staying at in Advent Health Training Center? Are you? What room are you in? You talking to Jason Lights? He's like, we don't know these things. We just don't know these things. And if you like a guy enough, they've done more insight onto these players than we have. So, obviously it's another Jason Light offensive lineman from a small school. He really likes to do it. He got Alex Kappa from a D3 school. Ali Marpet from, was it D3? Hobart? I think Hobart might be D3. He's really good at that. He's really good at that. And, we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. Like I said, he's listed as a tackle. He's a guard. He's going to play guard for them. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know if I'd say shocked. I think there was always a possibility they could go interior offensive line. That's not really the shocking thing there. Yeah, I just think in the past few days it kind of cooled off a little bit that they were going to go interior offensive line. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you bring up a good point, G Vegas, that Minnesota picked the guard. So they stole 2 picks for 3 spots. Well, it's a 1 pick for 3 spots because you swap picks, obviously. So I don't know. What are you just going to swap a pick? Like you gave up 1 extra pick to move up 3 spots. That was a 6th-round pick that you didn't have in the first place. I was talking about that no one in front of us needed him and could have used a 6th and a 4th to move up and get 2/3. You can move 2 fourths. You're not going to move a 4th and a 6th to get a 3rd. Like that value doesn't equate. You can move both your 4ths and probably get a 3rd, but that value doesn't equate.
Evan, we are back. We are now taking a look. Vikings picked guard, so it looks like Minnesota might have been in on a guard. which could lead to why the Tampa Bay Buccaneers traded up in the first place. Evan, is that a fair thing to say?
It definitely could.
And, Evan, I want to hear your thoughts on this. What are your thoughts on Luke Gadicki?
I don't know. I don't know what his name is.
What are your thoughts on Luke from Central Michigan?
Well, in an interview, he said he's a straight up glass eater. He said, "I'm a straight up glass eater out there." Oh boy.
I don't know what that. I'm scared. I'm scared. Evan, hold me. I'm scared.
So, it definitely fits the Jason Light profile. I think so. Yeah, I mean, it definitely fits the Jason Light profile. More of a guy in the run game, I would say. His strength is more against the run. I personally haven't done a lot of research on him, but I do know that he's more of a run type guard. He's not somebody that, his pass protection is not going to be a strength. But who knows? He may also not be asked to play right away. This is a lot like Robert Hainsey last year, where he could play guard, he could play center. They like guys who can be versatile. And Gadicki is very much like that. And I think the people, I think, have a big issue with this is why they trade up. And to me, it's just not as big of a deal as people are like. Are people seriously overvaluing a 6th round pick right now? Like, I don't get why they're, I think they're overvaluing a 6th round pick. It is what it is. You like a guy, you got him. You still have your 3rd, and you still have 2 4ths and 2 7ths. Like, it's not like, you don't have to. It's not as serious as people are making out to be, I don't think.
Look, I don't think a 6th round pick is the end of the world. Like you said, it's something they basically got not for free, but, well, essentially for free, because they probably would have taken Logan Hall at pick 27. They were still able to move back, get the guy they wanted in Logan Hall, and at the top of the 2nd round, and they traded away that 6th round pick that they got. So I don't think that it is a crazy trade up, right? Look, they got the guy that they wanted. They traded up for the guy that they wanted. That's not a crazy thing. When you look at Luke Gadicki, I don't know. Whenever you look at Luke Gadicki from Central Michigan in terms of what he can give you, he's going to be a guy who's going to compete with Robert Hainsey and with Aaron Stinney for that starting left guard spot. And that's good. That's what you need. And like you said, the guy has, apparently a... Is the audio choppy? Is my audio choppy? It could. Not sure what it is, but talking real quick about the pick, it's going to be a guy who's going to compete with starting snaps with Robert Hainsey, with Aaron Stinney, like you said, Evan, and it just is. It makes sense. It makes sense. I think that it is a fine thing for the Bucs to make here. I don't think the trade-up's a crazy thing. Jason Light likes to move around, and he's continuing to do that now. What will they do in round number 3, Evan? We have no idea. Buffalo traded back again, by the way, with Cincinnati, so they just don't care at all. They just don't care at all. Oh, they were saying your audio was skipping, Evan. It sounded fine on my end, so I'm not sure what people were looking at there. But, you know what also is surprising, Evan? The fact that Malik Willis is still on that board. He's not going to get taken in the 2nd round, is he?
Maybe not.
Like, apparently he might not, man. Apparently he might not. Big picture, there were many other guys on the board. Yeah, that's true, but the Buccaneers got the guy that they wanted. And Jason Light's had really good success drafting offensive linemen in round 2. Is that also fair to say, Evan?
Yeah, I think so. And people that know me, I don't sugarcoat things. Like, if I don't like something, I'll say it. Like, right. It's not a huge deal to give up just a 6th round pick that you didn't even have before this draft started to move up 3 spots if you like a guy enough. It's not. If it was egregious, I would say it was egregious. It's not egregious. It's fine.
Yeah, I think if they took him at pick 60 right now, I don't think people. I think there's something about the idea.
Well, people don't recognize the name, so they think it's bad.
Yeah. So I think that people, and that's fine. It's understand. It's good. But people get mad because it's a trade up thing, and there's a stigma like, oh, they traded up for that guy. And look, every team's fan base does stuff like that every year, right? It just happens. It just happens. Let's see. So, Luke. There we go.
Okay, Cameron Taylor Britt off the board.
He did. He went to
60th pick.
There you go. He went to Cincinnati. That was where the Buccaneers had the selection originally.
So I guess the Bills traded back with Cincinnati.
They did. They did trade back again. They did trade back with Cincinnati, and Cincinnati has made the pick there. Luke is solid. I mean, Evan, what the heck does a glass eater mean? That just sounds dangerous.
It's I don't know, but it's.
I don't know if I want
to. You know what a glass eater is?
What's that?
Luke Gadicki.
That's true. I don't know if I want to know what a glass eater is. I don't think I want to see an example.
I think you might want that guy on your offensive line, though.
I think you would want that guy on your offensive line. So, Evan, like, your thoughts on it? Do you think it's a good pick, a fair pick? What do you?
It's probably a slight reach. I think if I was going interior offensive line, there I'd probably rather go Darian Kennard or Dylan Parham, but it's probably a slight reach. But I think he was probably going off the board early third round. And if you like a guy enough, why not get him? It's the late second round now. Like it's late second round, guys. Like I understand that a lot of Bucs fans aren't used to having these late round picks quite yet. After this is the second straight year of having it, so I thought it'd be a little bit better now. But these picks are essentially like you're picking for the next round.
Yeah.
A late first round pick, you're getting a second round player most likely. A late second round pick, you're getting a third round player. So, I think it's fine. It gives them depth. It gives them just more depth.
Yeah. I think I think that is understandable, man. At the very least, you get depth, right? At the very least. At best, you're getting a starter, and that's something everybody wants, right? And at worst, you're getting a solid rotational type guy, a guy who can be a starter for you somewhere down the line, and that's a good thing. What do you do whenever Shaq Mason isn't around in a couple of years? What do you do if Ryan Jensen isn't going to be here for a while? You have options, young offensive linemen that you can grow and develop and put into starting positions somewhere down the line, and the Buccaneers did that, which I think is a good thing. In my thoughts and opinions on that. So it's a fine pick. The guy sounds like an absolute mauler. I mean, he definitely sounds like a guy. I don't remember seeing him at the
Jason
draft.
Light offensive line pick.
Say again.
Sounds like a Jason Light offensive line pick.
It does. It does. Oh. There we go. Hold on. We're back. I got to keep on. I got to stop typing on my freaking number pad. I messed things up. I don't remember Luke Gadicki at the combine, Evan.
His Twitter handle is Luke the Lifter. So that's all you need to know.
The man's a Chad. The man's an absolute Chad, an absolute unit of a human being. And now, Evan, we wait to see what the Buccaneers are going to do in round number 3. Do you think we see a trade up?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think they sit there, and I think what they could do, maybe they pick at 91. Then I think there's like 10 or 12 rounds of comp picks there. There's like after that. So maybe they trade for one of those comp picks.
Oh man, that would be it's gonna be a long live stream. We're already at 3 hours. I mean, good lord, I don't know.
It's glorious.
I guess so. I guess it is. 49ers pick is in. I'm gonna be interested to see what they take. Kansas City, Buffalo, Denver after that. So yeah, Evan, that's gonna be interesting to see what happens here. Hold on one moment. I want to see what the chat is saying, folks. So Evan, here's something. Out of 110 votes, do you like the Luke Gadicki pick? 63% of 111 people so far have said yes. And I think it's
okay.
And I think it's all about that need, right? You needed to get a guy who can hopefully be an immediate guy at that offensive guard position.
Well, now you're trying to narrow it down, right? You got probably running back, you got tight end, you have corner or safety. I still don't. They're take one or the other. They're not doing both. So I would say tight end. The next pick will be either tight end, running back, corner/safety, or a pass rusher. I could see them drafting an outside linebacker to rush a passer.
Wait,
as more depth.
So say it again. Hold on, because that was a lot. That was a lot of confusion.
Okay, a tight end.
A
running back.
Okay.
a cornerback / safety. I think it's going to be one or the other. I don't think they're going to draft both.
Okay.
Or a pass rusher.
Okay. So a lot of options.
Outside chance for wide receiver. Outside chance.
So a lot of options, essentially.
I think so.
By the way, there's Logan Hall. There's Logan Hall. Sorry, no, that's Eric Armstead there. Basically Logan Hall. They take Drake Jackson. Look, Evan, I'm already making comparisons, okay? I'm already riding on the Logan Hall train. We're taking off. But Drake Jackson, edge defender out of USC, Kansas City, Buffalo, Denver are up next.
It's a good pick.
This Drake Jackson guy needs to start putting, with his extra money, he needs to start buying frames so he can put those jerseys that he has on his wall in frames instead of just having them up there with thumbtacks. I don't know what's going on there, my man, but we got to fix that. Get yourself an NFL contract. Let's fix that, okay? We need an interior designer in here. Brandon says we're going to be one of the worst pass defenses again, so it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative that the Bucs secondary is just terrible just isn't true. If they're so bad, they don't win 13 games. I'm sorry. If they're that bad, they don't win 13 games. It just doesn't happen. If they're as bad as fans say they are, they don't win 13 games.
Sage says Jensen eats nails, Gadicki eats glass without any milk.
There you go.
Pick 62 is in Kansas City.
The only thing I will say, the only disappointing thing is that he doesn't have hair. Because like the rest of them, Ali Marpet had some great hair. Alex Kappa had some precious locks.
He's gonna look like a psychopath out there. He's just bald, running around destroying people.
Well, he has some hair. He doesn't have long hair.
Right? Oh, okay, that's fair. Are there character concerns with Malik Willis? You know what I've been thinking about this whole live stream, Evan? Oh, there's Baron Corbin announcing the Chiefs pick. Brian Cook out of Cincinnati.
That was a Bucs target.
Yeah. So let me say this. I've been thinking about this the whole second round. Remember me and you talked about this, where Malik Willis at the Combine, I was there, and Carmen Vitale had wrote an article about this. And somebody asked Malik Willis who his favorite team was growing up. And he had said, I didn't really have a favorite team growing up. And they said, why? He said, I don't watch a lot of football. I said, why didn't you watch a lot of football? He said, I thought it was boring. And then he went to Liberty. He started winning. I know this is definitely me and you've talked about this before, and every time you said, James, come on, man. What the heck are you talking about? But I want to get it out there for the chat. And he said, I didn't watch a lot of football. And then the speculation started, at least on Carmen Vitale's end, a little bit. Where it said, hey, is that show not a love for football? He went to Liberty and started winning. Football became fun. If he starts to not win, is it not fun anymore? Will he get bored again? Think it's boring? I don't know. What was he saying in those interviews, Evan? We don't know.
Oh, he did it again in his interview thing. He called himself a glass eater again in his Bucs interview.
He did it again?
With the media, yeah. He said, I know exactly why the Bucs picked him. It says Bucs O-lineman Luke Gadicki, whatever, calls himself a glass eater when he plays because he's nasty on the field.
There you go. Hey, man, I mean, Mauler type guys, I always like stuff like that. I saw one analyst say
the Bucs.
I saw one analyst say he gets ugly wins as long as you're winning.
As long as you're winning, don't matter what they are.
You don't need to be a gentleman when you're an offensive lineman,
Absolutely, don't matter what they are as long as they're W's.
Light is following the failed Belichick GM. There is a lot of there is a very vocal vocal group of people talking that do not like these picks, Evan. I do not like these picks. Again, we just gotta wait, be patient. You're not gonna know what's gonna happen. 5 minutes after the pick is made. Evan, I remember people were mad about the Tristan Wirfs pick. And they said, What are we doing?
Well, so Martez in the chat says, I watched every game. We need better corners. So you watched every game, so you knew that wasn't their starting corners for 90% of the season, right? Yeah, because if you watched every game, you would know that they only played one game with their starting secondary intact. Their entire starting secondary only played one game.
Buffalo's pick is in at pick number 63. Then we have Denver. Evan. Now we get to the third round. My God. I'm going to be here another 2.5. I'm going to be here another 2 hours, Evan.
This isn't your first rodeo.
This isn't my what? This ain't my first rodeo. You're right. But gosh darn it, hey, sometimes you just got, hey, I got the cowboy hat back there. Sometimes you got to saddle up. I get it, but man, oh man. Let's see here. Pick number 63 is in. Only team with top three scoring offense and defense. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. Still, it seems like most people are liking the Gadicki pick than not.
Like I said, I think it's okay. Like, so far their draft has been meh to me, but like it hasn't been bad. But like, I'm not gonna sit here and throw my arms up in the air because they traded a 6th-round pick to move up 3 spots.
Mm-hmm. And look, like,
it's not that egregious.
And look, and Minnesota picked a guard right after that, so that supports the idea of, hey, they were in. There was a situation where,
yeah, you never know.
You don't know. But 2 more picks until the end of round 2, Evan, and then we get to round 3. That's going to be a slog. Good Lord. That is going to be an absolute slog of a round. Because then you're going to have more people announcing picks, and it's going to be, good Lord, it's going to be something. The Bills lost Cole Beasley and Mitchell Trubisky this year.
Good Bills pick here.
They've had a good Bills pick.
Very good.
Well, we'll see this in a second. Agree, Dave. Jets got better. Jets did get better. We must remember Light has been stellar for years. Let's give him a chance.
Yeah, so real quick, it's official. I will say the Bills did not pick Nakobe Dean or Malik Willis, so they are both not selected in the 2nd round.
Well, Denver's still up, right?
Yeah, well, Denver didn't pick him either. So
is Denver's pick?
Both players have made it into the 3rd round.
Oh, okay. Denver's pick has already been selected.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And so is the Bills.
Okay. Well, Evan,
and neither one is Nakobe Dean or Malik Willis. Not like Malik Willis wouldn't have gone to either of those places anyway. But
yeah, that's true. Here we've got Stevie Johnson, former Bills 7th-round pick in 2008, and there's also somebody else here. I don't know who that young man is. He looks like he's a party man. He's just hanging out. Oh, James Cook out of Georgia.
Yep, that's
wow.
The great value for the Bills there.
Wow, James Cook out of Georgia. That's an interesting pick.
James Cook out of Georgia goes ahead of Isaiah Spiller.
That is interesting, isn't that, Evan?
And I did like James Cook more than Isaiah Spiller, so it's just surprising me that a lot of NFL teams did. I really wonder if Isaiah Spiller gets close, the Bucs make a move up. There's been a lot of rumors that the Bucs were big fans of Spiller.
Yeah, that is very interesting. James Cook, the Bills, man, I just don't think they know what they want at running back. Singletary splitting reps. You also got to think Zach Moss is there. Or are they trying to get rid of Zach Moss, Evan? What's the latest on him? Do they like Zach Moss still?
I think they like Zach Moss. Yeah, I mean, I just think they're trying to get a lot of different options. They're one of those teams that sort of does a running back by committee. They don't really have a bell cow guys. You mentioned Singletary and Moss there, but I think Cook slots in perfectly with the 3rd down back role, and he's going to be really good for them. The Bills have really killed it this offseason.
Yeah, they really have been having a really good offseason. There's Dalvin Cook, brother of James Cook. He's on the Vikings. James Cook now joining the Buffalo Bills. It's going to be interesting to see, man. Look at James Cook there. He's still as lackadaisical as he was the day I saw him at the NFL Combine. This man is devoid of emotion. I mean, he's smiling. That's a beautiful thing. But, Evan, I told you this. This man would sit there and answer questions in the most monotone voice imaginable, which was amazing. I loved it. Here's Elvis Dumerville, I believe, to announce the Broncos pick. Let's see what happens here. Dameon Pierce is still on the... Somebody said Dameon Pierce is better than Spiller. I don't know about that one. And no, Zach Moss says Vegas. What's going on, Edie? Good to see you. Nick Bonito, edge defender out of Oklahoma. Fluid, fast, cover ability. Cliff Averill. 6'3", 248 pounds. It's a good pick for the Broncos. Joining a edge defending group of Bradley Chubb is in there. They've also got some other talented players in there. Didn't they add a big name, Evan? I cannot remember.
Who?
The Broncos. Or did they
add a big name on offense?
Well, that's true. I thought they had added a big edge defender as well, but I could be wrong.
Randy Gregory.
That might have been it, yeah. So now Nick Bonito is joining them. That's a good pickup for them. Gonna be.
Yeah, so I mean, names you could look at just to keep in mind for the Bucs. Cade Otton, tight end from Washington. Jeremy Rucker, tight end from Ohio State. Jelani Woods, tight end from Virginia. Damian Pierce, a running back from Florida. Isaiah Spiller, running back from Texas A&M. Tariq Woolen, cornerback from San Antonio, I believe. 6'4". So that's, you like the tall corners. Those are just some names. I don't think Travis Jones. I don't think they're going to go interior defensive line anymore. I would be surprised if it was interior offensive line as well. Kyron Williams is another name. Rashad White is another name. Both running backs. Perrin Winfrey, again, I would be surprised if they went interior defensive line. Yeah, I mean, Perrin Winfrey's still available on the third, but James had him at 27. So.
Yeah, you know what, dude? I was literally I
told you I was like, why?
Yeah, bro, I was sitting here. I said it earlier before I had you on. I was like, I just suck at this. I can't do this. Like, I'm just
Cole Strange went way ahead. Perrin Winfrey's still available.
Yeah, I'm just not good at
this. At least Jelani Woods is still there.
Hey, you know what, man? Do you think the Bucs trade those fourth rounders to move up in round 3? Just take 2 third rounders?
Maybe.
And just say, hey, we'll see. We made 4 picks. We'll see you guys in round 7. That man's got a Spartan helmet with a Jaguars jacket. That's nice. You love to see that. Another thing about defensive backs, none of these picks are starting this year. Kieran Williams can catch 2. What is a glass eater?
The glass eater, it's...
Somebody was asking that in the chat. Yeah, somebody who wants to rip your face off.
It's Luke Gadicki.
Yeah, it's Luke Gadicki.
The glass eater. That's what a glass eater is.
We got to figure out how to say his name. We'll get there eventually.
Got to.
You know what? Hold on. I feel like...
The pronunciation thing, I need to hear it.
Yeah, I need to hear it as well. Hold on one second.
That pronunciation thing did nothing.
No. I'm going to look into this. I'm going to look into how you say it in a moment. Hold on. Let's see. No, I don't have any info on that anymore, unfortunately. Any info I would have had, I had gotten rid of after I left the combine. They did give us a document that told us how to say some of these guys' last names, but that is not the case here. You have to be objective when looking at draft picks. I believe so. You trade down, pick up extra picks in draft, and overdraft players with the picks. The other thing about defensive backs and these picks going to be starting. If someone does not like any of our picks and like all the Saints picks, why not root for the Saints? I mean, look, at the end of the day, you do want to support all these guys who you do get drafted, right? You hope they do good. You should hope they do good.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, their dreams are coming true right now. Like, we are witnessing people's dreams come true and their lives change.
Yeah. It's awesome to see. I think it's awesome to see. Is Kaiir Elam still available? No, Kaiir Elam has been long gone.
Kaiir Elam went in the first round.
Yeah, he's been long gone. Yeah, he is long gone. Also, hello, Pam. Hello. Pick number 65 is in, Evan. We've officially started the third round. This is going to be here a while. The second round, Evan, lasted longer than the first round, I believe. And we still have an entire round to go.
Well, yeah, like I said, the second round is going to have a bit more, like, theatric-wise, you know?
Yeah, the Buccaneers did add to the trenches, Zoom says. And that's something that a lot of people thought the Buccaneers needed to do anyway. And they did it. So,
yeah, absolutely.
You know, here's the Jaguars pick number 65. Tony Baselli is there, Hall of Fame class 2022. This is your dude, Job Chill. Well, don't you start, John. Hey, Luke Fortner is here out of Kentucky, center. We need a corner badly and a tight end. Trey McBride was there, but he is gone now. Think about how much glass he had to eat to get here. That's right. He's been training. You know what I love about that? This, when I was doing research on Darian Kennard, Evan, offensive guard out of Kentucky, who's still on the board. Apparently Kentucky had one of the best offensive lines in football. I believe it was called the Blue Wall. I believe was what it was called. And they were winning awards for being one of the best offensive lines in pro football. So it's a good pick for the Jaguars there to get Luke Fortner here out of Kentucky. Darian Kennard.
Darian Kennard didn't use the ball a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't think, obviously he's not going to be a guy that the Bucs will pick.
No, I'd be surprised if they go. I'd be surprised if they double dip at this point.
I would be too. Minnesota's pick is in, by the way, pick number 66.
Yeah, see, the tough thing is, when you don't want spoilers, that's where it gets tough because
you were like five picks ahead.
The picks are flying. Yeah, the picks are flying now.
They're gonna have to start sprinting up there.
Well, they don't really start doing that until tomorrow. They still try and.
Brian Asamoah is in. Tell you what, Evan. Man, I would say that we can just start talking about the picks since we are going to be here a while, but I don't know. What are your thoughts and opinions on that? Nick, I agree. He was my pick. I liked Booth.
Start talking about what? Start spoiling him or?
Well, spoilers are strong. No, we're not going to do it. We don't do it. We have. You know what?
It's a frustrating rule of yours. It is.
Right. People are still talking about the secondary supposedly being an issue. Pollock is a coach from the Bengals. What's up, Majal? Good to see you finally in the chat. Greatly appreciative of that. But the Vikings get a linebacker here, not to start off the third round, but to continue it. Giants, Cleveland, Tennessee, Jacksonville. These are all guys that are going to be up here very, very shortly in round number 3. And, hey, let me ask you this. They're talking about Nakobe Dean here. Is a third round a spot where you see maybe a Baker Mayfield get traded or a Jimmy Garoppolo get traded?
I would say that's more likely to be tomorrow. If I had to guess at any point, that's what I would say.
Okay, that's fair. Here comes the Giants selection, by the way. Last pick in... Okay, apparently we're not going to go... Here we go. We're going to go back. We're going to go to round 3 now. We're to the minute where the New York Giants are up, and they have selected Joshua Ezeudu out of North Carolina. So we've had a run of offensive linemen here. Joshua Ezeudu here.
Oh, what do you know?
6'4", 308. 2021 All-ACC honorable mention. Pro Football Focus, 2 sacks allowed in career with 1,019 pass blocking snaps. That's pretty good in my opinion. And now you've got the Cleveland Browns up. I love how for every team, every single team that has been up, Evan, it just says, best fit, Nakobe Dean. Best fit, Nakobe Dean. Because the man, in terms of talent, was a first-round guy, but it's the injury stuff. Pam, the Buccaneers' next pick is not until when, Evan?
91 overall.
91. So we are still about 24 picks away. I'm good at math. I did it. And that's not too bad, to be honest, right? Did you guys see the player, the USFL player, smoking during practice drills?
Yeah.
Apparently it was confirmed. It was confirmed to be fake, I believe.
Real to me.
And Pat McAfee and company said it was fake.
I don't know. I haven't seen it confirmed anywhere. Just them speculating to me.
Pam says, feel sorry for the quarterback waiting to be picked.
Yeah.
Well,
think also Matt Corral. Think about him. He's in the green room, I believe. I'm not sure if he's left yet, but he was there.
Desmond Ridder? He's not there, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Willis wasn't even in the green room, was he?
I don't think he was, no.
Okay. That was after he got... Why would they invite... look, nothing against Matt Corral, right? But why would you invite him to the green room? Yeah,
I don't know. That's the NFL's fault. Yeah,
that's just really mean.
Think Matt Corral's gonna be a first round pick.
That's just mean.
Early second round pick.
Yeah, that's just mean spirited, man. Dalvin Cook brother is in the draft. He's a running back from Georgia. He just got drafted. He was
selected by the Buffalo Bills.
Yep. So he is gone as well. Logan Ryan, we just picked up. Y'all, did y'all forget? Logan Ryan was a very solid selection. They also picked up Keanu Neal in that safety spot. That was James Cook. He got chosen by the Bills. Maybe these quarterbacks should go to the USFL. Dude, honestly, if these young guys went to the USFL, they'd be really good.
Yeah, Malik Willis would dominate the USFL.
He would just be like, what am I doing here? Throws 50 touchdowns in one game.
He wouldn't be there
long.
Yeah, he wouldn't be there very long. Because he's like, oh, yeah, you're good.
I don't even think he'd play a game. You know,
No.
Bucs next picks.
Also, if the Bucs pick at 91 and Malik Willis is still there, I'm gonna be like, why did you have to pick Kyle Trask last year?
Well,
Malik Willis at 91 would have been tremendous.
You said if he was there at 60, you said why would
Yeah,
you pick? And he was there at 60.
I know. If he's there at 91, I'm gonna be like, why couldn't you just pick like a defensive lineman last year? Like,
at that point, man, if he's there at what 91?
If he's there at the top of the 4th round, it's taking him. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. Have a competition later. See you, Blaine. See you, Ryan. It's been fun, guys. We'll see you later. Wait, what quarterbacks have not been picked? Good question. Let's get to that. So right now, as it stands, the quarterbacks that have not been selected there's only
the one quarterback in the entire draft that's been selected,
and it was Kenny Pickett in round 1.
You should be asking what quarterback has been picked.
Yeah,
the rest of them are still on the board. All the quarterbacks you recognize, they're still there. I guarantee you.
Malik Willis, 23rd overall prospect, at least according to CBS. Matt Corral, 34th overall. Sam Howell, 45. Desmond Ridder, Carson Strong. They're all there. We have Kevin Stefanski sitting in an office by himself. It's a nice office. With the dual monitors. Their picks in right now. Cleveland's going all in, Evan. I just saw the added in 2022 Deshaun Watson and Amari Cooper. That's insane. Yeah, I forgot that they had that much talent added. Let's see. By the time they pick a QB, Brady will retire again. By the time... Who? The Bucs? Again, like, they don't really need to pick a quarterback right now, per se, because they do have Kyle Trask. But all these quarterbacks are dropping, Evan. That is a very striking tell as to what the heck the league thinks about these quarterbacks. It's just like the 2013 draft again. You know?
This is honestly maybe even worse.
Now let me tell you this, Evan. Did you see what yes, sorry, Pam, I got you. I was just a little confused. I was very confused. It doesn't take a lot for me to get confused. Evan, let me tell you this. Did you see what Mike Tomlin had said about the Kenny Pickett selection?
He was like, it's interesting.
Yeah, he's like,
and everybody was like, if you're saying it's interesting about your first round pick, that doesn't sound like a good start.
There's the Miz. Wow, look at the Miz.
You know the Browns pick.
Yeah. The Miz.
I'm the Miz.
Oh, he is hollering. What a heel! What a heel! He's shooting, man. He's talking.
Always respect Miz. Always respect.
He's going. That's really cool that they're incorporating WWE good. Superstars in here. That's fun.
He's good.
This has got to be a dream for those guys too.
Oh, it's gonna be pretty cool
to finally get involved. Sure. Martin Emerson, by the way, cornerback out of Mississippi State. He was a guy I actually mocked going to the Bucs.
Feels a little early for me right here, though.
I mocked him going in round 4, I believe, or was it round 3? Don't remember.
No, I think round 3 you had Jelani Wood.
I did. He was a guy I had going in round 4 to the Bucs. So I do agree with you. It is a little bit early, but good height, 6'1", 201, big, physical. Question deep speed, but you know what? Hey, Cleveland, they have a good history of developing some tight ends recently. Hard hitter. So not bad. But anyway, back to the Mike Tomlin thing, which, by the way, I love the Pickens pick. I love the wide receiver that they got. I thought that was a good pickup for them.
Oh, yeah.
When you're
if his character checks out,
when your head coach is saying it's interesting, we went all around the country, and we ended up with a guy who was right next door. It's like, what are you saying? What are we talking about here? And apparently, there's talk that he wanted Malik Willis.
I don't know.
At this point, I would say he probably should have wanted anything else.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. So apparently, Nakobe Dean has that injury to his pec. That's what it was. It's a pec injury. He decided not to have surgery on it. He decided he was going to rehab it and not have surgery on it. That's the red flag. But at some point, he's got to be too good for somebody to pass. Like, you take the risk.
Yeah.
Like, if he's sitting there at 91, I would take him in a heartbeat.
I think you're right on that.
You have to.
Jets are the winners of the draft. They got all the best players.
They have had a very good draft.
Yo, hey, this is Sean from Psych.
I was like, what happened? I don't have the draft on. So.
Oh, I got you. This is Sean from Psych. I love Psych. Fantastic show. I like this. This is fun.
Oh, this is good.
At least Pittsburgh can get small. What'd you say, Evan?
No, you have a PG show, so I can't say it.
Oh, I gotcha. Let's see.
It's a.
Ooh, Nicholas Petit Freer out of Ohio State goes. Okay, they get an offensive tackle.
It's a quote that Central Michigan's head coach had about Luke Gadicki.
Oh, okay.
After he said Central Michigan, I'm not gonna say it, but Central Michigan.
Bleep it out.
Central Michigan, okay, whatever. Central Michigan's Jim McKeown or whatever on what it means when Bucs second rounder Luke Gadicki calls himself a glass eater. Explained it this way: he doesn't take spit from anyone.
There you go. Again, the guy sounds like a mauler. He sounds like just a madman of an O-lineman, and that's great. I love that type of mentality, that type of energy, you know? I think it's great. But Petit Freer here out of Ohio State. Really good run. Petit. Really good run blocker.
It just reminds me of a Giovani Bernard.
Let's see. People have no exceeding 29% pass the league. Pick 70 is in. The Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in. But the Bucs are still not on. There were 20 picks away. 21 picks away now, Evan.
Mm-hmm.
The draft is flying. I don't think you have all celebrities announce next year's draft picks at Detroit. They might just have to keep the draft in Vegas.
No, I mean, they always have a lot of celebrities do it, though.
I'd love to see a draft.
I do agree. Like, it's probably, like, since it's in Vegas right now, like, yeah, that's probably a good reason for it, but.
I'd love to see a draft pick. I'd love to see a draft in Florida, man. Chad.
Yeah, I don't remember ever being in Florida.
Chad Muma out of Wyoming. That's a good pickup for Jacksonville. I think that he's a very good linebacker. 6'2", 239. A little bit slow, but I like his instincts, Evan. I like his instincts.
Imagine the Bucs don't pick Nakobe Dean with the 91, but they just get him at 106.
Say it again. No, they get him at 106.
Yeah, like, oh my god.
I'd be like, what? Okay.
And if he's there at 91, you have to take him.
I think so.
If his injuries riddle whatever, it's a third round pick. Like, yes, like a third round pick is valuable, but like you're taking that risk versus reward.
Somebody said if we draft a running back, we're screwed.
Why would they be? Why would they be? I don't think they should draft a running back probably here either. Now that Cook's off the board, I think they should just wait until the fourth round tomorrow. But why would they be screwed? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah. It's so many different opinions, Evan. The draft is always. I think that the draft is the most divisive event of the entire offseason.
People see names that they recognize and they see them for months. And
I think it's the most divisive event, easily the most divisive event of the offseason.
It's also because, especially when like streams like this, when a lot of people come together, there's so many different outlets to get your draft information from. So many different people have so many different opinions, and when they all come together and share those opinions, it's like a wide range.
Yeah, it's like what is happening, you know. But man, oh man, we are still a ways away from the Buccaneers pick here, but Chicago's pick's in at pick number 71. Has that selection been made yet, Evan? I know you said that you were.
I haven't seen it. But if it's 71, that is 20 picks away from the Bucs pick. So.
Well, there you go. 20 picks officially. So hopefully these picks start flying by, so I can get some sleep tonight. And yeah, man. Let's see. Moon will stop. Let's see. Yeah, Chicago's pick is in. Haven't seen as much trade downs now, Evan. A lot of trade downs in round 2 as well.
The 9 trade downs in round 1. It was the most in the first round since, I believe, 2000. It was like 2000 or something. 2001, something like that.
Wow. Again, that's pretty telling of what
the talent, the depth, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty telling as to what the heck's going on in terms of, you know, in terms of this draft
and
class
I mean,
and what people think.
We still are relatively in the early third round, so you could still see some movement here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. You could still definitely see a lot of movement here. We'll wait and see if there is any other movement. Seattle's there At pick 72, Evan. Okay. Third round. Picks.
You gotta take Malik. Like, how do you not take Malik?
At pick 72, you have Seattle, right? They have.
Well, what is the harm in picking Malik Willis?
At this point, man, just give the guy a chance. 72 for Seattle, 73 for Indy, 74 for Atlanta. One of them has to take Malik Willis, right? One of them. How tall is he? Do people think he's under? Is that an old stereotype, or they still think he's like undersized or something? Like I have no idea. I don't get it. I don't get why he's dropping. Here's Troy Vincent again announcing the pick. The Bears have selected Velus Jones Jr. out of Tennessee. Velus Jones Jr. out of Velus Jones Jr. out of Tennessee. So they bolster their wide receiver room a little bit. 5'11", 204 pounds, 4.31 40-yard dash. That is fast.
I do wonder if Carolina starts to maybe get involved here. The later it gets for Willis, you know.
Yeah, but again, like if one of these Seattle teams, if one of these next three teams is interested, maybe they just go ahead and take them.
What are the next three teams?
Seattle, Indianapolis, and Atlanta.
Yeah.
Those are you know, those are the three teams that would be interested.
If he makes it past here without getting picked, I don't know why he got picked.
Yeah, it's like, man, dog, 7th round, Malik. Is that where you're getting picked up, my man? My good lord. Malik Willis for any team is 2 first-rounders in future, even if you already got a QB1. I don't know about all that, but I mean, I think he should have been taken by now.
Yeah, it's the upside is enough to.
He's a good mobile quarterback. Gives you a lot, I think. At least.
I mean, and he's young too. Like,
well, he's at least worth
Kenny Pickett's 24 years old. Like.
Yeah.
Malik Willis, I believe he's 21.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know, he's 22. He's about to be 23. Sorry. So he's still on the younger side though, and I just think the upside there is yet again, just like with the Kobe Dean, the risk versus the reward it's starting to be a bit too like it's starting to go this way, right? Like, you know, like with the longer he sits there, like you're like, why not? You know, yeah. Russell Wilson didn't go until the 3rd round.
That's true.
And Seattle took Russell Wilson. So does Seattle take another 3rd round quarterback?
Seattle's pick is in. We shall see. We'll see. Do they do it again? Do they say, hey, you know what? At this point, Willis would be a steal. Tom Brady was a 6th. That is true. Tom Brady was a 6th rounder. Did you? He was.
I hate when people do that.
Yeah.
What other 6th round pick is?
Seattle's made one pick here. They've taken Kenneth Walker. Some people said that was a steal for them, but the need does not make sense to me.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, yeah, that's the. You have to judge that, right? You have to judge the need versus the value, and like the value might have been fair, but the need, like you said, you have Chris Carson, you have Rashad Penny, you need another running back. Like really, like you have other needs on your football team. Like, do you need another running back? And I don't think they did.
I just don't think that was something Seattle needed to get done unless they decide tomorrow, hey, Chris Carson, see you later, man. You know?
Yeah,
like it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It doesn't. Vegas says, I don't think DBs are the problem. It's the pass rush. Get after the quarterback and the DBs will be fine. Just get Joe Tryon Shawinka in there more and the secondary will be fine. Man, oh man. Evan, Seattle's pick. We're still waiting on it for commercial breaks here. They're taking their sweet time. Now, let's see. What do you think Seattle does here?
I have to assume that they're not picking Malik Willis. Like
at this point, I don't think so. You know, because now it's just getting sad. You know, now I'm just like, oh, poor man, this guy, this poor man. Let's see. We addressed D-line first need and offensive guard. DB will be the 3rd pick. Tight end, man. Is this the year, Evan? Is this the year they finally take an Ohio State player and draft Jeremy Ruckert.
They could.
I was very happy with Jeremy Ruckert at the combine. He was cool, seemed like a cool dude, sensible, does a lot of good stuff. I saw somebody, a draft analyst, say, basically Jeremy Ruckert does everything that Trey McBride can do. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's me dissing Trey McBride here. I love Trey McBride. He'll be good for the Cardinals, but it's just an important thing to know. By the way, Buccaneers mandatory minicamp starts June 7th to June 9th, Evan. Try and get credentials. But, again, Seattle here. Best quarterbacks available. Again, all of them. Literally all of them. This is the 2013 draft class all over. Remember when E.J. Manuel was the top pick? Was that a different draft class? Well, that was 2013, right?
It's 2013,
yeah.
Okay, so I don't have the Seahawks pick, but the Colts did not pick Malik Willis. I knew that.
Okay.
So, I don't know if the Seahawks did. I don't know. They could have. But...
Okay. The Seahawks pick is
and I will just say that the Colts had picked somebody who could have been a Bucs target.
Okay. We'll take a look at that when we cross that bridge.
Somebody's pick.
Let's see.
Is that Shaquem? Yeah.
Yep, Shaquem Griffin. By the way, Shaquem Griffin went to a high school that I used to play against, and I didn't even remember that. Which is insane. He's actually from St. Petersburg, Florida. Abraham Lucas, tackle out of Washington State. Seattle. Excellent hand placement, latch and control, inconsistent anchor. Seattle. They're like a Drew Lock. You're in. Did you all see Embiid is out for the Sixers with an orbital fracture and a concussion? Evan,
yes.
Your thoughts?
No comment.
All right. Yep. Next question. Brady. But our secondary is still bad. Trust it, man. He's going to be a baller. Needs to put on a couple pounds. Who's going to be a baller? Oh, Logan Hall. Way, Evan.
About 285. But apparently Scott Reynolds of Pewter Report had spoken to a lot of people who think that he can pretty easily get up to 300.
We're going to have to start pretty. Yeah, man. Hey, I could get to 300 if I tried harder.
I can get him to 300.
Yes, sir.
Go to the buffet if you don't. He'll get to 300.
Me and you start going there, man. We'll get up there if we try hard enough. Indianapolis's pick is in. You said they did not pick Malik Willis, correct?
No, they did not.
Okay.
So Seattle and now Indy.
What is Indy going to do?
Malik Willis.
They do.
The chance of Malik Willis being available entering the third round, according to ESPN's draft predictor, was less than 1%.
Evan? Oh, no! Oh, no! Okay. Something insane just happened where there were two people in a trench coat and the top guy fell and I assume died? And now a random person, the cheeky boyos? No! Jelani Woods is the pick!
The next pick's interesting.
Jelani Woods is the pick.
The next pick, the Falcons, interesting. Not a Bucs target this next pick, but interesting.
Wow, Jelani Woods is gone. Oh, well, now at tight end, you got to think Jeremy Ruckert or Greg Dulcich.
Well, Kate Otten, I've heard they don't love Dulcich, so.
You got to think Jeremy Ruckert.
I think it's down to Kate Otten or Jeremy Ruckert.
Jelani Woods. Wow, what a pickup. What a pickup for the Colts. That's a good pickup for them. He's going to be a very good tight end with Matt Ryan in their offense. Man, oh, man. And now we've got Atlanta. Evan, what do we think?
It's an interesting one.
You think it's a doozy, huh? Well, you know it's a doozy.
It's a doozy.
Okay.
It's a doozy for a particular reason.
Okay. We'll see who this selection is in a moment. Yeah, Jelani. I would say that Jelani's a fine blocker.
It's fine. He's a good player.
I love Jelani Woods. I do. Dude, him at the again, I don't mean to keep on referencing the combine, but the dude had the most bench reps. Come on, James. Look,
you were at the combine.
I was at
we get it. Big time. We get it.
Desmond Ridder to the Falcons.
Not Malik Willis.
Okay.
Something's not Malik Willis.
Not Malik. Something's wrong with Malik Willis. Something's wrong with
God.
Malik Willis. Pick 74, round 3, Desmond Ridder is the pick. Something's up with Malik. Evan, thoughts? What?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's no injury that I know of. There's no
Wow.
off-field concerns. I know that. I mean, maybe that commitment thing, but like, I don't know. I can't. I don't know how. I don't know how the media and all the sources were this off on this guy. That like NFL teams truly did not care for him at all.
For Ridder?
For Willis.
What do you mean they did not care for him at all?
They clearly don't care for him.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying. And like the media made it seem like they did, but like everybody.
Comparison for Desmond Ridder: mature, athletic. His pro comp, Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, he looks just like him too.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Desmond is good too, but what is going on with Malik Willis? What were you saying, Evan? I'm sorry, I did not mean to cut you off.
No, just like all the rumors and stuff, and not even the media, but like from legit people having Malik Willis, like this is insane.
People were saying Malik Willis could go. Look, and I know the media was
people were saying some mocks had him going 2.
So yeah, the Lions. Some people had him going 6, pick 9, 10, whatever it may have been, right?
To Pittsburgh at 20, yeah.
And Evan, we are 15 picks away from the Bucs pick, right? He's still there.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Willie says Desmond Ridder, our backups can beat him. Hey, he'll, you know.
In the Kobe Dean, that one makes more sense because we know the reason for Dean.
Right.
We know the reason for Dean. The Broncos traded the number 75 pick to the Texans. Could the Texans be feeling a quarterback run here and going to get Malik Willis?
Malik Willis versus Davis Mills. I'm a big fan of Davis Mills. I think that man can get you into a playoff game.
I think Davis Mills could do it, but then he would need to be replaced. So,
you know,
buy a draft pick.
Buy a draft pick. Look,
and then that draft pick will be traded.
I love General Mills. That's true, and then the draft pick will get traded.
I would tell you, Davis Mills, Brandon Cooks, man.
Actually, that's the combo.
Never fails.
Look, this is what Logan says. You called it. I remember you talked about him being potentially there for us last night. I'm amped up for this pick. He's got a long way to go, but a QB was much needed. I actually liked him over Malik Willis, too. So this is my favorite pick of the draft. That's coming from a Falcons fan, Logan from Rise Up, Rundown.
Yeah, well, he's a Falcons fan.
Yeah, but it is...
I wasn't a huge Ritter guy.
It's an interesting perspective, though, isn't it? That a Falcons fan, somebody who, you know, and to be fair, you know, is saying, hey, you know, I like this pick. Look at that. Houston has traded away their pick.
And the Texans have not taken Malik Willis.
Wait, the Texans traded for that pick, or they traded?
Yeah. The Broncos traded that pick to the Texans.
Okay, and the Texans obviously they
Texans did not take Malik Willis.
In General Mills, we trust. You got to support it. He's still on the board, folks. Guys, what do we think? Give your thoughts in the chat. What the heck is going on with Malik Willis here? Somebody said Malik Willis legal trouble? No. Desmond Ridder got picked, yes. The odds of Malik Willis going undrafted are literally impossible. But
I expect his night, he will be picked by somebody before tonight is done.
Yes. Christian Harris, linebacker out of Alabama. Okay. The drops continue in this draft. Oh my goodness. Baltimore's up. And then you have Indy, Evan.
Indy.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? Says not that good.
Who's coming up on the board here?
Baltimore, Indy, Cleveland, Chargers, Denver, Giants. The only team...
The Giants there.
It's like the only two teams you think about are Indy or New York, you know? Those are the only two teams. The Giants or the Colts right now. Unless a team trades up, this got to be some form of... let's see. Somebody said overhyped by the media.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, to some extent, sure, but, like, this is drastic. Like,
I understand, like, look, guys have been overhyped and then selected a round later than what the media would say, right? We're
yeah,
in 2 rounds now later.
like there was legit top 10 buzz about this guy, and now he's
Legitimately.
available in the middle of a third round.
Huh? Say again?
There was legit top 10 buzz about this guy,
Yeah.
and now he's available in the middle of the third round.
Yeah, now he can't get picked up to save his life. You know? Man, oh man. Shocking. Shocking stuff.
I just don't know how everybody could be so off about it.
Yeah. Like that's the surprising thing, man. That's the surprising thing is how did everybody get it this wrong, Evan? Where they said, you know what? He's going to get taken number 2. And then it's gone to, you know what? We're at pick 76 and he's still not taken yet. Like, what a complete misstep of reporting. Evan, that's kind of been something, though, that's been highlighted a little bit this year is kind of inaccuracies in reportings and whatnot. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Man, the Ravens just
Continue to bolster this draft?
yeah.
Maybe because it's Liberty University and Malik going to be angry like when he gets in the league? Yeah. It happened to DK, remember? He turned out good. This is I don't think this is well, similar things, yes, similar things. So we'll see what Malik Willis is going to be able to do. For whatever team he joins, he ain't going to be a starter when he joins that team, that's for sure.
I don't.
Man will be competing for a backup job. Tampa Bay is finally on the little ticker at the bottom. That's great. You love to see that.
Finally in the vicinity.
But we're finally in the range. We're 14 picks away, Evan. So that's not bad. 14 picks.
Oh, it's 10:03 right now. So probably by 11.
Yeah, they'll probably
Maybe
get in.
a little bit before that, maybe.
I believe so. And Ravens' pick is in. What do you think they go for here, Evan? They continue to bolster that offense, or
I think they're going to bolster the defensive line.
Well, there you go. There you go. We'll take a look at this in a moment. That was not shocking. Well, no, that was shocking. The fact that Desmond Ridder just went before Malik Willis. Man, oh man. But he totally fits what Atlanta likes to do, right? In terms of just having a manager type guy.
But but with like a power run scheme like Arthur Smith would have from Tennessee, Malik Willis would have fit there. I feel like so.
Yeah, they were just like, hey, we love Marcus Mariota so much.
They're like, who looked like Marcus Mariota?
Yeah, dude, they were legitimately like, you know what? We like Marcus Mariota so much, we get another one. And everybody was like, wait, what? And before anybody could stop him, they said, we're doing it. We're doing this.
This is a nightmare for Willis right now.
You got to feel so bad if you're him, you know.
God, why did the Bucs pick Cockrell?
DK Metcalf stayed in the SEC. Malik Willis didn't. The sound of Malik Willis punching the air with Baker Mayfield. Jeez. Travis Jones is still available, says Vegas. So there you go there. What would you guys like to see the Bucs do with their next pick? Evan, your thoughts? They've invested in 2 trench players. And that say again.
No, go ahead.
I'd say in my mind, tight end or running back is something I'd like to see.
I think you could add the safety / corner in that mix.
That's also fair.
I think it'd be one of those 3. Outside chance it could be a receiver, an outside chance.
Yeah.
Maybe a guy like Jalen Tolbert.
Man, oh man. Let's see. Baltimore, what are they going to end up doing?
Yeah, the Ravens are just on another level, man.
Chances Willis goes undrafted, 0%. Like, it's, if I had to put a percentage on it, it's 0. It won't happen. That would be, that's just an impossible scenario. But I'm very shocked that he's gotten this far. Same thing with Nakobe Dean to a certain degree. Because Evan, like you said earlier, heck, we were talking about this at the end of the second round, Evan, or mid-second round, where it's like, hey, at this point, just run the risk, That's what we were talking about. So, for both those guys to still be there, man, oh man. Here comes the pick. This man's wearing a Lamar Jackson jersey. It is Josh Charles, actor. Cool. So many defensive backs already taken. I do not value them as high right now. Willis won't go undrafted because teams will not fight for him as an undrafted free agent. I mean,
he's not going undrafted. He's not less than 7 rounds.
Yeah, and Travis Jones is selected out of UConn. Whoever said Vegas in the chat who said Travis Jones is still available, no more. Baltimore continues a very good draft, by the way. I'm going to see who they've picked up throughout the entire course of their draft real quick. They've had a very, very solid draft, though, from what I remember. So let me see if I can find it. Hold on just a moment, folks. We're going to go to Baltimore. They have taken... Hold on just a moment.
Well, you want me to run down Baltimore's picks?
I got it right here. Kyle Hamilton.
A+.
Tyler Linderbaum.
A.
David Ajabo.
A+.
And now Travis Jones.
A+. Like, they're just good at this thing, man.
I mean, and the defensive talent that they're getting, I said this earlier, Evan, if there was any guy that David Ajabo could have went to sit behind and learn and grow, it would have been Baltimore, right? Like, hey, man, just sit. You don't got to do anything crazy. We've got the talent here already. And you can just do what you need to do. Colts pick is in. They are announcing it right now, Evan. Troy Vincent is making the name, and it is Bernard Raymond, tackle out of Central Michigan, teammate of our dear friend, Luke Godicki. Is this man a glass eater? I don't think so. I don't think so. But this is a very good pick. Honestly, this is very good value for the Colts. They continue to bolster their offensive line with really good guys.
Did anybody in the chat watch draft day this weekend, or just me?
I saw you talk about it. I wanted to watch it, but I didn't get around to it. It's been a really busy week.
I watched it today.
You did watch it today?
I always watch it every year. I watch it day 2.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great. No, yeah, I love that movie. That's a fantastic movie.
So unrealistic, it's good. James is a ghost in his house, so you might have to deal with that.
It's a honking sound. I don't know what that is. Or
He's got to put it on his cowboy hat, so he's got to investigate that.
I need to saddle up. If I was the Bucs GM, I would take Matt Corral, but light maybe. Let's see, Kyle Phillips. Let's see, Bucs are screwed. Ain't no cornerback worth a crap now. Judging by this draft,
why are they screwed?
By this draft, it looks like Ozzie Newsome never left. Yeah, Ozzie Newsome picked a great successor. It's literally the same person, essentially. Man, oh man. Cinema Sins did a video. Cinema Sins did a video about it today. About draft day today.
It's so unrealistic. Like, dude, that Jacksonville general manager, how quickly would he be fired for trading a 6th pick for 3 second-round picks?
I would love to see, how there's certain BuzzFeed and stuff are hey, I'm former general manager, let's just say, for example, Mark Dominic, and I'm going to be reviewing draft day today. I would love to see a former GM review that movie and be like, what is this? What am I watching?
That's probably what they were thinking.
Yeah, they're probably like, this sucks. Cleveland's pick is in, Evan.
Cleveland got a good one here.
We are marching our way to the Buccaneers selection. We're 12 picks away. We're getting there.
Cleveland got a really good one here.
Buccaneers still have their selection in 2 4th-rounders, Evan.
Yes, they do. They have the first 4th-round pick of the day, so remember that, folks. The draft starts, I believe, at noon tomorrow, I think. So
yeah,
remember that the Bucs will start off just like tonight. They started tonight. They will start tomorrow.
Yep. James.
Barring any trade.
Yep. Eric DeCosta is having a great draft for the Ravens. Fantastic draft. He really is. Can't wait to rub it in when the Bucs defense gives us 300 yards a game again. Bucs fans will make some excuse again.
So you're gonna rub it in when a team fails. Yeah, that sounds cool.
College players calling the GMs to pitch their recruit. I hardly doubt that. More like agents. I'm not sure. Alex Wright of UAB goes to the Browns. I like Alex Wright.
You know, a player I like for the Bucs. or just I like in general. D'Angelo Malone. He's a pass rusher.
Okay.
He's a good player. I think he could be a fit in the fourth round there at the top of the fourth round.
6'5", 271 is Alex Wright. I'm so happy for UAB, by the way, that the fact that they're just back being able to play football again. That's awesome. You love to see that.
But yeah, D'Angelo Malone for Western Kentucky. He's a pass rusher. He's a good player. I really like him.
There's the Blue Man Group.
Just the way you said that.
Wait, what do you mean?
There's the Blue Man Group. I wasn't expecting. I'm not watching the draft, so I can't see what you're saying.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's the Blue Man.
There's the Blue Man Group.
The Blue Man Group's arrived. How do they announce a pick? They don't talk.
The Blue Man Group have been selected before Kenny Pickett.
They'll be selected. Oh, you mean Malik Willis?
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, that Kenny Pickett, yeah, Malik Willis, and the Kobe Dean.
Yeah. Chargers are up. I mean, man.
Chargers ain't doing it. Who's on the board? Give me the next 5.
You have Denver, not including the Chargers. Not including the Chargers, okay? You have Denver at pick 80.
Nope.
Giants at pick 81.
Maybe.
Atlanta at pick 82.
Nope.
Philly at pick 83. And Pittsburgh at pick 84.
Philly's sitting there.
Could you imagine Hurts and Willis just competing against each other?
They just traded for I always want to say Jalen Brown, AJ Brown, and they're like, you know what?
Matter of fact. And then after that, Evan, you have New England, Las Vegas, Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo.
The Broncos are taking a potential Bucs pick, according to you.
According to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Tampa. So, look, Evan, I'm just going to go down the names. Okay? Denver doesn't need a quarterback. The Giants don't need a quarterback. Atlanta, they don't need a quarterback. Philly, maybe, right? Maybe. Pittsburgh, they don't need a quarterback. New England,
no.
New England, no. Raiders, no. I don't see anything else now because they went to commercial break, so I'm going to go to my other screen here. Hold on. Arizona, they don't need a quarterback. What? Dallas, they don't need a quarterback. Bills, no. Titans, no. Every single pick.
Titans, maybe.
Maybe.
I can see the Titans.
So we have Philly and Tennessee. That's it. Evan, we're gonna get to pick 91. He's still gonna be there, Malik Willis, and you'd be like, "Why did you draft Kyle Trask?"
I'm gonna hate it.
Man, oh man. Somebody said Chargers are picking a running back. We got to get a tight end. Even if Gronk comes back, he won't play a full season. You know, Evan, we again, Jeremy Ruckert. He's like one of the last. There's 2 guys left that I love. Jeremy Ruckert and Greg Dulcich. Those are the last 2 guys. Because Jelani Woods is gone, and Trey McBride is gone. So
that's my comment.
So we'll see. Broncos and
that is my one.
Chargers
are
here.
Who's up right now?
Chargers are up. Their pick is in. 9-8 record, 3rd in the AFC West.
I don't know the Chargers pick, but I know the Broncos pick.
Okay. At least Lightning will win 3 cups in a row. That's nice. Blue Man Group was in for so long. They're so good. I've only seen them once. It's a very cool show they do. Titans are a maybe for Willis. If this wasn't the Raiders' first pick, I can maybe see. I would not see them pick Willis, I wouldn't see them pick Willis. I don't think Willis lasts long in the league as a backup. I imagine he'll lose interest quickly and just peace out. That's something we talked about, Evan. Is he bored? We don't know.
Or does this give him extra motivation? Does this give him extra juice?
It's true. Or does he get mad? He's like, I hate this.
Or does he get mad and he's like, screw all
I
of
hate
them.
you.
Yeah,
Titans or Detroit will take Willis. I would like to hear Evan's take on what he thinks the Bucs may do for the tight end position next season.
So, okay. Do you mean this coming season or
next season?
Next season without.
I assume next off season. By the way, there's a YouTuber who's vlogging. FaZe Rug. Okay.
I've heard of him.
You've heard of him?
I've heard of him.
The man's a rug. He's a member of FaZe.
Anyways,
and the Chargers select JT Woods, by the way. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Out of Baylor.
No problem. James is gonna melt down next pick. But I had to throw out a semi-spoiler there. Now, as far as like the tight end group next offseason, if you're talking about that, you're likely looking at like if Ron Gronkowski comes back, it's a 1-year deal, so he's probably done next year. Cameron Bray is on the last year, or I think it might actually be a 2-year deal. But anyways, I mean, he's only getting older, so the team could look to move on. I think they're going to add a tight end here at some point, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Like, and I think that tight end would be on the team, but like they're going to have to spend some resources at tight end here sooner rather than later. So either, even if they pick a tight end tonight or tomorrow, I still think they'll need next offseason. They'll probably need another one.
Gamer says, did I see Malik Willis's post on Twitter? I saw it earlier when he said, God's plan and everything.
It's funny. He just reposted a meme. It was an Instagram poll, and it was on Instagram. It was like the Instagram like the polls that you can put on there. And he screenshotted it, and it was one of them. It said, "You who want me?" Right? It said Malik Willis with and it said, "Who want me?" No, 100%. And he reposted it and did like the laughing face of it.
That's pretty funny.
Actually, it was 7 minutes ago.
Broncos pick is in at pick 8. They pick Greg Dulcich, tight end out of UCLA, walk-on wide receiver, explosive, Owen Daniels. He would have been a nice pick for the 6'4", 240. That's a good pick for the Broncos. They didn't need him. Come on, Greg Dulcich is the pick for the Broncos, the Bucs, in my opinion. There's only one tight end I love left. And it's Jeremy Ruckert out of Ohio State, Evan.
Like I said, the two are K-Dot and Jeremy Ruckert, and outside chance for Charlie Kohler. Bucs have had interest in him as well.
For tight end position?
Yeah.
Okay. Man, oh man. We move on to the Giants, Evan. And they ain't going to take Malik Willis. Falcons ain't. Philly? It's down to Philly in Tennessee. But, at least for until the Bucs pick.
Who are the Giants?
Pick's already in. Giants pick is in. See a man in a Giants hat.
Who have the Giants taken?
Giants and Pittsburgh's fans are mingling right now. Let's see what happens. Broncos don't have fans, so they needed a tight end. That's true, Vegas. I completely forgot about that. They did need a tight end. Dulcich will be an eventual starter for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, they had McBride on their radar, I heard.
Yeah. Here's the pick from the Giants. They have selected with pick number 81, Cordell Float out of LSU. Cornerback.
I don't know who he is.
You don't know who he is?
I don't know who he is.
Well, he ran a 4.41 40, 175 pounds, 6 feet tall. He's a good tackler, apparently, against Auburn. Good 3 pass breakups and interception in 2021. Primarily played in nickel corner. Evan, it's going to be interesting. Somebody said, Pam said that the Giants need a quarterback. They ain't getting one here.
Or are they? Oh, no, I forgot that was their pick.
We're at that point in the night. They're not getting a quarterback, but wait. By God, that's Malik Willis's music. What the hell is he doing here? It's going to be like the Royal Rumble where the guy comes out for the pick and then Malik Willis beats him up and takes the jersey and says, I'm the pick now.
Yeah.
Atlanta's pick is in at pick number 82. I don't know
what. This isn't a quarterback. We know that.
Of course, yeah, we do know that. He is light, can't play at 175.
Yeah, but you can bulk up,
Yeah, I've seen corners play at 175, and especially if you're a nickel guy. 82nd pick is in now. They did pick Desmond Ridder. Can't believe that's insane. Troy Vincent's back up there, putting in his shift today. D'Angelo Malone out of Western Kentucky goes. Another edge defender.
That was the guy I wanted. That's a good pick.
Plays bigger than size. Long arm move. Baby Brian Burns.
That is such a good pick.
6'3", 243. He is now off the board for Tampa.
That is such a good pick.
Man, oh man. 3-time first-team All-Conference USA, 2-time Conference USA Defense Player of the Year. He's good.
That is really a really good pick.
He's a good player. Here's the next 4 picks, Evan. And we're going to talk about this. Philly, Pittsburgh, New England, Raiders.
Philly's it. I mean, Tennessee.
Maybe, but does he
Tennessee
fit? Does he fit what Tennessee likes to do at
I
quarterback?
mean, they have a power run scheme, so I imagine they wouldn't ask him to do much, and he wouldn't have to start right away either. So
That's true. They could just be content with starting. They could be content with starting Ryan Tannehill and just leave it at that. Falcons making smart day 2 picks. Falcons have had, in my opinion, a fine draft.
yeah, it just sucks that their first round pick I don't like.
I was fine with it. But I also understand why people would not like it. But we'll see. Desmond Ridder went before Malik Willis. And again, no other quarterbacks have been taken, Evan. This just isn't a knock on Willis, too. There's still some very other strong quarterback guys out there who have not been taken, right?
Right.
You look at, hold on, let me see. Matt Corral's still out there. Matt Corral was not ranked that much far behind Malik Willis, right? Sam Howell is another interesting name that hasn't been picked up yet. Isaiah Spiller's still there, Evan. If Isaiah Spiller, okay.
That would be interesting. That would be
Isaiah.
But you also have to think. So they have 91. They only have 15 picks in between picks this time, though.
Yeah.
They're opening up the 4th round tomorrow, so you got to think. That's another thing you got to wonder. You got to kind of predict. Could you get a player now, another player you like tomorrow? Yeah, that's something to have to determine.
Yeah. I could see them, honestly, man. I could see them trading up into the end of the 3rd.
I could see him doing that.
I could see them doing that. Just saying, hey, they take a guy with their pick at 91, and then they trade up with one of those comp picks, Eagles pick is in. We'll see who they select in a moment. Let's see what happens here. Philly has 2 firsts next year. If they need to move up for a quarterback, the class is better. That is true. Next year's draft. That's very true. Apparently everybody thinks that. Jesus. Everybody's like, hey, by the way, freaking this draft class is not good for quarterbacks.
Wow, Eagles.
Did the Eagles make an interesting selection here?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Really would like a corner as our next pick for depth. Falcons making smart day 2 picks. We already talked about that. Will the Eagles continue their very successful draft that they've had so far? We'll see. Could take a quarterback. That looks like a very, very sad draft room there in Philly. Evan, you could drive over there, be a part of that situation right now.
I can probably make it there in time.
You can make it there in time. That's why, let's see. Philly, let's see. That's why Willis isn't going. Yeah, right. Yes, correct. It's because everybody just doesn't like the quarterback class, apparently. They just don't like it. 29 sacks in 2021, 31 fewest in NFL, fewest by Eagles since 2005. Let's see, Evan, we are 7 picks away from the Buccaneers selection in round number 3. That man's got an all-white suit. That's a great look. You love to see that. Are we looking at special teams guys this year? I would say probably at the 2 7th-round picks, but not anything past that, right, Evan?
Yeah, I would guess that's likely, yeah.
Let's see. Eagles, John Dorenbos, former Eagles long snapper and magician is what they wrote. 83rd overall pick, 3rd round. The Eagles have selected. Let's see. Who will they pick? The Nakobe Dean drop has ended. Nakobe Dean.
The only thing that's left is
goes to the Eagles.
The only thing that's left is Malik Willis.
He's the only man left. Leader, plays with urgency, coverability 5'11", 229. The Eagles needed linebackers. They always need linebackers, and they got him.
That's a home run there. If he's healthy, of course.
If he is healthy.
There's a reason he fell. But.
Yes. But, man, oh man. What a pick there for the Eagles. Pittsburgh's up next. Well, let's see what they're going to do. Nakobe Dean finally falls. Dean is a smart pickup in round 3, right? That's
the risk is.
Yeah, the reward, I think, is worth the risk at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just a great pickup for them if it does work out for them. Very smart pickup there. Very smart. But again, you talked about that injury, Evan. I don't know when that injury occurred, but that's going to be a big question mark. A lot of people compare him to Jonathan Vilma, apparently. Did you have any info as to when that injury occurred, Evan?
I do not. I'm not sure when it happened.
Mm-hmm. They were showing a lot of stats in 2021, so it looks like he might have played a full season. It's possible.
Yeah, I don't think it was during the season. I'm just not sure if it was like a combine, pro day. Like I'm not.
Mm-hmm. I gotcha. Well, I mocked Dean to Philly in the first round last summer, says Willie. Yeah, and now we're in round 3, and that's been done. Pittsburgh's up next. I don't really know what they're going to go with. I don't know what their team needs are at this point. Tennessee is the last team that you think of where it's led before Tampa, obviously. I'm not going to say they're going to pick Malik Willis. But for the remainder of round 3, I mean, Detroit and Washington all the way at the end of the timer there.
Yeah, both would be make sense.
Yeah.
Both. Especially Detroit.
Yeah, those would be the 2 teams where you sit there and you look at it and you go, okay, well, you know, that would make sense. Pittsburgh drafts Malik Willis. They say, you know what? We're going to have you guys compete. How about that? Mike Tomlin gets the guy he wanted anyway. That'd be insane. Let's see. Delayed, not denied. Oh, yeah, Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis go back to play on the same team again. There you go.
Yeah, if he can stay healthy, if those medicals check out.
Yeah. Man, oh man. Troy Vincent again making the selections. NFC playoff contenders are getting strong, but I don't see the NFC championship contenders, Packers and Rams, improving. Offense for Packs, Rams, well, because they have no picks. DeMarvin Neal's the selection for the Steelers. By the way, that's a good pick for them. Texas A&M, 6'3", 283 pounds.
Your boy Winfrey's still on the board, though.
Perryon Winfrey. hey, I can't do. This is just why
you got to readjust your mock draft strategy.
I just gotta. You know what I gotta do? I gotta have a ghostwriter for my mock drafts. So just have you or somebody else write my mock drafts and just say it was me. It was me the whole time.
I had Perryon Winfrey in the second round. That was even wrong. So
yeah, the amount that we've seen. Tennessee has traded up, I believe.
Yeah, the Titans are trading up with the Raiders. Malik.
But who would they be trying to compete against to trade up for that?
I mean, you never know who else is trying to trade up.
That's true. Maybe. That Patriots pick is in. We'll see what Tennessee gave up in compensation in a little bit. But the Patriots continue a meh kind of draft. Also, we haven't seen much of a run on running backs yet, which I thought we were going to be seeing a little bit in the 3rd round. We've seen some running backs taken.
Isaiah Spiller still available. Got to remember that.
Yeah.
Isaiah Spiller is still available for the Buccaneers.
Man, oh man. We've got a man in a leather jacket ready to announce the pick. Luka Diki. We did talk about Luka Diki earlier. We were both in agreement. That's Donnie Osmond. Oh, I know Donnie Osmond. Well, there you go. The New England Patriots have selected cornerback Marcus Jones out of Houston. Another cornerback selected. Evan, one thing we're noticing with this draft is, man, oh man, a lot of corners, a lot of defensive linemen, a lot of offensive linemen. That has been the theme of this draft. And it's understandable as to why.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's understandable as to why. Man, oh man. Tennessee is up now. Pick number 86. They traded up for this selection. We don't know who they were trying to trade up against, but they felt that there was a guy there that they needed to get. Evan, who do you think they go with here?
I think they're like
You think so? We'll wait and see. They're the last team to where it would have made sense, right? They're the last team. Spiller is fine. Our running backs got hurt last year. Somebody said he's small, though. 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns, 2 punt returns for touchdowns in 2021. Jesus. 13 pass breakups, 5 interceptions in 2021. That's a good player. I mean, at least in terms of stats for the Patriots. There, a little bit of special teams play, a little bit of strong defensive play as well, Evan.
I know the Titans pick.
Evan is all smiles here. We're getting a Jimmy Garoppolo commercial here with Subway, I suppose. We're very close to the Buccaneers pick, Evan. 5 picks, well, yeah, 5 picks away, right? Tennessee, Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo, Raiders. 5 picks away. Feeling good, feeling good. Pierce would be good as well. Do you think Dameon Pierce is worth a 3rd-round pick?
It'll be a little bit of a reach because I think he'll be available at the top of the 4th tomorrow.
Okay. And the Titans have traded. Evan, do you have the trade details on that or no?
I do not.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, the Raiders gave up. Or no, I'm sorry. It was not. No. The Raiders gave up. No, okay. The Titans gave up 90 and 169.
So not a crazy trade up actually. They selected Traylon Burks, Nicholas Petit-Frere. I believe they selected the defensive.
Next one's a good pick.
I believe they selected somebody in the 2nd round, a defensive player in the 2nd round that I couldn't see. So we'll see. What is Tennessee going to do here? Is this finally where Malik Willis goes, or do they decide to pick up another defensive guy, maybe an offensive guy? We will have to wait and see. As we are on commercial breaks right now. Man, oh man.
And the Browns and Panthers made progress in negotiations for a trade involving Baker Mayfield, but the Panthers aren't the only team involved.
The Browns and Panthers have made progressions in talks for Baker
Mayfield?
Yeah,
but it says the Panthers aren't the only team involved.
It's because the Bucs are involved. Hey, we'll give you a 7th-round pick, but you pay his full salary.
Wouldn't shock me.
You know? It wouldn't shock me either. So we'll see, man. Let's see. Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder have been the 2 quarterbacks selected so far up to this point. Pick number 86, 3rd round. Let's see. Somebody said I think it's going to be a defensive back. The Bucs pick in the 3rd round. Coral, if quarterback. It's possible. Is Dameon Pierce better than Spiller? I would say no, Evan. If Dameon Pierce is better than Spiller.
It's close. But
I would say it's close, but I would still say Spiller's probably better. Mikael Wright is available. Corner from Oregon. He is a good punt returner. I think at that point, I think that they're going to trust. I mean, they're going to have to try and trust Jalen Darden still with that role. Right, Evan?
Mm-hmm.
And just say, hey, look, we're going to roll with that there. He is versatile, though. Well, versatility is always a nice thing to have. Pick number 86. Let's see. They traded up for this pick, Evan. 86th overall pick. That woman looks very unhappy to be doing her job right now. That's Dawn Aponte, Chief Football Administrative Officer. And the Tennessee Titans have selected... Hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it. Malik Willis, quarterback out of Liberty. Man, oh man, it's finally...
What a great value.
Done. Wow, Malik Willis goes to Liberty. The man was in Las Vegas, but I guess he wasn't in the green room, huh?
He was in the green room yesterday, but...
Malik Willis is the pick. He's going to Tennessee.
What do we have? 4 picks into the Bucs pick now.
Yes, we do. That's a fantastic value for the Titans. Fantastic. They get the successor, hopefully, to Ryan Tannehill. For a guy that the media was saying was going in round 1. For a guy that even legitimate NFL people were saying is going to go in round 1. Wow. It's over. Look, in the past few picks, we saw Nakobe Dean and Malik Willis go, Evan.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Drives the ball, extends plays. Hey, compared to former Houston Oiler Titans great Steve McNair. And there you go. The wait is finally over for Malik Willis. Evan, your thoughts?
Really good value. A good spot. Like I said it beforehand when I was like, it's a good spot for him. It is. It's a good spot for Malik Willis. He doesn't have to start right away because Tannehill's still the guy. The Titans run a very friendly scheme for Willis's skill set. I think it's a great spot for him. This is one of the better spots in the draft for Malik Willis.
Man, oh man. I mean, what a drop though. What a wait. What a wait. I mean, man. My goodness. Has Christian Watson been picked? Yes, he was picked very early on by the Packers, I believe, with the second pick, right?
The second pick of the second round.
Yeah, he's been long gone. Long gone. There's Mike Vrabel. They're celebrating.
Okay, so the 87th pick has been selected, and the 88th pick has been selected. So 89 is on the clock now. So the Bucs coming up here soon.
There you go. Buccaneers pick is coming up, folks. That is coming up. Malik Willis is there. He's celebrating, as he should. He finally got selected. Took him long enough. Celebrations aplenty. Man, oh man. You got to feel good about that. Cardinals pick is in. Is that Roger Goodell? Roger Goodell came back out. Got a load of people surrounding him in very nice suit jackets. Let's see what happens here. Round 3, pick number 87, Evan. And see, now we look at what the heck's going on with some of these other... There's not many... Who was the other quarterback prospect, Evan? Sam Howell?
Yeah, so Sam Howell, Matt Corral, Carson Strong, there.
The more surprising one, though, was Howell, right? The fact that he's been dropping a little bit. Obviously not as surprising for Malik Willis, but...
Well, Corral was probably the next one slated.
Corral. That was the quarterback then. Corral. There you go. Cameron Thomas, defensive end out of San Diego State, is the selection there for the Arizona Cardinals. Any decent corners left? Well, we can take a look.
Tariq Woolen is a guy I like.
Yeah, I wrote a whole article about that, man. You have Josh Joby, Montrick Brown, Tariq Woolen, Joshua Williams, Kobe Bryant.
Oh my god! My housing name's slipping my mind.
Yeah, Matt Corral, Daniel
Zion McCollum,
Daniel Falele, Sam Howell, Darian Kennard. He's dropping a little bit. Majai Sanders, Rasheed Walker, Kirby Jones, Dylan Parham, Cameron Thomas, Kingsley, Max Mitchell. Cowboys pick is in. We're starting to blaze through some of these picks, Evan. Woolen looks good. I was impressed with Woolen when I was doing research on him for my article. I thought that he was...
He's a good player.
Yeah, I thought that he was a very good player. Fits well with what the Bucs like to do in terms of having big physical corners that can do a lot of zone.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. Is that Emmitt Smith? There's Emmitt Smith for the Cowboys selection of pick number 88. Third round. See what happens here. Evan, we are very close. We are a few picks away. Did you think you'd be staying this long in the third round? You stayed the entire third round.
I know. 89th overall pick has been selected, so the Bucs are about to be...
Buccaneers are about to be on the board. Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver out of South Alabama.
That's the one guy I suggested for the Bucs that they're going to go wide receiver.
Yep, and he now goes to the Cowboys, looking to replace a little bit of that production that Amari Cooper was giving him. 6'1", 194, 4'4", 9, 40-yard dash. Somebody said Bucs should go Sam Howell from UNC. No, they won't do that. If there was ever a guy, if Malik Willis would have dropped to them, it would have been, well, when I, wait a minute type situation, right?
Yeah, right.
But it does not happen. And what do you think? Jeremy Ruckert? I mean,
Like I said, I keep mentioning Kate Otten. I think Kate Otten could be more likely than Ruckert here.
Okay.
Ruckert, Charlie Kohler, another tight end, Isaiah Spiller, Tariq Woolen. They really like Spiller. So
Yeah.
I think it just all depends on what they feel about Damian Pierce, what they feel about Rashad White, and they have like I said, there's only 15 picks before they're in between picks here. So
yeah, Spiller could be the pick. 89, pick number 89 here. Is this the man from Good Morning? Kyle Brandt from Good Morning Football is here. He's wearing some colorful purple pants. I don't really know what's going on at this point. I'm a confused man, Evan. What about Winfrey? Hey, Perry. No, they're not going to take Perry on Winfrey because they took Logan Hall. So they don't need to take Perry on Winfrey here.
Your boy Winfrey's about to be in the 4th round.
I know, right? Well, hey, we still got all these comp picks in the 3rd round. Citizen, I like Coral and Howell. Here comes the Bills selection. I love the jacket. I love the jacket this man's wearing. Let's see what the Bills pick up here, Evan. We're very close. We're 2 picks away from Tampa's selection. 2 picks away. We have Las Vegas, then we have Tampa. And honestly, Evan, they might not be done for the night. They may very well trade up in this draft.
Right?
They may very well trade up in this draft. We're at
would
4.
Not surprise me.
No, would not surprise me either. We're at 4.5 hours, Evan, of this live stream, by the way. Good Lord.
Kudos to you, James.
I'm going to be honest, Evan. I don't think we're doing day 3 tomorrow past round 4 if they keep their picks. We ain't doing it because I ain't going to stay here for 30 hours tomorrow. It's a long day.
See, if I had the ability to stream, I would do it for you because I love the draft.
Yeah. Terrell Bernard out of Baylor, by the way, linebacker. His selection has been made.
And I do not have the 90th overall pick yet, so that means that the Bucs may not be on the clock just yet. So,
all right. Oh yes, okay, lost. So yeah, looks like the Raiders pick may not be in yet. We're still waiting on that. Bills select Terrell Bernard out of Baylor. Somebody said Winfrey any good? I mean, you know, sometimes some people mock him in the 1st round.
Some people have him at 27.
Some people do that.
I'm not gonna mention any names.
Some people do that. Not me. It couldn't be me. If Howell had a better line and a stud receiver, in my opinion, he could have been better. They're not taking Howell, guys. They're not taking a quarterback. It just won't happen. Evan just raises an eyebrow. Hey, Raiders pick is in, by the way. Let's see what happens here. Somebody said you can never have enough defensive linemen. Well, that's
true.
That is true. But, you know, hey, let's just see. Let's see. Where did O.J. Howard go? He went to the Buffalo Bills. He's their number 2 tight end for them. I know Ronald Jones went to Kansas City. Yes, he did. He did go and do that. And we will see what they end up doing here. One more. This is so after this, Bucs are on the clock, Evan. Let's see.
Obviously, the Bucs are on the clock now, so.
Yep.
Like the Raiders pick is in, so the Bucs are right now. They're on the clock.
Yes, correct. And you don't have the pick yet.
I do not know.
Okay.
I have the Raiders pick, but I do not have the Bucs pick.
There you go. All right. What will the Raiders do here? That person with the cracked phone's taking a photo. Let's see. Again, just a reminder, Tampa Bay has 2 4th-round picks. They have one at the top of the 4th round, Evan, and one at the bottom of the 4th round. Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, they start tomorrow, so they will have the 1st pick tomorrow, barring a trade.
There you go. So let's see. Man, oh man. Okay. Pick number 90 is in. This is Marcus Allen and Wayne Newton, Mr. Las Vegas. What? Is it Mr. Las Vegas? I guess I didn't know that. The Raiders select.
The Bucs pick is in.
The Bucs pick is in. Do you have?
Yes.
So you have the pick.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Woolen would be cool. I like Woolen here, honestly. Is what people are saying. Yeah, Mr. Holy Facelift Batman. Well, you know, hey, that's kind of what he's got going on. Let's see. Dylan Parham out of Memphis goes. Guard, okay. Another selection has been made. That was a guy who at one time I thought could have went to the Bucs if he would have been made available, you know, if this was earlier, but did not happen. And now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are up, Evan. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are up. Do they go running back? Do they go wide receiver? Do they go, I don't know, defensive line, cornerback, safety, tight end? There's a lot of options, Evan.
A lot of options.
There's a lot of options. And you already know the pick, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So we got a few more people here in the chat. A little over 100 now. Buccaneers are on the clock. Well, they have been on the clock. Evan said the pick is in. Smart move by the Raiders since they needed offensive line help, for sure.
Yeah, the pick's in, and I've already posted it. So.
Oh, well, there you go. Evan's already posted the picks. So don't go on Instagram, folks. Don't go on Instagram to see Evan's post on there.
Well, unless you want to spoil.
You could go on there if you want to. And they give us a commercial break. Unbelievable. Great. You love to see it. You love to see it. Man, oh.
It is I will say it is a player that I have mentioned on this stream.
Today?
Yes.
Okay. And we're almost done, actually, Evan. We can see the end of round 4 here. There you go. We can see the end of round 4. Round 3 is whenever you do start to get comp picks, right?
Yes. So there is comp picks, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll probably stay. I'll stay a few picks after the Bucs pick.
Just to see if they trade up.
Yeah. Just see the trade up. We'll analyze it, because you have to make a video anyway. So
yeah, Pam says Spiller is her official prediction. We will see. Someone turned on. Let's see. Give a quick review. So far, the Buccaneers have drafted Logan Hall in round 1, and Luke
round 2.
In round 2, yes, correct. And Luke Gadicki in round 3.
Round 2.
Round 2. Right. Yeah. Yes. It's that time of night, man. Edie says Ruckert, question mark? Maybe. We will see. All right. Let's see what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do here. Light is a genius for picking O-lineman. I trust him completely. Jason Light, man, he's got good stuff going on. We just got to trust the process. Just got to trust the process here with Jason Light, Evan. You're a very familiar fan of that. You're a very familiar believer of the process. So
yes.
We'll see what ends up happening as the Buccaneers, they have made their pick. Somebody's saying Woolen, Ruckert. We don't know yet, folks. We don't know. But again, just quick review again. Very happy with the picks the Bucs have made so far. Really did like the Logan Hall pick. Really did like the Luke Gadicki pick. Somebody said Winfrey. I don't think they take Winfrey here. I don't think they take Winfrey here. They don't need an extra D lineman right now, I don't think they do that. Could be a skill position guy. I don't know. Maybe it was tight end, like you said, Evan. Maybe they do take a tight end here. That's definitely a possibility. Cornerback as well. Somebody said, Citizen said, like Logan Hall. I like Logan Hall as well. We'll see, Evan. We will see. They're really taking their sweet time in announcing this. Maybe Nick Cross, maybe Spiller. Now we're going to wait. Now we are going to wait. Last 10 picks. Cordell Float, D'Angelo Malone, Nakobe Dean, DeMarvin Leal, Marcus Jones, Malik Willis, Cameron Thomas, Jalen Tolbert, Terrell Bernard, and Dylan Parham. This feels like that was a freaking century ago. Good Lord. The Bucs fans look very tired, and here they go, announcing the pick. Here it goes. 91st selection. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected in the 3rd round, Rachaad White, running back out of Arizona. They're all claps. They're having a great time. The Buccaneers take a running back, Evan. Man, oh man. A running back was selected, Evan, but it was not Isaiah Spiller. Rachaad White is the pick. Evan, you know the drill. I'm going to leave you to it for a minute to talk to the chat. Your man's got to go record a video. I will be back in a moment.
All right. So, let me turn on this chat now. Let me see what we've got here. Oh, let's see. Okay. So yeah, Rachaad White, I believe Arizona State. So has the potential to be a 3-down guy. Is in terms of 2022, probably would be more of a pass catching 3rd down option for maybe, if Giovani Barrett gets hurt again. He did deal with some injuries, so Rachaad White would again, fill in there. They've had their eye on him for a little bit. He's a bigger back with some decent speed. He's 6'2". He ran a 4.48 at the combine, so he's a guy they've had their eye on for a while. I do like him. I think you maybe could have got him at the top of the 4th. I think he was going pretty early in the 4th round. But they had interest in other running backs such as Dameon Pierce, Isaiah Spiller. I don't know why they chose Rachaad White, but it's another case where I think a lot of people who recognize the name Isaiah Spiller and recognize the name Dameon Pierce are going to be angry because they don't recognize Rachaad White. And like I said, he's a good player. I think he won't. I don't know the type of role he'll have this year. I think he's better than Keshawn Vaughn, but personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Keshawn Vaughn in the first place. So I'm not the greatest option to talk to about that. But we'll have to wait and see. How they use him will be interesting because, like I said, I think he can do a lot of different things and help you on 3rd down this season. Okay, a joke of a franchise, come on, man. And it's now, remember, they still do have the top of the 4th round. They have the first pick and then the 4th round, barring a trade up, barring anything. There's comp picks that are coming up now, so barring a trade up, they still do have. They still do have a pick at the top of the 4th round and late in the 4th round. They do not have a 5th and they do not have the 6th. Then they have 2 7ths, but they still have some opportunities to add players. Still have some opportunities to move up, move down if they want. You can move down from the top of the 4th round once because teams will adjust their boards just like last night. After they adjust their boards, teams will adjust their boards again after tonight. So I would expect maybe a safety could be next. A lot of people are asking what's next. I think a tight end could be a good bet to be next. I'm just not sure if they're going to add a corner. I really don't know if that's on the docket for them. We'll have to wait and see, but it's possible. I wouldn't completely rule it out. I just think tight end or safety is the most is the most likely. Don't prioritize defensive backs. That's okay. I don't agree with that. Carlton Davis was a top 100 pick. Sean Murphy-Bundy was a top 100 pick. Jamal Dean was a top 100 pick. Mike Edwards was picked in the 3rd round. That's just not true. They do prioritize. They do prioritize secondary. Just it's just because you're not drafting 1st round picks in the secondary.
So Evan, what's the general consensus of the chat right now?
Well, because the casuals in the chat, sorry to call them out on your screen, but the casuals in the chat think the corners are the worst thing ever, and why isn't a corner and this and that. And again, I explained that since people never heard of Rachaad White and they see the name Isaiah Spiller and Dameon Pierce, that means Rachaad White is automatically bad. So
I think Rachaad White's a good running back, right? He's going to give you, look, they lost Ronald Jones in free agency. They needed a new number 2 guy. Evan, I mean, you've been saying this for a little bit now. This does not make the Keyshawn Vaughn pick look good at all.
No.
Because he will be battling with Keyshawn Vaughn for running back 2 snaps and opportunities.
I like this pick. I like this pick more than I like the Vaughn pick.
Right. And I think with Rachaad White here, he's a guy that'll give you a good amount of balance. Run blocking, or pass blocking ability, I should say. Receiving ability. And as a pure runner, he's a good running back as well. I think that he's going to come in, be that guy who's going to give Leonard Fournette a breather. Be that guy who you possibly have in on passing downs as a pass blocker, as a receiving back. That's what White's going to give you in the immediate sense, Evan. And again, Jones, he went to Kansas City.
The Panthers have traded up.
The Panthers have traded up. Okay,
yeah, that's for our quarterback.
Are you saying that, or are you just?
Well, I think both. Everybody knows it's for a quarterback, and it is for a quarterback. So.
Oh, you can confirm it's for okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see which quarterback they end up taking in a moment. But Evan, back to Rachaad White. Again, I think it's a fine pick. Like you said, he's going to be competing, or like I said,
I probably would have picked Dameon Pierce over Rachaad White. But yet again, I'm not the biggest Isaiah Spiller fan, so like it's close to me with Rachaad White versus Isaiah Spiller. So, I think it's a fine pick. Like I said, I think I like this pick in the 3rd round. They drafted Vaughn in the 3rd round 2 years ago. I like this pick in the 3rd round more than I liked Vaughn in the 3rd round that year.
Well, again, it addresses something that a lot of people wanted in round 3. Running back, which is something that the Buccaneers got their guy. And I think the theme of this draft for a lot of people has been, hey, the Bucs view a lot of these guys differently than what a lot of the fan consensus has been, right? Everybody wanted
that's a lot of teams.
Everybody wanted Devontae Wyatt, they went Logan Hall. Everybody wanted Isaiah Spiller, guess what? They went Rachaad White. Or they wanted Dameon Pierce, they went Rachaad White. I think this removes any chance of them drafting a running back now for the remainder of the draft. I think that's pretty much set in stone now. Do you see them? I could see them trading up here before we're done, Evan.
I could see it.
I could see them trading up here, picking up if Jeremy Ruckert's still there, maybe. But like you said, that's not necessarily a name that's been super connected to them.
Well, they have had interest in Ruckert, but just saying, it's been 3 picks. They haven't picked the tight end. Yeah, Rob Gronkowski's going back, folks.
I think that is another fair assumption to make here as well. But me and you have talked about that as well, where it's like, look, even if he is coming back, you're going to need that future guy, right? You're gonna
they would have drafted somebody higher.
No, I understand.
They think like, oh, maybe he was not coming back at all.
Matt Corral, by the way, is the pick here for Carolina. Ole Miss, quick release RPO specialist compared to Zach Wilson. So there you have that, Evan. Thoughts on the Panthers here getting Matt Corral?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's decent value. It's at this point, it's decent value. I just think at this point, the risk versus the reward, it's whatever. It's the end of the 3rd round. You wanted to get your guy. You felt comfortable with Corral. I mean, sure, well, why not? I mean, I'm not the biggest fan. If I'm Carolina at this point, I probably don't draft a quarterback at all. Like, you haven't drafted a quarterback up to this point, so why start now? But, it's not bad.
Yeah, I think that I don't think Corral's going to be the starter. I mean, what do you do with this? Do you still trade for a Baker Mayfield?
Maybe not. Maybe that signals that Baker Mayfield's not on his way to Carolina. Or, would Sam Darnold be on his way to Cleveland to be the backup? Who knows? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that's true. They do have Jacoby Brissett there. They do have a couple of other interesting guys in there as well in that quarterback room over there in Cleveland. So we'll see it, Evan. But a lot of movement now for quarterbacks here at the end of round number 3. It took a while, right? It took a while, but they finally got there. Let's see real quick. I'm going to get a poll going about the Rachaad White pick. What was the general... So the general consensus of the chat was not... And Evan, look, they may not be done. They could trade up in 3, maybe 4, 5 picks and pick a cornerback, you know? And then boom, you got another third-round corner. But you also got to spend draft picks at other positions as well. That's just something you got to consider. So we'll see.
Yeah, and the 49ers have also the 49ers have just picked a running back, which is not Isaiah Spiller, or the 49ers picked Ty Davis Price for the 93rd overall pick.
Okay.
So that wasn't Isaiah Spiller or Dameon Pierce. So the Buccaneers are not the only one to pass on those two.
Yeah. Man, oh man. A lot of movement, man. A lot of interesting picks. A lot of, maybe not surprising pick. Well, yeah, maybe a lot of situations where guys were not getting picked where fans thought they were going to get picked. And that's one of the reasons we love the draft, Evan, right? That's one of the reasons we love the draft as much as we do. Let me see what we've got going on here. There we go. Hold on one moment. We are finishing up our Rachaad White upload right now. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, Rachaad White is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, folks. I think that is a very cool move. Again, let's see.
And like I said, like, I go back and look at when the Bucs drafted Kyle Trask. Like, I'm not one to just sit here and say, "Oh, this is every pick is great, every player's great."
You were very. We had a long discussion about the Kyle Trask pick. We had a very long discussion about that Kyle Trask pick.
When there's no reason to hate something, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
Like,
and look,
the most questionable pick to me was probably, what is it, Gadiki? Still trying to figure out how to say that.
Gadiki, I think.
Yeah, that was probably the most, out of the 3, that's probably the most questionable one.
Yeah. Which, I mean, even then, it addresses something that the team needed to look at. It was addressing something that the team felt was a need. So, again, the
one thing I will complain about is, like, it might not be an immediate need, though. Like, Logan Hall is going to contribute in some way in the second round here. Like, he's going to contribute on the team in some way this season. Rachaad White will probably contribute in some way this season. I just don't know if he's going to contribute that much. And that, in the second round there, you'd like to see, especially after picking Kyle Trask and Robert Hainsey last year in the second and third round, that's something you would have liked to have seen.
Yeah. Nick Cross out of Maryland, by the way. Shout out to the Tarpon. He is the next pick here for the Colts, 6 foot, 212 pounds. Somebody said, hold on one second. What's everybody's consensus here on the? I'm gonna go make another poll. Evan,
I'm gonna do probably 2 more picks or so.
Okay, sounds good. Let me get the Rachaad White poll up here. What a busy night though for the Bucs, Evan?
Yeah, very busy.
And tomorrow's gonna be busy as well. Somebody said, James, that's not going to happen. I don't know what I said that would cause that. But, well, you talked about Gadiki, and I had a point I had to make. He might not make an immediate impact, but if he wins that starting left guard spot, he's a starter.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't see him being that guard spot right away. Like, I just don't see him being a day one starter.
And so we'll see. But Rachaad White, he's going to contribute right away as the running back, too. If he does win that job, right? In the case of Logan Hall, like you said, he's going to be rotating out with guys like Golston, with guys like Sue, if they are able to bring him back. And he's going to be able to contribute right away as well. So, like, there's chances for all of these guys to contribute, right? If things go their way and if they're able to go out there and showcase what they can do. They have the flexibility and the wiggle room to be able to compete. It's not like well, like last year in the case of Joe Tryon, let's say, it wasn't like he could win a starting job because Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett were there, but he still got a chance to contribute due to injuries and whatnot. This is different because it's like, hey, there are just chances for these guys to ball out and be able to compete if they are able to play well. And that's the key difference here, I think, with some of these picks, Evan.
Yeah.
That's a very key difference there. So let me ask you this. We've got Detroit's pick and then Washington, then I'll send you out, but do we see a trade up?
I don't think so.
You don't think so at this point?
No. I think they're gonna readjust their board after tonight, and I think they're gonna look for either tight end at the top of the 4th round or a safety at the top of the 4th round.
I think that's fair. Somebody said, can White block?
Yes, he is a solid pass blocker. He is a prototypical 3rd down running back, but he has the potential, with a little bit more seasoning, not right away, but he has the potential to become a 3-down back.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. Citizen says, agrees, guaranteed TB12 had a hand at who they got at running back. They might have asked him his opinion, for sure.
Yeah, maybe.
If these 3 can contribute right away, that shows negatively to last year. Trask won't see the field, and neither will hainsey. Hainsey's.
I mean that is true. That's another reason why I just, another reason why last year I didn't really love Kyle Trask, because I always was under the assumption that Tom Brady was playing in 2021 and 2022. So this is going to be the 2nd straight year that your 2nd round pick from 2020 to 2021 is not going to be on the field.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of the big reasons I had with the issues I had with the Trask pick.
We look at the hainsey pick too, and now it's like, hey, if he doesn't win that starting left guard job, he's a backup again this year.
Mm-hmm.
And Jensen's on a 2-year deal? 3-year deal.
So yeah, he's the long-term solution.
And Shaq Mason's on a 2-year deal.
2 years.
So you're thinking that there's a possibility Trask isn't going to start till year 3.
I mean, I don't think Kyle Trask will ever start a game for Tampa Bay.
If he does get to start, it would. If he does, it would be in year 3, right? Possibly.
Most likely, hopefully.
And in the case of hainsey,
so there's a real possibility that the Bucs
year 3
third round pick from 2020 is not even on the team. Their 2nd and 3rd round picks from 2021 are not really playing, and their 2nd and 3rd round picks from 2022 are not playing.
Yeah.
There's a chance.
So that's
I mean that is part of the roster being loaded. Like, that's part of it, but it's also not great.
Yeah, to a certain degree. Barry Sanders is here to announce the Lions pick, by the way, pick number 97. White reminds me of Sims, Charles Sims. I like Charles Sims. Lions, somebody said Sam Howell, ? I love Barry Sanders. Kirby Joseph out of Illinois goes with this pick, by the way.
That was somebody I was looking at for the Bucs.
Even if that is the case, if injuries happen, they would see the field, right? Yes, Major. If injuries did happen, they would see the field. That is correct.
I mean, their depth has improved, sure, but just going in the 2nd and 3rd round just for depth players that won't become starters ever,
Yeah, it's something you got to think about, man. And we will see. We will see. Evan, we've been going for 5 hours. You've
been going for 5 hours.
I've been going for 5 hours. Sanders was a dangerous man. For those of you who don't know, I was at the mall the other day, and there was a Barry Sanders shirt that they had that I sent a text to Evan to. It did not look great. I mean, I wanted it because I love Barry Sanders, but me and Evan agreed that's weak. That's a weak shirt. It didn't have any type of definition in it. Evan, you can confirm this.
Yeah, it was like gray, and then it had white numbers, and that was it. Like, there was barely, I could barely see blue in it. I didn't know.
Yeah, it was just not great. Did Sam Howell get drafted yet, by the way?
No.
Okay. So he's still on the board. Tampa Bay, though, you see him on the little tick. You see him on the little mark there. Is that Chase Young announcing the pick? Chase Young's out here? After this, Evan, I will go ahead and send you off because I do need to get somebody else in here. I need to get Logan in here to talk about some of these Ohio State picks.
The Commanders have selected a running back who's not Isaiah Spiller or Dameon Pierce.
See, that's another interesting thing is the Brian Robinson Jr. He's good, though. He is good. But that's the interesting thing, Evan, is that these guys that people wanted and I'm not knocking anybody, some of these guys that people wanted the Buccaneers to take are dropping after the Buccaneers don't take them.
Yeah.
That's also interesting.
There's a reason. There's a reason.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, like I said, the one pick, probably if I could replace Gadicki, probably would be with a safety at that point.
If you could replace a pick, would be Odiki with a
safety.
With a safety, that's fair. That's fair. But Evan, listen, man, I'm gonna get another one of our resident. You are one of my resident draft experts already, but I'm getting another resident draft expert in here to talk about specifically some of the Ohio State players that were taken in the second round. There was a couple of them. One, I think. Two.
There was a couple in the first as well, so you can talk about them a little bit.
Yeah, so we are going to have a couple of more guys to talk about here as we round out the end of the third round of this draft. If the Bucs trade up, Evan, you're getting an invite back in. It's happening. Okay. So just
I will be back.
Yeah, be prepared for that if it does happen.
Okay.
And all right, man, I will see you in a little bit, okay?
All right, take care, guys. Enjoy.
Thanks, man. See you in a bit. All right, folks, we are back here with the one camera setup. Let me go ahead and try and see if we can get another one of our resident draft experts in here. It's been a fun process so far, guys. Brian Robinson Jr. to the Washington Commanders. Still not used to saying that name. But Cleveland's pick is in, then Arizona, Miami, Arizona, the Jets, Miami, Kansas City, the Rams, and the 49ers. We're going to be taking a look at some of the guys who were drafted out of Ohio State. As I said earlier, there's only been one guy who was drafted out of Ohio State after the fact. So we're going to be taking a look at that. Brown's pick is in, and they have taken David Bell, wide receiver, out of Purdue. All right, let's see. B-Rob runs behind his pads down here. He also improved his pass catching abilities as well. Indeed. David Bell to the Browns. 6 foot tall, 212 pounds. Big man. Big man. We will not be able to get to my draft expert, by the way. He just texted me back and said he's probably not going to be able to come in at this point, which is all good. I'm riding solo for now, folks. Until the end of the draft, we will be, well, until the end of the third round. I don't know about tomorrow, folks. I don't know about tomorrow. We might do the fourth round and then stop live streaming at that point because rounds 5 and 6, if they don't make a pick, I don't know. But let's see. We are nearing the end of the third round. 6 picks left until the end of the third round, folks. And we'll see if Tampa Bay does make a selection, or if they do trade up and make a selection, or if they just go and wait until tomorrow. All right. We are almost done, folks. The Cardinals pick is in, and it's almost done. And then we go to round 4 tomorrow. I might do round 4 tomorrow. Might not. We will have to wait and see. Explain why they haven't taken... Hold on one moment. I got to look up the name of that player. Hold on one moment. Majai Sanders, edge defender out of Cincinnati. That's a good pickup. That is a very good pickup. Let's see. I don't see any player with that last name, Edie. I don't see any player with that last name. I'm not sure. Could you give me like a school that he went to? Because I'm not seeing anybody with that last name. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you're referring to. Tight end? Okay. I will check. But I'm not... Oh, Otton. Cade Otton out of Washington. Otton. Well, that's why I couldn't find him. They may take him at the start of the 4th round. They definitely may take him at the start of the 4th round. Citizen, I'm going to have some more beer, and then later. There you go, Citizen. Hey, I'll see you later, man. You have a great rest of your night. Smoke Monday next round? Hey, no, they'll probably not take him. Probably not. Probably not. We'll see. The Buccaneers still have a lot more flexibility with what they can do in round number 4, man. They have a lot more flexibility. Woolen or Otten at 106. Good guy, and he gets to learn under Watts. Let's see. The Jets pick is in. We're rounding out the end of this. We're rounding out the end of this draft. And then I can rest, folks. And then I can finally rest. Man, oh man. Let's see. Woolen or Job on 106? Am I going to adjust the big board? I should adjust the big board, because now like 90% of the names are gone on this big board. So I should. I'm actually going to put round 4. So who is still available? Let's take a look at this. I think you got to have Jeremy Ruckert on there. Let's see. Just rounds like 4 through 7. Man, oh man. Let's see. Okay. We put Jeremy Ruckert on there. Perrion Winfrey's still available. Isaiah Spiller's still available. Dylan Parham's still available. Travis Jones is not available. It's been a while since we've updated the big board. Let's see. I'm going to see who else is available here. We will put... Let's see. We're going to put... Hold on one moment. This will basically be for tomorrow as well if the Buccaneers do not trade up, which they have not yet. We're going to put Leo Chenal on there. Daniel Falele, is he still there? He is still there. Cam Taylor-Britt is no longer there, so we got to take him off the board. He was taken a while ago. We will put Josh Jobe on there. We will put... who's the one cornerback that everybody's wanting? Tariq Woolen. We will put Tariq Woolen on there. Darian Kennard's still there. Sean Ryan is still there. We're going to take Christian Harris off. And we are going to put Tariq Woolen on the board. And that is our 4th through 7th round big board right now. How does that look, folks? I think it looks fine. Edie, thank you. You have a great night, man. What's the best tight end left on the board? In my opinion, is Jeremy Ruckert. That's my opinion. Sam Howell, I'm not going to put Sam Howell on there. Channing Tindall? I may put him on there later. Tell you what, I'll put him on there over Leo Chenal. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on one second. There we go. Channing Tindall is on the board, and that looks... Whoops, 2 L's. And that looks like that's a pretty good big board for tomorrow if they do not end up trading up, which right now it seems like that is pretty unlikely as the Jets pick is in. Do we have any more ideas as to what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to do? No, we have no idea yet. The last update we had... Let's see. Apparently, the Panthers and Browns have hit a serious impasse in trade negotiations for Baker Mayfield. So it looks like he ain't going to he ain't going to Carolina. And now, pick 101, round 3. The New York Jets have selected Jeremy Ruckert out of Ohio State. Well, he's off the board now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are not going to be getting Jeremy Ruckert. That makes me so sad. I am going to put on there now then the Buccaneers are not going to trade up at this point, I don't think. I'm going to put Charlie Collar. Whoops. On there. That's going to be my new guy. Man, that stinks. I really wanted Jeremy Ruckert, but the Buccaneers continue the trend of not drafting Ohio State players. But it's all good. Yep, Ruckert is gone. That's a good pickup for New York. That's a very good pickup for New York. Who's the best tight end left? I believe Charlie Collar out of Iowa State is the best tight end. And he's on the big board right now. So that is the best available guy that is left. Man, oh man. Hey, good pick for the Jets. Very good pick for the Jets there. I think that if he would have been there in round 4, that would have been the Bucs pick. If he would have been there. Now I don't think they trade up, folks. Now I don't think they trade up. So I think that I'm actually going to go ahead and start to wind down and end off this live stream here. The Buccaneers did a lot. They got Logan Hall and Luke Gadicki in round number 2. They got Rachaad White in round number 3. It's a good couple of players there, in my opinion. I think all 3 guys are going to have a chance to contribute right away. If Luke Gadicki wins that starting guard spot, he's a starter. If the Buccaneers don't re-sign Ndamukong Suh, Logan Hall's a starter. In the case of Rachaad White, he's going to be the number 2 running back regardless because Leonard Fournette is still here, but still, number 2 guy, going to be able to rotate in, pass block, pass catch, run well. In the case of Logan Hall, even if they do bring back Ndamukong Suh, good pass rusher, decent enough run defender, good athleticism, good size, good ability, in my opinion. Overall, I think the Buccaneers have been addressing needs. I know people are going to say cornerback. Folks, they have the first overall pick in round number 4. That's essentially a third rounder. If they get a cornerback there, if they get Tariq Woolen there, I know that's going to be making a lot of people happy. So all in all, I've been happy. I was very happy with day number 2 and what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were able to do in day number 2. I think they really did do a very good job. I really do believe that. The best corner left, I would say, is Tariq Woolen. I would say he's definitely up there. Josh Jobe is up there as well. And Montaric Brown. Those would be your 3 guys. Channing Tindall just went to the Dolphins, so he's out now in terms of our draft board. I guess I will put Montaric Brown there. I believe the Buccaneers will get a cornerback in round number 4. And to be honest, that's probably where they should have gotten a cornerback. Because they're addressing some bigger needs in the offensive line, in the defensive line. You could have said running back in round number... You could have said cornerback in round number 3. But I don't think the difference is too big there. Whenever you're looking at the difference in picks there. In terms of length. Gap in picks. Tariq Woolen could easily be the guy tomorrow. We'll see. He could be the guy right now if they decide to trade up. We don't know. We'll see what the Buccaneers decide to do. They've got a couple of picks in round number 4, folks. That was the Dolphins' first pick in the entire draft, by the way, so that's just absolutely insane. But yeah, all in all, I'm happy with day number 2, how it went for the Buccaneers. I think they did a great job in both rounds. Tindall is off the board, that is correct. And tomorrow, these are going to be some of the guys that will be available in rounds 4 through 7. So, folks, that's kind of all we got right now. We're gonna go ahead and end off this live stream. There's 2 picks left. You know what? We're gonna stay in. We're gonna stay in. There's 2 picks left. You never know, right? You never know. So we'll stay in. It's 2 more picks after this. Kansas City Chiefs are up. Who have they selected? We will see in a moment. They've selected Leo Chenal, linebacker out of Wisconsin. And the Rams pick is locked in, so there's only 1 pick left now. San Francisco 49ers are the only pick left. And then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will start off day 3 tomorrow. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Again, if they take a cornerback tomorrow to start off day 3, I don't think people are going to be that mad. It's a 4th-round cornerback investment, basically a round 3 guy. If it's Tariq Woolen, people aren't going to be mad at that. Or if it's a safety, I don't think people are going to be mad at that. Rams pick is in. We will see who that is in just a moment. We're almost done, folks. What do you think about day number 2? Do you like day number 2? Do you not like day number 2? Let me know your thoughts and opinions. Cole says the Niners might take Woolen. That's true. They might, but they might not. I think if they don't take Woolen, there's a strong chance he goes to the Bucs. Players that you had on your big board are dropping fast now. They did. Yeah, we had to take a lot of them down. It's all good. I don't mind that at all. It's still a fun time. And we're still thriving right now, man. We're still thriving. San Francisco is the last pick in round number 3. And we'll see what happens. Wasted a draft pick, says Chris, in regards to what? In regards to running back? It's something the team does. They want to have a lot of running backs. They want to have a lot of versatility. It's a fine pick given what this team likes to do in the draft. So let's see. Rams pick is here. There is somebody here to announce the Rams pick. I'm not sure who that person is on the left and right. I don't know what's going on there. You have Steven Jackson and Tyrone Williams, I think. All right. Let's see. All the Rams fans are freaking out. They're losing their minds. And then we just have one more pick, folks, and then we are done. Mercifully done. Man, oh man. All right. Let's see what happens. One more pick. It has not been confirmed yet, so there's a chance that there's a trade up, but I don't think it's super likely. And Steven Jackson's giving a monologue. We don't have time for monologues, my man. Yeah, people, I don't know. There's going to be some people who disagree with the running back pick. I don't think that it is a big deal. Logan Bruss out of Wisconsin, by the way, goes to the Rams. And then the final pick here with the San Francisco 49ers in round number 3 has been locked in. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The 49ers have selected wide receiver Danny Gray with pick 105. They've made their selection. Danny Gray is the last pick. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will start the 4th round tomorrow with all of these players still available. There they are. All these players still available. They still have all these guys available. A lot of good options, guys. There's a lot of good options. We do not pick 106 tonight. That is tomorrow at the start of day 3, which is going to start at noon. I may be live. I may not be live. We'll see. It depends on how I'm feeling tomorrow. I may just live stream the 4th round and then leave it at that. But we'll see. If you guys see me schedule something tonight, that means that I am probably going to be live tomorrow at noon. If you don't see something, that means I'm just going to be coming out with videos tomorrow. So Tariq Woolen's still on the board. Monteric Brown is still on the board. There's a lot of options, folks. So just stay tuned, and we will continue this tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching this live stream. Hope you guys all enjoyed. I had a blast doing this for 5.5 hours, basically. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more NFL draft, for some more Buccaneers draft coverage. But until the next video or the next live stream, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. I'll talk to you guys soon. But until then, and as always, guys, goodbye for now, and go Bucs. See you guys soon.